The plane exploded in midair. I slightly opened my eyes. Before me lay a dirty beach, dense coconut trees, and an endless sea. It was a deserted island. Was I still alive? The wind was blowing harder and harder. The sand under my feet was scorching hot, and I struggled to my feet, gasping for breath. I wanted to know what had happened. The next second, a seabird flew and landed not far away, tilting its head to look at me. Its eyes looked exactly like those of the husky my ex-girlfriend owned. I slapped at it, but missed, and instead stumbled and fell into the sand. I stood up and looked around. On the beach, I saw a woman's figure lying there. I rushed over. I tried to check her breath. There was barely any movement. I swallowed hard, and then I kissed her lips. A few moments later, she coughed, spitting out seawater, and finally recovered. I breathed a sigh of relief, but before I could say anything, she suddenly opened her eyes. Instead of gratitude, I received a resounding slap. "You pervert. What have you done?" She screamed and cursed at me. I tried to explain, but all I heard in response was her contempt. I was stunned. Where did this drama queen come from? She just pulled me back from the brink of death, and she's already turning on me? She sat up, shrank to one side, her eyes filled with a mixture of wariness, anger, and shame as if she were looking at a rapist, her face pale. She picked up a stone and ordered me to stay away. I was furious. I had saved her, but instead of appreciating it, she insulted me. "If you don't want to live, you can just say so. I'm an old man. Saving you is doing you a favor. I didn't mean to take advantage of you." She gritted her teeth and sneered. "You'll save me? You think I can't see through what you're thinking? I've seen people like you before. On this island where survival is uncertain, I have no intention of enduring humiliation." I sighed, got up, and walked away. Fine, fine. I'll stay 10 meters away from you from now on." I leaned against a rock, so angry I wanted to throw her back into the sea right now. "You, if anything happens to me, my dad will never forgive you." She stammered, tears streaming down her face like a child who had lost her baby. "Hey girl, stop calling me your dad and my dad." I rolled my eyes. "If your dad could fly over here right now, I'd count out to you 3 times, believe it or not. Don't you know where we are right now? If I hadn't dragged you out of the water, you'd probably be fighting sharks right now." When I yelled at her, her eyes paused for a moment, as if she finally realized where she was, and she lowered her head and began to sob softly. Where is this?" Her voice softened, her eyes swollen like peaches, looking at me with watery eyes. "How should I know?" I rolled my eyes as I bent down to pick up the pile of tattered clothes that had been soaked in seawater. No sooner had she finished speaking than another scream rang out behind her. "Ah, you still dare to play dumb? Look, my pants are down. You lecherous scoundrel." I glanced down and my whole body went numb. My pants were indeed half down, and I almost got wrongly accused of being the #1 pervert on the island. Oh my God, I lost my pants while swimming to save you. I used my belt to tie my water bottle. I don't want to be seen naked by anyone. She wouldn't listen to any explanations, covering her face with a look of self-defense. I sighed. It really is true. Saving someone has turned you into a sinner. All right, let's part ways here. I didn't save you, and I don't know you. I turned and left without a trace of regret. Wait a minute, she cried out anxiously, pacing back and forth in a panic. "You can't just leave like this." Her eyes were red like a rabbit's. She looked around and finally realized that she was all alone on a deserted island in the drizzle, with no one to rescue her. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. I stopped, sighed, and turned around. "All right, stop howling. You're crying like a ghost. If I hadn't been soft-hearted, you would have scared away the other survivors." She bit her lip and looked at me, then suddenly asked timidly, "You Tianming, don't you recognize me?" I was stunned, and my heart skipped a beat. How do you know my name?" She said softly. "I'm a first-class flight attendant. Our seats are close together, and you even flirted with me." My mind went blank. A flood of memories washed over me. The flight attendant on the plane whom I'd whispered teasingly said had sweetened her coffee? You're that? Yin something again? Yin Xiao Xiao. Her voice was soft and gentle. I slapped my thigh. Right, Xiao Xiao. But you look so different with and without makeup. No wonder I didn't recognize you just now." Her face darkened. "Can't you just not say that?" I shrugged. "I'm telling the truth. This face of mine actually makes me look more like my true self." She turned her head away and ignored me, but her voice was softer. Could you help me find some clothes?" I looked at myself and said, "Girl, I'm practically shirtless. Do I look like someone with luggage?" She was so aggrieved she was almost crying. "Then, you can help me find something to cover myself up. That would be fine too." "Huh? You didn't save me again. You want me, someone who can't even pull up my pants properly, to make clothes for you?" I laughed so hard I almost couldn't breathe. "Just because you're pretty doesn't mean I can take my clothes off and let you wear them. Is that the logic of you flight attendants? She glared at him in anger and almost held back her tears. I rolled my eyes, walked over to the seat, ripped open a tattered cushion, tore off a piece of foam cover, and handed it to her. Here you go. A custom-made chair robe, just enough to cover the essentials. She held the cushion, looking at her incredulously. You want me to wear this? How about I sew you a hanfu out of leaves? I scoffed. On a deserted island, practicality is key. Don't try to apply your high-altitude service aesthetics to me. She hesitated for a long time, but still put on the chair cover. I continued walking on the beach, pulling up my pants as I went, my feelings extremely complicated. She followed behind me with her arms crossed, shivering as the drizzle pattered on her shoulders. I'm asking you. I suddenly turned around. Do you know how many people were on the plane? She was taken aback. It seems to be around 130, including the flight attendants. Then we're not the only two alive. Let's see how it goes. We might run into some other unlucky guys. She nodded, then looked around, her face filled with unease. I scoffed. Don't always rely on me. If there's a real rescue, even a VIP like you has to rely on yourself. She murmured softly. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the survival training course properly. Upon hearing this, I burst out laughing. You even know what if only I had known means? If I had known we'd crash on the island today, I would have taken sick leave and not taken the plane. Her eyes widened for a moment. Then she didn't say anything more. I then asked, so you must have some skills, right? Do you know any practical ones? She pouted and said, I can do makeup, serve tea, do radio, and laugh. My lips twitched, and I nodded. Very good, excellent. Your skills can help the wild boar reach the pinnacle of life. I sneered. I'm different. I dared to fight with 6th graders when I was in 1st grade, and in 3rd grade, no one in the whole school dared to mess with me. Her eyes widened, and she instantly realized something. You? You used to be a hoodlum, didn't you? I was taken aback for a moment, then scratched my head. Later, I dropped out of school in my 3rd year of junior high. She almost burst out laughing. You didn't voluntarily drop out of school. You were called in by your parents, right? I immediately snapped. Can you stop stepping on my foot before you laugh? The day my dad found out I dropped out of school, he almost smashed me to death with a chair. I only escaped by running fast. She finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Oh, so you're this street smart. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. I deliberately put on a stern face. You've turned on me? You've really turned on me. She laughed so hard she almost choked. I'm really angry. Laugh at me again, and I'll throw you into the sea. My face turned red, and I grabbed the trash bag and started to leave. No, 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 wait for me. She chased after him with a laugh, her laughter like a sea breeze brushing against your ears. At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. As we walked and talked, she said that her family was ordinary when she was a child, but she had always wanted to be a flight attendant and see the world. I gave a wry smile. I dropped out of junior high and went to work with my dad in the underworld. He runs a bathhouse and says he heats all the hot water on that street. A bathhouse? She was stunned. He knows half of the bathhouses along the Manhwa River. He's definitely a nouveau riche 2nd generation. I laughed self-deprecatingly. Her expression was a bit complicated. She was afraid I was a real scoundrel, but she was also afraid she wouldn't be able to survive without me. But soon, she couldn't hold on any longer. We walked for almost an hour, and she was nearly exhausted. At this moment, a small cave appeared behind a rock ahead. It's not big, but it's dry and sheltered from the wind, like a ticket thrown down by God. She plopped down at the entrance of the cave, hugged her knees, and didn't say a word. The light rain had stopped, but the sky remained low and heavy, as if it were about to collapse. She asked me in a low voice, You mean, it's really just the two of us who survived? No one came to rescue us. I gazed at the distant sea, feeling a little uneasy, but I stubbornly insisted. Wait until I catch a turtle to tell your fortune? She glanced at me sideways and said, Stop joking around. I sighed too. Well, just being alive is a bonus. Look how calm I am. Learn from me. Calm down, my ass, she muttered under her breath. I stretched and said, Would you like to hear me quote a philosophical saying? What did you say? We're here. We've already come. She was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears, and snot flying everywhere. I don't want to come to this awful place. Wow. My mind went blank. What kind of operation is this? My golden words used to comfort young girls, so why did they break her defenses so easily? I quickly moved closer to her. Okay, stop crying. It was my fault, all right. If you don't want to laugh, then don't. Don't cry like you've seen a ghost. She cried like she was heartbroken, but all I felt was a headache coming on. The rain intensified, and the sea looked like it was boiling. I leaned against the cave wall and suddenly asked her, Are you hungry? She rolled her eyes. What do you think? I didn't say anything, but took off the chair cushioned shirt and covered her with it. She was trembling violently. Her soaked clothes clung to her skin, and she looked like a block of ice. She looked at me, and for the first time, her eyes held a different kind of emotion. Her gaze fell on my back, and she saw the scars. These were left over from a fight. I sneered. Want to hear a story? There are plenty. I deliberately made up a story, saying that I mistook a thief for my father on the street and shouted, "Stop thief," as a result, and ended up being beaten up by 3 people and ending up in the hospital. I also wanted to pull down my pants and show you the scar on my butt. She rolled her eyes. It's not funny at all. She then asked me where I got the dagger, and I replied seriously, I traded it with the sea. She was startled. There's someone else? I laughed until my stomach hurt. The ocean is just seawater. She rolled her eyes at me, about to scold me, but then looked down at herself and hurriedly tugged at her clothes. Her tattered clothes couldn't hold her up any longer. When she raised her arm, her underwear was exposed. My eyes went blank for a moment, and my throat tightened. She realized what she was looking at and blushed. Where are you looking? Before I could even speak, my gaze had already slid from her chest to. Don't look. Turn around, she yelled. I was about to explain when my eyes suddenly sharpened. Don't move. Stay in that position. You still want to watch. She turned around as if her hair had stood on end, and the moment she moved. Yeah, it hurts. A snake bit me. I could see it clearly. A thin snake was biting her buttocks. She jumped up like a mad woman and lunged at me, yelling, help me. Snake, snake. I grabbed her and used my other hand to clamp the snake's mouth shut, then slashed it down. She collapsed into my arms, trembling so badly she felt like she was about to fall apart. Is it a poisonous snake? Will I die? Look, her voice was trembling with tears. I looked down and saw that spot. She lifted her buttocks, crying and begging me to check. Look, it really hurts. I glanced at it symbolically and thought to myself, this butt is firm, white, and incredibly elastic, and the bite was precise. I was bitten, the skin was broken, and there was bleeding. What do we do? Hurry up. Are you about to do drugs? She stopped mid-sentence, her face flushing red. That position, that angle. I said seriously, don't panic. I have experience. When I was a kid, I lived in a village with lots of snakes. If you didn't suck out the venom, you'd be dead. She was instantly at a loss and stammered, quickly suck it in. Don't worry about being embarrassed. I don't want to die. Just the 2 of us. No one will know if we go out. I stared at her, and she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Suck it in. Hurry up. I'm ready. I looked at her. Are you sure? She gritted her teeth. I'm sure. She bent over, crying. Hurry up. I don't want to die. I said, then take your pants off yourself. I don't want to be misunderstood. Her face was stiff, and she felt 1,000 kinds of reluctance, but the desire to survive overcame her shame. I almost burst out laughing as I watched her make up her mind. Just as she was about to take her clothes off, I said, okay, no need to take them off. This snake isn't poisonous. She was stunned. What did you say? You big pervert. You scoundrel. You're bullying me. She got up, cursed, turned around, and slapped me, all in one smooth motion. You're such a pervert. I don't believe you could be so shameless. I glanced down at Yin Xiaoxiao in my hand and chuckled inwardly. She really was stubborn. But there was nothing I could do. She had truly angered me this time. I was ready to slap her the moment she raised her hand. No matter how strong her hand was, it couldn't match my agile movements, and I easily dodged it. Her eyes were full of anger, mixed with a hint of grievance. That look made me think she was a real nuisance. She glared at me angrily, then kicked at me. I pulled her legs apart, trapping them between mine, pinning her down so she couldn't move. Let me go? You bastard, let me go. Yin Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, tears and rage mingling together. I couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, how could she not understand that I was trying to protect her, this woman? She always reacts so strongly. She's hopeless. She continued to struggle, kicking me hard, but I didn't want to cause her any more trouble. I smiled gently and said, all right, you've got your revenge, haven't you? Did I really want to take advantage of you that much? Her crying sent chills down my spine. You big pervert. All you do is bully me. Wah. I finally relaxed a bit and thought about whether I should apologize to her. Okay, I apologize. Please stop crying, okay? I didn't do anything substantial. Yin Xiaoxiao sobbed. How dare you say that? Wah. I had no choice but to go a step further and lower my voice. Stop struggling. If you keep going like this, you're really going to expose yourself. Upon hearing my words, she stopped crying out loud and her tears ceased. Tears still streamed down her face, her expression complex. a mixture of resentment and indignation, yet also a sense of helplessness. "Put me down," she finally said. I released her wrist and stepped back 2 meters, afraid she would rush at me again. I already knew she wouldn't give up easily, but for now she seemed a little calmer, her head down, no longer looking at me. "Actually, you should be glad that this snake isn't poisonous. If it were, even if I wanted to help you suck out the venom, it wouldn't have made a difference." I started reasoning with her, trying to calm her down. She gritted her teeth in anger. "Get out. Who wants to die with you?" Huh, that's her reaction, always so impatient. I shook my head. "Don't be so hasty, let me explain. If you encounter a snake, never move around. It will think you're provoking it. If the snake charges at you, and you can quietly back away, it won't attack again." She rolled her eyes. "You're the one who's deliberately taking advantage of me." I couldn't help but laugh, inwardly sighing at how difficult this woman was to please. She wouldn't listen to any of my reasoning, but it was better than saying nothing at all. But I also know that I really didn't handle things well this time, and I should learn how to better appease her. Besides, with a woman this infuriating, I'll be the one cleaning up the mess in the end. Let me tell you something else. Venomous snakes have deep fangs and large wounds. A shallow wound like yours couldn't possibly be venomous. I admonished her like a seasoned teacher. "I won't listen. I won't listen." She shook her head like a rattle drum. Looking at her like that, I couldn't help but smile helplessly. What a stubborn girl. Next, we continued onward. The sky gradually darkened, and dark clouds obscured the sun, but from the faint light, I knew that darkness was not far off. "It's getting dark. I'll go find something to eat," I said gently. "What are you going to do? Just leave me alone." She glared at me unhappily. "Okay, stay here by yourself. Don't run around anymore." I sighed, knowing in my heart that she must be uneasy this time, even though she didn't say it. I turned around to find some food, but saw her still sitting on the ground, crying silently. "You're not really going to leave me behind, are you?" Her voice was filled with panic. A thought flashed through my mind, but I pretended to be calm and said, "I haven't gone far. I'm just wandering around nearby." I watched her figure disappear into the distance, a sudden wave of complex emotions washing over me. She was so stubborn. She was clearly angry, yet she seemed worried I would abandon her, her heart filled with contradictions. I quietly returned to the other side of the cave entrance, listening to her cries. "You Tianming, you incorrigible bastard," she shouted urgently, her voice choked with sobs, as if she were crying. "I'm not that bad, am I?" I chuckled self-deprecatingly. Women are such troublesome creatures. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think I'm a pushover. But it's kind of interesting to think about. I carried Yin Xiaoxiao on my back and rushed out of the woods. The humid air suddenly turned into the salty sea breeze. Her foot injury was quite serious, so I settled her in the cave and told her not to move around too much. Then, carrying a few empty bottles, he ran wildly towards the beach. The waves crashed against my legs, icy cold, and I filled my lungs with seawater. I hurriedly ran back. Using seawater to rinse it will barely disinfect it. I pray you're lucky and don't get infected. I handed her the bottle. He plopped down and started picking at the splinters on the soles of his feet. She poured seawater onto her wound, wincing in pain but not uttering a sound. After using up the 3 bottles of seawater, I was staring blankly into the darkness when she limped over to my side. "Am I really useless?" she asked softly. I didn't say anything. "Would you be much more relaxed without me?" I remained silent. "Actually, don't talk. Be quiet." I suddenly interrupted her. She froze, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She originally intended to apologize, but she didn't expect me to yell at her, and she felt a pang of hurt. Just as I was about to retort, I stood up and said, "You wait here, don't move." She gritted her teeth in anger, watching my retreating figure as I rushed towards the beach. It was almost completely dark, and she could only vaguely see me running back and forth along the shore. As I ran, I cursed, "Damn it, don't they know their own situation? Running around like that. All they do is cause trouble." She listened inside the cave, feeling even more aggrieved. A veiled insult. "You're insulting me, aren't you? Fine. I can live without you." Just as I was about to walk away, I ran back laughing. I was holding a fat crab in each hand, its claws still waving. "Were you just cursing a crab?" she asked, her voice filled with doubt. "Otherwise what? Talk to a ghost." I rolled my eyes. She stuck out her tongue. "I thought you were crazy. You're the one who's crazy. Hurry up and eat it while it's fresh." I excitedly pried open the crab shell and handed it to her. There were plenty of crabs on the beach, but in the dark without any tools, they ran like the wind. I was already panting from catching just 2. She bent down to take the crab, her face as red as a cooked crab shell. "Thank you," she said softly. The crab meat was fresh and sweet, and she practically swallowed it whole, The crab was gone in no time. She looked at the second one. They're all yours. Go ahead and make them. I handed them over again. She hesitated. You haven't eaten yet. This was originally caught for you. If you don't eat snake meat, then you can eat crab. I kicked the bottle next to my feet, and inside was a dead snake. You were listening to the sound of crabs just now, weren't you? Her eyes welled up with tears. Nonsense. To be precise, it's about listening to the waves. Crabs come out when the tide comes in. I gave her the second crab. She laughed. Didn't you grow up by the Manhwa River? The riverbank and the seaside are both water. What's the difference? You can't even shut yourself up by eating. I turned over and went to the seaside to wash the snake meat. The snake's skin was removed, the internal organs were emptied, and it was rinsed with seawater. A small snake, about the thickness of a thumb, after being skinned and gutted, leaves only a few ounces of meat. I really don't want to eat this stuff, but I'm hungry. Back in the cave, she had already finished eating the second crab. You're right not to eat raw snake meat. It's easy to get sick. Crabs are much cleaner, I said as I cut off a piece of snake meat. She mustered her courage and put it in her mouth. Her teeth chattered, making her feel numb all over. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? She asked. Who is this guy? A man among men, a male god in the bathhouse world. I said, trying to sound casual. It tastes good, except for the fishy and astringent taste, and it's a bit tough to chew. I picked out the bits of meat stuck between my teeth and put them back in my mouth. Actually, my expression betrayed the truth when I swallowed. She looked at me and thought I was adorably silly. Everyone knows that food shouldn't be wasted at times like this. I gave her the crab and ate the snake meat myself. This act of responsibility was enough to make her think highly of me. Soon the snake meat was gone, and I put the snake bones into a bottle. What are you going to do with it? Eat it as a midnight snack? She asked. Late night snack, my foot. It's for bragging to my buddies when we get out. I've eaten raw snake before. Before I could finish speaking, I gagged. It's okay. Everyone has a first time. I laughed and then gagged. She's used to my chauvinism. I just boasted about eating raw snake meat, and she's proven me wrong so quickly. She swallowed hard. I could tell she was thirsty. I haven't had any water for several hours. Luckily, it's a cloudy day. Otherwise, I would have been dehydrated long ago. A little. She licked her lips, trying not to think about the water. The more I tried not to think about it, the thirst felt like a nail stuck in my brain. I was powerless to help. Seawater was undrinkable, and we found no fresh water along the way. Going into the woods to find water? Don't even think about it. It's pitch black, and if you encounter a poisonous snake, you're doomed. I would only take this burden into the woods if I were completely desperate. Actually, there's another way to temporarily relieve thirst, I said, looking at her. She frowned. Stop talking. I know what you're going to say, but I can't accept that. She was a flight attendant who had been trained in survival skills. Just thinking about that method almost made her vomit up the crab she had just eaten. She frowned and gave her reason for refusing. I was stunned. How did she know what I wanted to say before I even opened my mouth? When did this woman become so smart? But the next second I realized, she thought I was referring to that method. I laughed. We've only had half a day left. It's not time to drink that stuff yet. What are you thinking? She was stunned. Didn't you mean that? What I'm saying is, it just rained here. There are definitely still water droplets on the leaves. You can try it. Her eyes lit up. Oh, I see. Then hurry up. It's getting dark. She jumped off the rock, grabbed my arm, and pulled me outside. Your foot doesn't hurt anymore? I raised an eyebrow. Never mind that. Getting water is the priority. Now that you mention it, I'm even thirstier. Let's go. Outside the cave was the edge of the forest, with dense shrubs and short trees with leaves as big as 2 palms. She limped around searching, her eyes filled with wet leaves, but as she tried them one by one, there was too little water, and they were too rough to drink. She barely managed to wet her finger, and just as she was about to pull it back, the water droplets dripped down. I tried several times but failed, so I could only put my wet finger on my lips to satisfy my dry craving. Yu Tianming, where are you? She turned around and saw that I was gone. Here. My voice came from diagonally above. She looked up, and I was squatting on a thick tree branch, waving at her. 5 or 6 meters off the ground is already considered high for her. Come closer and stand under the branches. I steadied myself and gestured for her to find a good spot. She was puzzled, but she did as she was told. Get ready, it's coming, I warned, shaking the branch violently with both hands and feet. Instantly, countless water droplets poured down. She was startled, then exclaimed happily, Water! There really is water. Water droplets hit her head and face, but she didn't care about the cold. All she felt was joy. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and take it. We don't have any containers, so drink as much as you can. I saw her grinning like an idiot, and I was so anxious I was cursing her inwardly. Oh, She finally realized what was happening, opened her mouth wide to catch the water, but very little of it actually went into her mouth. Clothes. Take them off. Get some clothes to catch me. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. She disregarded her shyness, took off her 2 pieces of clothing, and spread them out to catch the water. I seized the opportunity and shook the branch with all my might, causing the water droplets on the leaves to splash and fall downwards. She was getting water while giggling like a child. Soon, I shook the tree clean of all the water droplets. Let's try another one. I quickly climbed down and then climbed another tree. She laughed from below. Is a heavy rain coming? Come on, let the storm rage on. I continued to rock, playing along with her teasing. As she watched me bustling around, she felt a strange sense of relief. If it weren't for me, she might have been left behind by someone else long ago. I replaced one tree after another, and there were still a lot of water droplets, but a lot of water was wasted. Little by little, it finally soaked 2 pieces of clothing. Going any further would mean entering the woods, and I wasn't planning on dying. I jumped down from the tree. How was it? She excitedly handed over the wet clothes. Look. Good. Come on. Tilt your head back and open your mouth. I lifted the white shirt and squeezed it hard. The icy water dripped into her mouth through the fabric, but she dared not laugh, afraid of wasting a single drop. This was a huge gulp of water that could save her life. It was icy cold and carried a faint smell of sweat, but she didn't care at all. We've both worn this outfit. What she drank was a delicious spring mixed with the sweat of 2 people. She licked her lips, as if she wanted some more. I squeezed out the last few drops to moisten my throat. The taste is a bit strange. I think it's great, she smiled, the first time she had smiled so brightly since arriving on the island. Unfortunately, it was too dark, and I didn't see it. Again, I picked up the linen cushion. It was clearly even wetter. She pushed it towards me, saying, You drink it. You're the main breadwinner. She knew I got all the water. Without me, she wouldn't even have thought about it. I shook my head. I'm stronger than you. I'll be fine without drinking. But if you collapse, I can't guarantee I won't do something beastly. Aren't you afraid? She laughed. You? Then tell me, what constitutes behavior worse than that of an animal? This girl's straightforwardness made me blush a little. I've never considered myself a good person, but at least I've never bullied a woman. Stop talking nonsense and drink up. It'll be completely dark soon, and we won't be able to see anything. I lifted the cushion above her head. Of course she wanted to drink, but in this situation, someone was willing to give up the only water they had, and she was very touched by their kindness. Without realizing it, the way she looked at me had become more affectionate. Yen Xiaoxiao only drank 2 sips of water at first, then refused to drink any more. I knew she still didn't want to accept her current situation. Seeing her frowning, I could only put the rest of the water into my own mouth, finally getting some moisture to my throat. After all that commotion, it was completely dark. The moonlight was completely obscured by dark clouds, and the sky seemed to be covered with a thick black cloth, with only thin wisps of clouds barely showing their outlines. It was pitch black all around. I couldn't see anything except the silhouettes of the people around me. I felt as if I had been completely swallowed up by the darkness. Are we just going to spend the night like this? Yen Xiaoxiao's voice trembled slightly, clearly a little scared. She moved closer and grabbed my arm, as if doing so would make her feel a little more at ease. I smiled to myself, thinking, so what if it's dark? It's not like this is the first time we've been through something like this. But she was different. She had never experienced anything like this before, and the little joy she felt while drinking water was quickly swallowed up by fear. It's okay, we can chat. If you're sleepy, just go to sleep. It'll be dawn soon. I tried to keep my tone light. To avoid making her too nervous, I deliberately pressed a button on my watch, which lit up with a faint green light, just to give us some illumination. Huh? You can use this as a flashlight? Yen Xiaoxiao asked with a hint of curiosity. This thing won't last long. How big can the battery be? The visibility is less than half a meter, I said with a wry smile. That's still better than no light at all. You know, I've been terrified of the dark since I was little. I have to have a night light on to sleep peacefully. Her tone unconsciously carried a hint of shyness, as if she had found a secret she could share with me. And so, by that faint light, we could vaguely make out each other's faces. The tide outside continued to rise, already submerging the cave entrance 5 or 6 meters. Waves, carrying mud and sand, occasionally washed dark, indistinct things to our feet. The open space outside was almost gone, and the tide had temporarily stopped rising. She still gripped my arm tightly, as if trying to prove how afraid she was of the dark. Even when sitting on the ground, she clung to me, almost her entire body pressed against my arm. We need to conserve power and save it for when it's really needed, I said in a low voice, trying to keep the watch's light out, afraid that it would disappear completely. Oh, Then don't move around too much. Stay close to me at all times. Her words were a little shy, but very gentle. She moved even closer, as if using a dependent posture to remind me to take care of her at all times. For the next while, darkness enveloped us, and apart from each other's body heat, it seemed as if nothing else existed around us. Even the sound of the waves outside became eerily silent, as if the world had shrunk to just the two of us. After a while, Yin Xiaoxiao's voice came softly. Are you still there? I almost burst out laughing, thinking to myself, you're still holding my arm, and you're asking if I'm still there? Do you think I can fly away? Actually, he's gone. I joked on purpose. You're so annoying. She immediately realized what was happening, her voice carrying a hint of anger, but mostly a sense of guilt and helplessness. I smiled, feeling much more relaxed. She finally seemed less flustered. I want to talk to you about something. I felt a little awkward, unsure whether I should bring it up. Go ahead and tell me, she replied softly. Can I use my other arm? This arm is numb, I said bluntly. Huh, you're so annoying. She paused for a moment before realizing that she had been holding my arm since the beginning and hadn't let go even after we sat down. Yin Xiaoxiao's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly let go of my arm, trying to hide her sudden embarrassment. She turned her back to me and sat back to back, seemingly wanting to keep a little distance, yet not daring to stray too far, always able to feel my presence. We were all a little embarrassed. The air in the darkness seemed to suddenly become heavy. Time slowed down again, as if every second dragged on endlessly. Are you getting horny? I couldn't help but joke, feeling a little flustered. You're the one who's being horny, she retorted immediately, her blush deepening. Oops, my pronunciation wasn't right. I meant to ask, do you have a fever? I quickly corrected myself, suddenly feeling like a complete idiot. No, she said softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty, as if she herself didn't know how to deal with this sudden awkwardness. I felt her temperature rise slightly, and I couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Did she really have a fever? Or had I gone too far? I didn't think that much about it. I just felt that she was holding me too tightly, and I couldn't take it anymore. She probably knew she was right, but she was still a little shy and didn't dare to say anything more. Time dragged on, and the atmosphere grew heavy. I glanced at my watch. It was only a little past 8, but the night outside was already deep, and time seemed to stretch out several times over. I hoped dawn would come soon. I really couldn't hold on much longer. Are you cold? I suddenly felt her start to shiver. She responded softly, her tone tinged with unease. I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? I said cautiously. Okay, go ahead and say it. She lowered her head shyly, as if she already knew what I was talking about. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible, but I could clearly sense her nervousness. Let's find a drier place to sit, I said bluntly, somewhat surprised at my own directness. Is that all? She asked, somewhat puzzled. Yeah, what else? What do you want to do? I retorted. Oh, I think your suggestion is great. She finished speaking, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. The cave wasn't large, but a damp and dry atmosphere mingled together. We tried moving to another spot and sat down again. Although the darkness made everything blurry, the atmosphere of sitting back to back created a slightly ambiguous feeling, especially Yin Xiaoxiao's faint fragrance, which lingered in my nose and wouldn't dissipate. I have to admit, this environment made it difficult for me to concentrate. I quickly shook my head, forcing myself not to think about these random things. Luckily, it was dark, so she couldn't see that my face was already flushed. Just as I was trying to calm down, an untimely sound broke the silence. Gurgle, gurgle. I froze, realizing instantly that the source of the voice was obvious. My stomach rumbled, and I realized she probably really hadn't eaten enough. I coughed, trying not to look embarrassed. I know you haven't eaten enough. I'll go find something to eat when it gets light. She didn't respond, and I knew she was still holding back. Gurgle, gurgle. This time the sound was even louder, almost drowning out the sound of the waves. I sighed. This is unbelievable. We've walked so far and haven't found a single thing to eat. We'll have to go even further tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll definitely find something. She still didn't respond, which left me a little confused about her emotions. Did you fall asleep because you were hungry? I couldn't help but ask. No. Her voice was somewhat muffled, as if she was trying to hold back something. What's wrong? I turned around, reached out, and touched her forehead, checking repeatedly. Her temperature seemed normal. Do you have a fever? I want. Her voice trembled with pain. I want to have diarrhea. Oh dear, you're really making a scene. What's there to be embarrassed about? Go on, don't hold it in. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what it was about. It really scared me. It's too dark, I'm afraid. Her voice was slightly hurried, but I can't help it. I understand her predicament, especially since it's really scary to be out alone in the dark like this. I felt a little helpless, but I knew this was no joke. Then what do you suggest we do? We can't just take care of it here, can we? The cave is only so big. How are we supposed to sleep? I said, thinking to myself, she's always so fussy, but I can't let her suffer. Will you come with me to the beach? She whispered, pleading. All right, all right. Hurry up, don't dawdle over such a small matter. I took her hand and led her out of the cave to the edge of the sea. Don't go away. I'm scared. She was in great pain, but she still clung to me tightly, as if that would give her some sense of security. All right, I'm not leaving, hurry up. I turned around, looked at her, and couldn't help but feel a little pity. Then you should plug your ears too, she said shyly in a low voice. As if anyone wants to hear it. I muttered, knowing she was shy, so I simply covered my ears. I knew what was coming next wouldn't be pleasant, but there was no other way. The situation was urgent. As she finally relaxed and began to release, I could feel her body trembling slightly in the darkness. But just as she was about to get up, a wave crashed over her. Ah! Yin Xiaoxiao screamed in terror as I saw her jump onto my back in an instant. What's wrong now? I couldn't help but feel a little helpless. She was always causing trouble. Something bit my foot. Her voice was trembling with fear, clearly terrified. Come down quickly, let me see. I quickly used my watch to illuminate the area around her feet and examined her carefully. Yin Xiaoxiao's fair skin showed no signs of injury, except for the dampness from the seawater. I breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious. It might just be a starfish or sea urchin washed ashore by the waves, or maybe a rotten branch. Yin Xiaoxiao relaxed a little and patted her heaving chest. However, when the faint light from my watch shone on her again, my heart skipped a beat. I quickly turned the watch aside to prevent her from seeing something she shouldn't be looking at. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't seem to notice this. She was focused on me and completely unaware that my heart was racing. All right, it's all over now, let's go back. I took her hand and prepared to lead her back to the cave. She stood still, not moving. What's wrong now? Is your stomach still upset? I couldn't help but get a little impatient. No, she said softly, her face as red as an apple. I want to wash in the water. Can you come with me? I'm afraid something in the water might bite me. That was really embarrassing. I could clearly feel her discomfort. I sighed inwardly. She really was a shy girl. Okay. I nodded, not seeing any problem. After all, it was so dark here, no one could see me. Let's go, she said softly, her voice filled with shyness. Ugh, what a hassle. I walked ahead impatiently, pulling her along as we continued towards the beach. We returned to the dry little cave and sat down back to back. But the atmosphere changed, and awkwardness filled the air, and no one felt comfortable. In the darkness, after what seemed like an eternity, I felt a gentle tug on my back. It was Yin Xiaoxiao sobbing. Are you all right? I didn't dare turn around and could only ask with my back to him. She cried and said, I miss home. At this time, she should be laughing and having fun with her friends at a hot pot restaurant. But now, I patted my chest to comfort you. Hey, I'm here with you. When we get out, I'll treat you to hot pot for a month. If that's not enough, we can set up a hot pot restaurant in my bathhouse and eat while soaking in the bath. Her eyes lit up. Wow, that's a great idea. I've never tried it before. I couldn't help but laugh. They actually invented this kind of game on a deserted island. But her smile quickly faded. Do you think we're really going to spend our whole lives here? Are people outside looking for us? In fact, she held on to hope the whole way. Maybe someone would come to rescue her. Maybe she could meet other survivors and get through it together. I walked all day and didn't see anything. I patted my chest and assured him, don't worry, with my dad's temper, he's probably frantic. He might even rush out to find me himself. We'll start a fire tomorrow, and with a fire, we can have a good meal. If we find a pot, I'll make you a seafood hot pot. My cooking is top-notch. She chuckled. Do you think this is a flea market where you can have whatever you want? There aren't even any clothes. Are you going to eat naked? This teasing did somewhat alleviate her sorrow. But she immediately frowned. What if they can't find us? Are we really going to have to live here for the rest of our lives? I try to be optimistic. Think of the bright side of everything. Think about tomorrow's sun. Think about delicious food, and there will be a way. Then I suddenly slapped my thigh and exclaimed, oh no, it gets dark here around 6 p.m., which means we've crossed the equator and are in the southern hemisphere. She glared at her. You mean we're far from the flight path? Didn't you drop out of junior high? How do you know these things? I grinned. I'm not bragging, but I majored in geography and history in junior high school because I dreamed of becoming a traveler and exploring the world, so I studied all of those subjects. The glimmer of hope she had just ignited was extinguished by my own hand. The Pacific Ocean is so vast, if they just search for a bit and then give up, does that mean we'll never be able to get back? Her sobs turned into real tears, and despair slowly seeped into her eyes. I didn't expect that one sentence I said would break her down like this, and I was completely at a loss for words to comfort her. All I could say awkwardly was, "Why don't you take a nap first, and then we'll figure something out when you wake up?" She rolled her eyes. "No. Never mind, I don't expect you to be good at comforting people. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep." But as soon as she lay down, she asked again, "What if a wild animal comes while we're asleep?" I said, "You can sleep soundly, I'll keep watch." "Aren't you tired?" "Not tired, I can still manage." "All right, you can wake me up in the middle of the night, and we'll take turns." After she finished speaking, she rested her head on my shoulder. She was extremely sleepy. After a tense half-day, drowsiness washed over her like a tide. She soon fell into a deep sleep, accompanied by intermittent sobs. I'm caught between two conflicting situations. Moving will wake her, but staying still is agonizingly painful. As I was lost in thought, she suddenly twisted her body, and her head slid down. I quickly caught her. She seemed to have found a comfortable spot and rested her head directly on my lap. That's not all. She curled up into a ball and hugged my legs tightly. In an instant, I realized she was cold. I could only let her hold me like that, not daring to move. Not long after, I felt a warm sensation on my leg. I reached down and touched it, and my leg was covered in saliva. Thinking to myself, such a beautiful woman. Her image is completely ruined when she sleeps. I gave up this habit when I was 13, but the temperature was dropping, and she got goosebumps all over her back. I had no choice but to lie on my side and let my body warmth warm her. She slept like a stone, completely unresponsive. Exhausted to the extreme, she finally slept soundly in this sense of security. She kept wriggling around until she rested her head on my arm. Her breathing was even, like a kitten's. I dared not sleep, no matter how tired I was. I mustn't move around or let my mind wander. I kept telling myself this. Although I'm not a good person, I would never take advantage of a woman. No one knows how many internal struggles I went through that night. But waves of drowsiness kept washing over me, and the fatigue of the afternoon made my eyelids heavy. I promised her I would keep watch. A man must keep his word. Every few minutes, I would look down at my watch, pinch my butt hard, and let the pain chase away my sleepiness. For the first time, I felt that time was passing so slowly. The first rays of morning sunlight hit my face, as if pulling me back from the brink of collapse. I gently pried open Yin Xiaoxiao's hands and feet and tiptoed to the beach. The next second, it suddenly rushed into the sea and plunged in. I didn't surface until my chest ached from holding it in. The seawater, chilling to the bone, washed away all the irritability I had accumulated overnight. I stayed up all night last night, and I'm really exhausted. My steps are heavy. But as I tilted my head, my eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, it's so close to me. Just 20 or 30 meters ahead, around the corner, two crooked coconut trees stretched out onto the beach. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and I saw a string of green coconuts hanging on them. When I arrived here last night, it was already dark, and with Yin Xiaoxiao causing all sorts of trouble, I had no mood to explore the surroundings. It's like discovering a treasure. All the fatigue and frustration have vanished. I rushed to the coconut tree, which was growing at an angle, and easily climbed up. Pick a big enough one and cut it down. Keep the smaller ones to grow. Ignore the overripe ones. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 coconuts the size of volleyballs crashed to the ground. I grabbed one and smashed it against a sharp rock nearby. 2 or 3 times. A stream of sweet juice overflowed. I took 2 big gulps right at the opening. Ah, that felt so good. The slightly sweet juice rushed down my throat, and at that moment I felt like I was ascending to heaven. I haven't had a drop of water since yesterday. I gave her all the water I could drink. Men should shoulder their responsibilities. I quickly finished the coconut, then cracked it open and scraped off the milky white flesh with a dagger. The taste was so, not sweet, like white gel, but at this moment, being able to eat it was satisfying. One pill wasn't enough, so I opened another one. The emptiness of hunger was finally suppressed. I licked the juice from the corner of my mouth, not wanting to waste a single drop. If I really ate my fill, those 7 or 8 would be gone in no time. But I resisted. After all, the beauty hadn't been eaten yet. With 6 left, I tucked 3 under my left arm and 3 under my right arm and walked back happily. She was still asleep when we reached the cave entrance. He was sleeping soundly and even had a smile on his face. He was probably dreaming. I put the coconut down and coughed a few times on purpose. No response. I was speechless. Get up and have breakfast. She laughed and talked in her sleep. Hee hee. Okay, add more cumin. Cumin-flavored coconut? Would you dare to eat it? I raised my voice, the sun shining on my butt. She sat up groggily, looking annoyed. What are you doing? It's so early. The special recipe roast meat I ordered is almost here. I facepalmed. Are you still half asleep? Barbecue? The sun's practically baking your butt. She scratched her messy hair and said shyly, Sorry, I haven't had a bite of the barbecue yet. I'm a bit grumpy in the morning. I sighed. Come and eat some coconut. You're driving me crazy every day. I opened 3 and handed them to her. She was so thirsty that she forgot all about the roasted meat when she saw the coconut and gulped it down. It's so sweet, she smacked her lips, unable to stop eating. I used to dislike coconuts, but now I find them incredibly delicious. She devoured the food, finishing every last drop of juice and meat. I offered her another one, but she continued drinking and eating, showing me no mercy whatsoever. After finishing the second one, she didn't wait for me and grabbed the third one. She drank it down and ate it in big gulps. Finally, he even licked the remaining meat from inside the coconut shell, not wasting a single bit. Then he started staring at the remaining 3 on the ground, licking them off with his tongue. I quickly stood in front of the 3 stars to block her view. I explained, It's not that I'm reluctant to part with them, but these are the only few that are ripe, and I have to take them with me on the journey. Today we need to go a little further to find food and water. She looked up at me reluctantly, but suddenly her expression changed. Then she turned her head and complained in a low voice. Why aren't you wearing pants? I was so angry I almost vomited blood. Lady, your pants are on your legs. I'm now down to my underwear, so it's really not my fault. The pants were originally hanging at the entrance of the cave to dry, but as soon as she woke up, she casually put them on herself, and I didn't have time to stop her. All I can do is sigh, as a form of protest. She then realized, Oh right, my pants are with me, but I can't just go around naked. She then realized that she had grabbed the pants without thinking. Never mind, I'll just wear this. I picked up the cushion pullover from the ground and put it on. She frowned. Shouldn't it be worn as pants? Isn't this inappropriate? I shook my head. The sun is about to rise, and it'll be scorching hot soon, so I need to wear sunscreen. I'll figure out what to do about my butt later. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Survival comes first. Don't worry about these trivial matters. Sunlight streamed through the clear blue sky, bathing the island in its glow. The sea was still shrouded in mist, but everything around the island was now crystal clear. I turned to look at Yin Xiaoxiao. She seemed to sense the improved atmosphere as well. We've rested enough, let's get ready to go. We can't delay any longer, I urged. She gave a soft hum. She had originally planned to wash her face and comb her hair here, but she probably felt the situation was too urgent and didn't even dare to ask for that. I know that if we can't find food or a suitable campsite, we won't last more than a few days. Want me to hold the coconut for you? She suddenly came up to help. I smiled. I think you just want to eat it again. Don't give me that. She pouted and gave me a reluctant look. I wouldn't be that rude, she muttered under her breath. But her stomach betrayed her and started rumbling. I glanced at her and couldn't help but laugh. Look, even your stomach is betraying you. She blushed, lowered her head, and was clearly embarrassed. I understood. After all, I was starving myself. All right, it's only natural. Let's walk around together and see if we can find something to eat. I already had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Yin Xiaoxiao, while not from a wealthy family, certainly didn't seem like the type of girl who did chores regularly. Looking at her delicate skin, I doubted she'd ever even washed a dish at home. However, she was quite sensible and well-behaved, which changed my impression of her somewhat. We walked along the coastline, hoping to stumble upon something. Is this the coconut tree you were talking about? As soon as she saw the coconut tree, she skipped and hopped over to it like a rabbit. These coconuts won't do. They're too old. They'll give you diarrhea if you eat them. I watched her holding a brown coconut and couldn't help but laugh at her. She looked disappointed and lowered her head. Oh, okay, what a pity. But she wasn't giving up. She picked up another coconut and shook it several times before reluctantly tossing it aside. You think it'll be okay if I just take a small bite? She seemed unwilling to give up. Do you want to bury your child? Then eat it. I couldn't help but laugh. She immediately reacted, Pa, 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 you're talking nonsense. You should say that too. I smiled, not in the mood to argue with her anymore. All right, let's go. Let's go to the beach and find something to eat. I led her towards the beach. At the beach, I started turning over the rocks, looking for anything edible. But strangely, apart from a few sea snails, there was nothing. I frowned. How could the waters around here be so barren? Look what I found. Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly held up something excitedly. Slippers? Congratulations, you have shoes to wear now. I pretended to be surprised and teased. She smiled smugly. I'll go find more, and we'll make a perfect pair. I shook my head. This girl really knows how to find fun in this kind of environment. A few minutes later, she actually found the other shoe. How about that? Cool, right? She proudly lifted her foot, as if she had accomplished something big. I smiled. Not bad. You're really beautiful. You look good in anything. Of course, I didn't go to the beauty pageant back then, otherwise I would definitely be Miss Universe. She proudly pursed her lips, and after spending so much time with me, her words started to veer off topic. The two shoes she was wearing, a blue plastic slipper and a red flip-flop, seemed mismatched, but she wore them with a unique charm. I remember a saying, "Beauty brings traffic, but I'm so beautiful. Why can't I find anything?" she muttered to herself. I couldn't help but laugh. With your looks, you're bound to have good luck. Don't be so smug. Let me help you look, she said defiantly, running into the water. Aren't there fish here? They're not hard to find, she said confidently. I was still wondering why I hadn't found anything when suddenly Yin Xiaoxiao shouted, I found fish. Bro, you're on my side from now on. She turned over a few rocks and actually found a few small fish. I looked down and saw 4 or 5 tiny fish, as thin as paper, thinner than my little finger. These things wouldn't even be suitable as toothpicks. You're amazing. This batch of dried fish is yours, I said with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. She looked at me with an air of pride. You're complaining? This is meat. Even small fish can fill you up. I smiled and continued turning over the stones, but a little disappointed inside. Could these small fish really sustain us for a meal? But just as I continued searching for food, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha, I finally found it. I was stunned, turned around and looked at her, holding a scallop bigger than her head, laughing so hard she was doubled over. Are you starving? This is just an empty shell. You can't eat it at all. I looked at her, puzzled. Without this, what will you cook with? You'll have to use it to warm yourself by the fire, she retorted proudly. Okay, you're right, but only if you have a fire. I smiled helplessly. Ignoring my teasing, Yin Xiaoxiao hugged the large seashell like a treasure and put it into the tattered plastic bag. But just as she bent down, my eyes widened suddenly. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you jealous that I found something good? I was stunned for a moment, chuckled a few times, and quickly looked down to continue looking for food. I quickly looked away. If I continued looking, something bad would happen. Having acted like a beast all night, I absolutely cannot let things slip now. But to be honest, this girl has a really good figure. What did she eat to grow up like that? I quickly looked down, drawing my attention back to finding food. But their luck was still terrible. After walking all that way, they only managed to collect a dozen or so sea snails and a few small seashells. After removing the shell, it's not even enough to fill a mouthful. It's truly pitiful. But from behind came Yin Xiaoxiao's excited, silly laughter. I found it again. I looked back and saw that she had picked up half a piece of straw rope, which was as thick as half of my wrist and was at least 2 meters long. It was probably trash left over from a fishing boat, but she treated it like a treasure and happily tied it around her waist. After all, she was wearing my pants, so I had to carry her around. Tying her up with straw rope freed up my hands. A section of the rope remained hanging in front of her, swinging back and forth as she walked. Ever since she ate something, she's been radiant, treating finding food like a shopping trip. He looked around, glancing east and west. Wow, look, so cool. It looks like an ancient weapon. She picked up another branch, as tall as herself, with spherical branches at the top. She did a few serious moves, then struck a pose with one hand on her hip. I was speechless. You're like the leader of the beggars sect. Your dog-beating stick technique is pretty good. She curled her lip. TCH. You have no taste. I'm not in the mood to play. My stomach is growling with hunger. Just as I was feeling frustrated, I heard the sound of water splashing against stones. I immediately ran forward, rounded a large reef, and the scene before me made my heart race. Holy crap, my luck has struck. I yelled at the top of my lungs. Hey girl, stop being so vain. Come over here, there's something good here. She ran over. Did you find some money? I laughed so hard. It's even better than finding money. We'll have several meals to eat. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. She went around to take a look. By a puddle on the rocky beach, a small dolphin, about half a meter long, was dying. My skin was dry and chapped, and I kept writhing in the sun, longing to go back to the sea. She exclaimed in surprise, Is that a dolphin? I shook my head. No. In my eyes, this is lunch, dinner, late-night snack, barbecue, hot pot, and tomorrow and the day after. Your barbecue is sorted. This guy weighs at least 40 or 50 pounds. Even after skinning and deboning, we can still have 20 pounds of meat left, enough for us to get through the toughest few days. She frowned deeply. You're not really planning to eat a dolphin, are you? I said sternly. Then what else? Wait to die. Her voice was pitifully weak. Dolphins are intelligent beings. They have feelings. This isn't right. I scoffed. Feelings? What animal doesn't have feelings? You still eat cows, sheep, and pigs with great pleasure. I'm really anxious. What time is it? Why worry about these things? Survival is the most important thing. She backed down, saying, I really can't. How about we help it back into the sea? Its eyes looked so pitiful when it looked at me. I said coldly, Yin Xiao Xiao, can you stop being so sentimental? I don't care if you act silly, but you can't ruin our chance to live. I drew my dagger, ignored her, and prepared to attack. She frantically threw herself at the dolphin, pleading, No, please let it go. I'll go find food properly. I gritted my teeth. Get out of my way. Nobody's stopping me today. Hunger was driving me crazy. I even had the urge to eat this huge lump of meat raw. But she burst into tears. Don't kill it. Or, can I take its place? I was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to kill you and eat you. He then realized that there was a hidden meaning in her words. She blushed and said, That's not what I meant. You can do whatever you want of me, but don't kill it. She was going all in. After all, it was just the two of us on the island, and she was bound to take this step sooner or later. If we save the dolphin now, we can still retain some initiative. My head was throbbing terribly. Let go. Are you sent by God to torment me? I was really hungry, but not to the point of trading a woman for food. She hugged it tighter, saying, I'll let go if you promise me you won't kill it. I sighed deeply. Fine, I accept my fate. I won't kill it. Her eyes lit up. Really? I nodded. Really? Let go now. That thick rope around your waist is digging into me. She gave a coquettish laugh. You're so annoying. I thought to myself, this woman really makes me both angry and amused. Suddenly, the air became completely still, and neither of us spoke. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of shame wash over her. She wanted to disappear into the ground. What she had just said was far too audacious. What if Yu Tianming agreed to her proposal? What would happen next? Her mind was already conjuring up wild scenarios, those embarrassing images flashing through her head. Could something really happen on this deserted island? She blushed at the thought, but she knew that the first time would be very painful. What should she do? No, she shouldn't think about it. She turned to look at Yu Tianming and saw that he didn't say anything, but sat down on the ground with a sullen expression, staring at the ground. If you weren't the only living person on the island besides me, I would really like to kick you into the sea. Yu Tianming thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. He was so hungry he was practically starving. He had no time for joking around or making a scene. Just then, a loud cry suddenly came from a corner of the beach. Wah 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 giggles. The sound was as loud as a baby crying and carried far. Look, it's thanking you. Yin Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses, smiled at Yu Tianming, and then quickly ran to the little dolphin, scooped up the water from the puddle, and moistened its skin. Yu Tianming scoffed inwardly. Thanks my ass. If you were really going to thank me, you'd be dead already, so you wouldn't feel guilty eating this. Don't just stand there, come help me. Yin Xiaoxiao tried for a long time, but still couldn't lift the dolphin. How could she possibly lift a dolphin weighing 40 or 50 pounds with her little strength? Let me do it. Yu Tianming looked at it and felt incredibly distressed. Dolphins were a delicious food, yet they had to be sent back to the sea. It was utterly agonizing. But Yin Xiaoxiao clearly wasn't going to give him that chance. Yu Tianming was practically on the verge of collapse, wailing as he stood up. I've really done something terrible. Get out of the way. He yelled impatiently, shoving Yin Xiaoxiao aside and picking up the dolphin himself. The little dolphin seemed to sense his kindness, constantly rubbing its fins and head against his arm. Brother, you're lucky to have a kind-hearted mermaid sister by your side. If you have any conscience at all, hurry up and catch me a few fish. Yu Tianming muttered as he walked, carrying the dolphin towards the sea. That stretch of road must have been 20 or 30 meters long. It was probably high tide, and the little guy didn't have time to retreat back into the sea. Yin Xiaoxiao followed behind. At first, she was worried that Yu Tianming might suddenly turn on her or do something, but seeing his expression, she gradually felt relieved. Hee, don't worry, good deeds are rewarded. She teased him with a laugh from behind. For a braggart like you to have such a beauty like me by your side is simply a blessing from heaven. If you keep nagging, I'll really eat you up. Yu Tianming turned around and threatened her. Although she was still protesting verbally, she secretly thought this guy was quite cute. Even though his words were teasing, she wasn't angry. Instead, she thought he was a little silly. He bent down and carefully placed the dolphin into the water. The dolphin seemed reborn the moment it entered the seawater, instantly becoming full of energy. It shook itself violently, splashing water everywhere, getting Yu Tianming's head covered in it. Hey, you ungrateful wretch. I saved you, and you're already throwing a tantrum. It's just happy, don't be so petty. Yin Xiaoxiao walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yu Tianming, watching the dolphin swim towards the deep sea. The dolphins seemed to be swimming slowly on purpose, so they could see it, occasionally spouting a jet of water, looking particularly smug. Finally, the dolphin swam further and further away and disappeared from sight. See? All that explanation for nothing, and it didn't even repay us. Yu Tianming complained, secretly regretting letting it go earlier. Okay, don't be angry anymore. You're such a kind and handsome guy. Yin Xiaoxiao teased, her mood noticeably improving. You still dare to make fun of me? Yu Tianming, seeing that her mood had improved, suddenly felt like teasing her. The conditions you just mentioned still stand, right? Yu Tianming continued to steer the conversation, intending to tease Yin Xiaoxiao. What are the conditions? Do you have any evidence? Do you have an invoice? Yin Xiaoxiao jumped aside in a panic, looking at Yu Tianming warily. You just said that if we release the dolphins, we can do whatever we want. Yu Tianming grinned mischievously and slowly approached her. Don't come any closer. I'm going to call for help. Yin Xiaoxiao said in fright, taking a few steps back. Go ahead and shout. No one will hear you even if you shout your lungs out. Yu Tianming laughed arrogantly, completely unconcerned about her threat. I don't believe you'd really scream your lungs out. Yin Xiaoxiao stopped talking, her heart filled with worry that Yu Tianming might already have feelings for her. What a beast. What to do? He's so strong, she can't beat him. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and an idea popped into her head. She quickly untied the straw rope from her waist, tied it around her neck, and shouted, If you come any closer, I'll strangle myself. Yu Tianming was taken aback, then his smile widened. All right, let's see what happens. Go ahead and try. Suddenly, a suggestive image flashed before his eyes. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, he turned around and laughed. All right, I was just teasing you. Hurry up and put your pants on. You're not ashamed, but I'm afraid I'll get a sty. Only then did Yin Xiaoxiao notice that her pants had fallen down to her ankles, and her face turned as red as a burning apple. You shameless bastard. She quickly pulled up her pants and tied them back up. Just as Yu Tianming wasn't paying attention, she ran a few steps and kicked him hard. Ouch! Yu Tianming nearly fell, instinctively turning around and grabbing her straw rope. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't have time to react. She pulled hard and also fell onto him. Perhaps it was God who heard my heartfelt words and gave me the compensation of releasing the dolphins. At that very moment, our lips met. Their eyes met, and they were both stunned. My heart tightened, but she didn't move. Yin Xiaoxiao closed her eyes slightly, a hint of shyness in her expression. She was thinking, if I had agreed to her conditions earlier, things might have turned out this way already. And I was thinking, so proactive? I was just trying to scare her. There wasn't even a prelude. No one moved. They just stayed close together quietly, the air thick with ambiguity. Until a sudden crash of the sea broke the tranquility. She pushed me away abruptly, sat down to the side, and frantically ran her fingers through her hair, trying to hide her flushed face. She began to say. I was inwardly complaining. Who is it? Why do they have to mess things up at such a crucial moment? I'm not exactly a gentleman, so I licked my lips and said, It's a bit salty. She jumped up in anger, yelling, Shut up. I saw her biting her lip. It was a little salty, probably because the dolphin had splashed seawater on her face while it was struggling. Hey, look there. I pointed to the distant sea. She was a little disappointed. As expected, there was no romance. But she still came over to take a look. A dolphin leaped high into the air, spun several times, and then fell heavily into the sea. She exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that the dolphin we rescued? It didn't leave. I said seriously, Looks like my conversation with it was effective. It's delivering fish. She smiled wryly, helpless. Just a moment ago she was all tenderness and affection, and now she's thinking about food again. The dolphin seemed to notice us watching it, and it jumped even more enthusiastically. But it stayed about 40 or 50 meters away, refusing to come closer to the shore. I frowned. Is this because they didn't catch any fish and are feeling guilty, so they're dancing to express their gratitude? She said, They're thanking us. That's how the dolphins at the aquarium act when they're happy. I scoffed. If you let me eat my fill, I'll dance to thank you. Disappointed, I took 2 steps forward. Relying on others was unreliable, so I decided to find food myself. Look, so many, she exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the sea. Suddenly, a wave surged up, and dozens of dorsal fins broke the surface of the water at the same time. 40 or 50 adult dolphins leaped up together, gurgling incessantly. The water splashes created rainbows in the sunlight, and she exclaimed, How beautiful. They must be a family. I rolled my eyes. You think a solo dance isn't enough? How about a group dance? Are you crazy? I jumped onto the rocks and shouted to the dolphins, Hey, get real. Send me a fish, and I'll call you brother. Yin Xiaoxiao laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. How could dolphins understand human speech? I even have an accent. But the dolphins slowly approached the shore, only 20 meters away from us. They shimmered in the water, as if they were circling. I nodded. Ashamed now? Ready to offer yourself up? I even drew my dagger, ready to pull off a big heist. She yelled, "Are you crazy again?" But as soon as she stepped onto the rocks, she looked down and screamed, "My God, they really are helping us catch fish." I looked down. There really were fish. The water was churned up, mud and sand were flying everywhere, and the fish were swimming quickly in the shallows. I exclaimed, "Brother, you're really something," calling in reinforcements to help. I was so busy cursing that I didn't even see it. She panicked. "Stop joking. Hurry up and catch them, or they'll all get away." She grabbed the dog-beating stick and rushed into the shallow water. I jumped too. "Here I come. I'm good at this. Watch me." But less than 3 seconds later, I was tumbling head over heels, kicking wildly with my butt in the air. When she stood up, the seawater only reached her buttocks. She laughed until she was breathless. I glared at her and said, "What are you laughing at, dude?" I was careless and forgot the water was shallow. I shouted to the dolphins, "Hold on a little longer. I'll catch you before I leave." Now we all understand. The dolphins formed a circle about 10 meters away, driving the fish ashore. She ran around in the water, swinging the stick back and forth, but missed. I pounced again and again on the other side, but to no avail. We continued until we were so exhausted that we collapsed on the beach. I gasped for breath. This shouldn't be happening. I never had this much trouble catching fish in the river before. She rolled her eyes. "Aren't you the expert? Is this all you've got? Will we even get to eat fish today?" "I'm so disappointed." I protested. "Mind your manners. Sea fish are incredibly fast and slippery. Give me a fishing net, and I'm sure I won't come back empty-handed." She sneered. "I might as well give you a fishing boat." I was taken aback. A fishing net? They can understand me. An idea suddenly popped into my head. I jumped up and shouted, "Brothers, Ming-Ji needs a fishing net right now. Hurry up and get to it." I shouted "fishing net" at the dolphins, but they all leaped out of the water and made a chorus of noises. I was stunned. "What do you mean? You don't have it? Then it's all for nothing." Feeling a chill run down his spine, he waved his hand and said, "Fine, I'll remember this favor. You can go about your business now." I turned back to the beach. They said they couldn't find the fishing nets, and I couldn't do anything about it. She sat down sullenly and began to sulk. Yen Xiaoxiao looked at the dolphins in the distance. They hadn't left yet, and were still blocking the school of fish. It seemed reluctant to leave, and kept calling out. She cautiously probed. "Okay, don't be angry anymore. How about we try again?" I rolled my eyes. "Try my ass. I'm too tired. You go if you want." I was really close to my limit. My stomach was so hungry it felt like it was twisted into a knot. She knew she wasn't good at catching fish, but she still tried to persuade me. "It's only been half a day. Why don't we go further ahead? Maybe we'll find something to eat." But I really wasn't in the mood. "It's almost noon now. The sun can kill you. Let's find a shady spot and leave when the sun is less intense." I walked to the edge of the woods and lay down. She carefully put away the remaining 3 coconuts and sat down next to me. A feeling of ecstasy turning into despair permeated the air. She said, "Eat a coconut if you get hungry." I closed my eyes. "I'm not eating. That's for you. If I eat it, what will you eat?" She knew I meant well, but my tone of voice upset her too. We fell silent again. The dolphins paused for a while in the distance, and only swam away when they saw that we were really not moving. The fish dispersed, and the sea returned to calm. I don't know when, but I started snoring. She called out a few times, but I didn't respond and continued sleeping. She thought to herself, "It's only the 2nd day, and he's already so depressed. What will happen to him in the future?" The thought of possibly having to endure this horrific place for a long time made her feel even hungrier and thirstier. "Humph. Since it was left for me anyway, I'll eat it all. I'll die after you, so you won't keep trying to take advantage of me." She grabbed 3 coconuts and ran to the rock, smashing them against it. But she wasn't strong enough. After smashing it for a while, she only broke the skin a little, and no juice came out. She tried another one, smashed it again, but it still wouldn't open. Failure made her feel bad. She couldn't even get a coconut, hated herself for being useless, and blamed the guy who was sleeping all day. Tears streamed down her face again. The more heartbroken she became, the angrier she got, and she continued to smash things. After an unknown amount of time, with 2 pop and plop sounds, a juicy coconut appeared before my eyes. I don't know when I stood next to her and handed her the coconut. Backlit, she looked up at me with a big smile. At that moment, I seemed exceptionally tall, handsome, and manly in her eyes. The unpleasantness from just now was instantly swallowed up by the sea. I said, "Eat up. What are you standing there for?" You couldn't break it yourself and didn't even call me. You kept me from taking a nap because of all that banging and clanging. This one sentence shattered the perfect atmosphere. She glared at me. You were really asleep just now? I said impatiently. Of course I've been up all night. How can you possibly stay awake? I handed her the coconut, squinted at the scorching sun, gathered my things from the ground, and returned to the shade of the tree. She sat down next to me with coconuts in her hands. I didn't know you hadn't slept last night. If I had, I definitely wouldn't have bothered you. She felt a little apologetic. He had really stayed up all night last night. I was too lazy to reply. She patted her chest and assured him, I'll keep watch tonight. You can rest. Afraid of making me angry, she softened her voice and said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. She shook my arm, which made my heart flutter again. I glanced to the side. This angle is good. Her neckline is ill-fitting, and her figure is fully exposed. I quickly suppressed my anger. Stop, stop. What time is it? Who are you trying to impress? If you keep going, your nose will bleed. She lowered her head, blushing as she straightened her collar, and scolded shyly. You bad boy. You're so improper. I thought to myself, am I not serious? Tell me what happened last night, and I guarantee you'll change your mind. Never mind. I almost couldn't hold back at the time. I said, hurry up and eat the coconut, then we'll get going. He realized his mistake as soon as he said it. Pa, I meant to scout ahead. She laughed out loud. This woman always managed to make me laugh whenever we were feeling down. She pushed the 2 coconuts towards her, saying, You eat 2, I'll eat 1. I waved my hand. This is for you. I'll go check over there. You eat quickly. I suppressed my hunger and thirst, swallowed hard, got up and took a few steps, pretending to look around. But inwardly, she regretted it. Had she gone too far this time? She should have known better than to speak so confidently. Sigh. Being able to eat a coconut would be great. Why be so stubborn about saving face at a time like this? But a man has to maintain his pride. What's said is said, and what's done is done. It can never be taken back. The atmosphere finally cooled down, and Yin Xiaoxiao blushed as she thought about what she had just said. She kept wondering, what would have happened if Yu Tianming had agreed to her suggestion? Could such intimate things really happen on this deserted island? She had never experienced it before. She had heard it would be very painful, but she had also heard other girls say that after the initial pain, it got much better. Her mind was in turmoil as she guessed what might happen next. Yu Tianming sat on the ground, not saying a word, but he had already made up his mind. If it weren't for the fact that they were the only 2 people on the island, he would have really wanted to kick Yin Xiaoxiao into the sea. Don't think I have time to play with you, you little dolphin. He cursed inwardly, his stomach still growling, and he had no interest in arguing with her about such trivial matters. Just then, a loud cry suddenly rang out. Wah 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 cluck cluck. The sound was exceptionally loud, almost echoing across the entire beach. Yin Xiaoxiao snapped out of her daze, looked at Yu Tianming, and said, See? It's thanking you. She suddenly ran to the dolphin, scooped up the water from the puddle, and gently moistened its skin. Yu Tianming sneered inwardly. Thanks my ass. If you're really grateful, you should just die already, so I won't feel nauseous eating you. Don't just stand there. Come help. Put it back in the sea. Yin Xiaoxiao tried for a long time, but couldn't lift the dolphin. Its weight of 40 or 50 pounds was far too heavy for her. Yu Tianming watched, feeling truly distressed. Seeing this delicious dish right in front of you, but having to put it back into the sea yourself, can't you make it a little less torturous? He planned to wait for the dolphin to die naturally, which would be considered breaking his promise. But Yin Xiaoxiao clearly had no intention of letting him off easy. What a mess. Yu Tianming cursed inwardly, but finally stood up and walked towards the dolphin. Get out of the way, he growled in a low voice, his mood extremely bad. Yin Xiaoxiao knew she was in the wrong, so she reluctantly stepped aside, not forgetting to tease. Shall I get the knife for you? Go away, go stay over there. Yu Tianming already knew she was joking, but he was too lazy to say anything more. He picked up the dolphin in one gulp, still complaining in his heart. It's really fate playing tricks on me, making me help take you back. The dolphin seemed to sense his kindness, rubbing its head and fins against his arm. Brother, you're lucky to have a kind-hearted mermaid sister here with you. If you have any conscience, hurry up and catch me a few fish. Yu Tianming walked along, holding the dolphin and muttering to himself. About 20 or 30 meters from the sea, Yu Tianming thought that the little guy had probably gone too far during high tide and hadn't been able to get back to the sea in time. Yin Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, her guard down. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but smile inwardly. Don't worry, good deeds are rewarded. She smiled. For a braggart like you to have me by your side is a blessing from heaven. If you keep nagging, I'll really eat you up. Yu Tianming turned around and threatened her fiercely, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. They finally got the dolphin into the water, and as soon as it entered the seawater, it became lively and energetic. It shook its body, splashing water everywhere, and Yu Tianming was covered in water, coughing in anger. Hey, you heartless bastard. I saved you, and you're still throwing a tantrum. I'm just happy. Why are you being so petty? Yin Xiaoxiao stood beside him, smiling as she watched the dolphin swim away. The dolphin seemed to be looking back, its dorsal fin protruding above the water, occasionally spouting a jet of water, showing its joy. Look at this ungrateful creature, Yu Tianming said, somewhat annoyed, feeling he shouldn't have let it go. Okay, don't be angry anymore. You're such a kind and handsome guy. Yin Xiaoxiao teased, her mood noticeably improving. You dare to make fun of me? Yu Tianming suddenly seemed to be in a mood to tease her. So, the conditions you just mentioned still stand, right? Yu Tianming grinned mischievously and continued to press him. What are your conditions? Do you have any evidence? Do you have any invoices? Yin Xiaoxiao asked warily, keeping a safe distance from Yu Tianming. You said it yourself, release the dolphins, and you'll do anything. Yu Tianming approached her step by step, his tone laced with provocation. Don't come any closer. I'm going to call for help. Yin Xiaoxiao said nervously, quickly backing away. Go ahead and shout. No one will hear you even if you shout yourself hoarse. Yu Tianming grinned mischievously and continued to approach her. I don't believe you'd actually yell. Yin Xiaoxiao looked at him cautiously. Why are you asking me so many questions? Yu Tianming suddenly retorted. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yin Xiaoxiao's face. I just want to know more about you. After all, I've told you so much, and you've only said so little. Yu Tianming felt a pang of panic. Oh, in that case, there's no need to say anything more. Let's keep going. Yin Xiaoxiao turned and left, her tone somewhat cold. Yu Tianming realized he had missed his chance and felt a wave of regret. If you like someone, just say so. Why pretend? Is it so hard to say it? Having missed a great opportunity, I followed Yin Xiaoxiao with my head down, feeling extremely frustrated. She ignored me and walked ahead by herself. I could roughly guess what she was thinking. In a normal place, a girl like her would definitely not like someone like me. What's their background? They're miles ahead of me. In the past, those rich young men pursued her relentlessly, like glue, all just to curry favor with her father's business. She looked down on those people because they were all after her money, not her. She even argued with her father about her marriage and ran away from home, choosing to become a flight attendant instead. But now, a deserted island, a lone man and a lone woman. I have a foul mouth and love to brag, but in this environment, at least she can see a sense of security and responsibility in me. So, feelings that shouldn't have been there began to stir in her heart. But, I'm such a clueless straight man, I really don't understand romance, which made her very upset. I'm really bad at charming women, but I still try my best to find topics to talk about. Hey, doesn't this crooked tree look like the one where Emperor Chongjin hanged himself? I'm not bragging, but I studied this part very carefully. Do you want me to explain it to you? She ignored me. I pointed to the tree branch again. Doesn't it look like a great sword? If I were to strike a pose of committing suicide by sword on the beach, wouldn't I have the aura of Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Chu? With my build, I'd be about 80% like him, right? She's getting annoyed with me so much. All these celebrity suicides. Are you hoping we die sooner? I was just trying to tease her, but it didn't work out. Women are such a hassle, always getting angry for no reason. Do you know how hard it is for me to come up with a couple of anecdotes? Her back view made me even angrier. Hey, look at that rock. It's so ugly, how dare it stay here? If it were me, I would have killed myself long ago. She ignored me, so I shouted again. Wow, this stone can move. It's become a spirit. She finally turned around, her face cold, and said, Is this funny? Can't you just leave me in peace and quiet? I ignored her and kept my eyes fixed on the rock. It really moved just now, I swear to the coconut. She found such vows childish. She stormed back, kicked the stone, and yelled. It didn't move. How boring. But as I looked at the stone, my pupils widened. It had eyes, staring at me. The stone is at least 1 meter square and half a meter high, and is grayish-brown all over. She thought I was acting, treating her like a 3-year-old. No, look, it's true. I stammered. She turned to leave, but felt something hard brush against her calf a few times. Ah, she screamed, jumped up, and ran to the side. I shrugged. I told you it would move, but you wouldn't believe me. It's exhausting. I can see that although the stone can move, it moves very slowly and poses little threat. She was still trembling. Go and see what that is. I retorted. Why didn't you go? Weren't you being pretty arrogant just now? With a sob in her voice, she said, If you're a man, go and see what's going on. Why are you making me, a girl, go at a time like this? Finding a moving rock in the middle of nowhere, wouldn't that be terrifying? More thrilling than a snake. I think it's time to show some heroism. It's just a rock. Watch me take care of it in no time. I picked up the dog-beating stick and shuffled over there. I was also scared, but I couldn't show it. I secretly prayed that you would just give me a couple of slaps and not take it seriously. My hands were trembling even though I was only 2 meters away from it. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. Click. I thought I had it all figured out, but when I opened my eyes, I was completely stunned. He abandoned the stick and scrambled back, yelling, "This thing has a mouth. It's sentient." It bit my stick off. My blood pressure spiked, my scalp tingled, and my hairstyle became a mess. If you don't want to admit you were scared, just say it bit my stick. It didn't chase after me. It just opened its mouth and threw the stick on the ground, as if it was annoyed that I was disturbing it. Then, it stretched out its huge feet. Holy crap, it has legs. Run. I grabbed Yin Xiao and started to retreat. She frowned. Wait a minute. I panicked. Wait my ass. Didn't you see it's preparing to attack? My legs were shaking. She stared at it for a while, then suddenly burst out laughing. Huh? I really thought the stone had come to life. You don't recognize this thing. When she saw my true face and my terrified expression, she laughed so hard, she almost fell over. I snapped. What are you laughing at? You know this rock like a pro. I was completely stunned. Yin Xiao actually called that thing in front of me a sea turtle? She even looked at me like I wasn't smart enough. I was indignant. This thing looked just like a pile of rocks. How could it be a sea turtle? Was she kidding me? Kuyin smiled and pulled me forward. I didn't want to go, but I couldn't show my fear, so I reluctantly followed along. As we approached, the enormous creature stared at us silently, without moving. Yin Xiao pointed at it and said, "This is the head. These are the feet. This is called a leatherback sea turtle, the largest sea turtle in the world." She even reached out to touch its chin, and the sea turtle actually squinted its eyes, looking like it was enjoying it. I still don't believe it. Don't all sea turtles have shells? This one is covered in grayish-brown bumps, including its head and limbs, making it look like a pile of stones. Yin Xiao rolled her eyes at me and said that these were barnacles, which parasitize large marine creatures. That's when I realized that the sea turtle was so covered in barnacles that it was almost unrecognizable. She also guessed that the turtle might have hidden here because it couldn't swim anymore due to too many barnacles. I blurted out, "She must be too fat. She should come up here to lose weight." She almost fainted from anger. Yin Xiao became serious and said she would help it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to catch up with food, even if it went back to the sea, and might starve to death. As I was listening, she suddenly noticed that I had drawn a dagger, and her eyes lit up. She asked me warily what I was up to, and I grinned. "Help it ascend to heaven sooner, and we'll have a good meal together while we're at it. Have you ever had turtle soup? It's amazing." She almost yelled at me, telling me it was an endangered leatherback turtle that she hadn't seen in years, and that I should leave it alone. I'm a bit annoyed. I can't eat dolphin, I can't eat sea turtle, so what am I supposed to eat? I only have a few raw bananas left, and eating them might give me diarrhea. I'm so hungry I'm seeing stars. I don't care if it's a rare animal or not. If you airdropped a giant panda into my house right now, I'd cook it into a spicy dish. Seeing that I was starving, Yin Xiao quickly said that she had a solution that would satisfy both of us. I asked suspiciously, "You're not going to sell yourself to me again, are you?" "I'm not interested in other projects right now." She glared at me and said that barnacles are actually a delicacy. Fishermen often eat them, and they always bring back a lot from under the sea. We can help the sea turtles get rid of the barnacles, then they'll have something to eat. I was skeptical and asked her if she was lying to me. She assured me that the barnacles smelled especially good and told me to try them myself. I finally nodded. "Okay, buddy, I'll trust you this time. Just bear with it. I'm here to save you." I carefully pried off a barnacle with my dagger. It was about the size of my thumb and landed in my hand. The sea turtle didn't move. Instead, it stretched its neck out, revealing more of itself, as if waiting for me to continue. I laughed. "Are you feeling better now?" Then I smashed the barnacle with a stone, blew away the sand, and popped it into my mouth. After taking a couple of bites, my eyes lit up. It tastes like clams, but with less meat, yet it's so delicious you can't stop eating it. Yin Xiao couldn't stop laughing when she saw me like this. I was so excited. We're rich. All these gourds on this body are enough for the two of us to eat our fill. She corrected me, saying it was barnacles, but I couldn't be bothered. As long as it's edible. Come on, buddy, keep going. This sea turtle is enormous, weighing at least 200 kilograms, and has 100 or 200 barnacles on its back. I ate as I dug, and threw quite a few to Yin Xiao. I've even decided that I'll go home and raise a sea turtle, So it can eat barnacles every day. That would be wonderful. She couldn't help but ask me how I knew it was a barnacle, and I casually said that I had seen a documentary about it, but I had forgotten. In half an hour, we devoured all the barnacles on the turtle's back. Although there wasn't much meat, when you're this hungry, a bite of meat is heaven. Next are the barnacles on its head and limbs, which are stuck to its skin and difficult to remove. Yin Xiaoxiao reminded me to be gentle and not to hurt it. I patted my chest and assured them, "Don't worry, I learned my pedicure skills from the experienced pedicurists at the bathhouse, so I'm very familiar with them." She was very nervous at first, but she relaxed after seeing the barnacles fall off one by one as I made the incision. I chuckled to myself, thinking that this skill had finally come in handy. This pedicure took much longer than I expected, a full hour and a half. You heard right, over an hour. I sheathed the dagger, glanced at my masterpiece, and felt incredibly proud. How about that? Clean, isn't it? Pretty cool, right? Now that's what a real sea turtle looks like. We thoroughly cleaned the giant turtle, even devouring the most troublesome barnacles. Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but pout. "You're amazing, okay?" I laughed heartily, feeling incredibly pleased with myself, thinking, who wouldn't be proud of a job like this? Absolutely. Putting everything else aside, we've accomplished a great mission today. Having eaten and drunk his fill, the creature had absolutely no interest in making any more turtle soup. The turtle wiggled its neck and stretched its limbs, seemingly enjoying a freedom it had never known before, hopping and leaping about. Then, it actually nuzzled against Yin Xiaoxiao, making her giggle, her voice light and full of happiness. "Hey, you heartless bastard, you're obviously a male. You lecherous old turtle, I despise you." I couldn't help but complain. As a result, the turtle actually lifted its hind legs and threw a cloud of sand onto the beach, and the sand landed on my head. "You're getting too worked up, aren't you? I kindly gave you a pedicure, and you're throwing a tantrum instead." Yin Xiaoxiao teased, laughing. All right. Even a sea turtle is jealous. You're being too childish." I could only shake my head helplessly. I couldn't explain why I was so upset by a sea turtle. But she's right. I don't really have anything on my mind. Optimism is in my nature. After finishing this meal, I started daydreaming about the next step. Hey, do you think it's possible for us to catch a few dolphins and ride them out to sea? If that doesn't work, we can ride sea turtles. Yin Xiaoxiao laughed so hard she almost couldn't breathe after hearing this. Sure, let's see what your brothers say. Maybe it really works. I completely ignored her joke. My mind was already working on the next plan. Look at you. You're not in a hurry at all. Don't wait for me to get something to eat first. But Yin Xiaoxiao had already walked far away and didn't want to talk to me anymore, so I hurriedly ran after her. The sun began to set, and the temperature eased up a bit. We walked side by side on the beach, and the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. I'm tall and strong, and she's slender and elegant. Against the backdrop of Shanghai and the sunset, we looked like a couple on a romantic trip, sweet and warm. But my mouth just wouldn't stop. Maybe when we get back, we can get a Model Youth Award. What do you say? Yin Xiaoxiao smiled helplessly, not wanting to argue with me anymore. Seeing my vain expression, she simply let me enjoy myself. We walked for a while longer, and both coconuts were completely devoured. Now here's the problem: water. We've walked for so long and haven't seen a single puddle. How do these plants survive? I started to get anxious. Even if there is water, it should be groundwater. The island is so big, we simply can't find it. Yin Xiaoxiao's tone also became heavy. Clearly she was also worried. The island was so big that after walking for most of the day, the coastline seemed endless, and the scenery remained unchanged. The distant mountains were still the same. Such a big island. Why have I never heard of it before? Usually, islands this big would be marked on a map, right? Yin Xiaoxiao asked Yihuoduk. I finally realized what was happening and quickly replied. Because this place has never been discovered before, there's no record of it. If that's really the case, then aren't we trapped on a completely unknown island? Yin Xiaoxiao's voice lowered, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Don't worry. Once we find a place to start a fire, it will definitely attract rescue. Really? She asked, somewhat doubtful. Of course. How could a handsome guy and a beautiful girl possibly starve to death? I said confidently, though I wasn't entirely sure myself. There's an open area ahead. Let's go there, I said, pointing ahead. She nodded, clearly lacking energy and extremely depressed. We walked to that wide open area, surrounded only by sand and gravel, a desolate place. Come on, let's make a fire here. I started to gather things, searching for anything usable. What are you looking for? Yin Xiaoxiao asked. Looking for something to start a fire. The wood is all wet. How am I supposed to start a fire? You know how to make a fire by rubbing sticks together? She suddenly looked at me differently. I patted my chest and said, I can do everything. I've watched every single one of Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford's videos. Starting a fire by friction is a piece of cake. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Disappointed, I kicked everything away. I couldn't even find a single dry wood shaving. It's ridiculous. What do we need? Yin Xiaoxiao asked quickly. Just fine, dry powder, something that can be lit. She paused for a moment, then her eyes lit up. I have an idea. Chapter 21. Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford are both liars. What method? Yu Tianming asked, somewhat puzzled. Yin Xiaoxiao pointed to her head, raised an eyebrow, and gave a sly smile. What do you mean I'll burn you? Yu Tianming said something with a blank look on his face, which almost made Yin Xiaoxiao explode with anger. I'm talking about hair. Hair. Oh my god. Thank goodness I don't have a heart condition. Huh? Oh. Yu Tianming finally realized what was going on, but he still stubbornly maintained his composure. I know you're talking about your hair. It's just that I can't bear to part with your messy, unkempt hair. You're driving me crazy. Bring me the knife. Yin Xiaoxiao snatched the dagger and slashed at the hair. The dagger was exceptionally sharp, and a handful of jet black hair appeared in her hand. Take it, she huffed and threw it at him. Hey, I think you look kind of cute with short hair. Get out of here and focus on making your fire. Yin Xiaoxiao gave him a cold look. It's so frustrating to have teammates like this. As a girl, how can I bear to cut off my beautiful hair? It must be so heartbreaking. This guy is still making sarcastic remarks. If you can't get angry, see how I deal with you. Now that he had Tinder, Yu Tianming tried to recall how a fire was started in the video. Then, with a confident mind, he walked to the vicinity and gathered a lot of semi-dry firewood. He found a fairly thick piece of wood, used a dagger as an axe, and then hit it with a large stone to split the wood in two. Then I found a wooden stick of suitable thickness and sharpened one end. We're ready to start work now. Yin Xiaoxiao looked at his preparations and was fairly satisfied. That's quite impressive. Looks like this guy wasn't bragging. He really knows how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Yu Tianming sat on the ground, using his feet to stabilize the wood below, took a strand of hair, crumpled it into a ball, and wrapped it around the wooden stick. Yin Xiaoxiao watched intently, then saw him take a deep breath, suddenly turn his head and say, "It's about to begin." She was all very serious, but it was this sentence that almost made Yin Xiaoxiao throw up her back. The guy chuckled a few times before he really started. Rub, rub, I rub, rub, rub. Yu Tianming felt that this thing was very simple, so he hummed a rhythmic tune and began to vigorously rub the wooden stick. 10 minutes have passed. Wait a minute. Why isn't there any reaction at all? Is it a problem with the position? Yu Tianming muttered to himself, then changed his kneeling position. Rub, rub, I rub, rub, rub. 15 minutes have passed again. When Yu Tianming looked down, he saw that the wood below didn't react at all. Only the clump of hair was in a mess. No, let me sort out my thoughts. Are you even capable? Yin Xiaoxiao's initial fervent anticipation had quickly turned into boredom. Even if it's just a little black smoke, it means you've made progress. Besides ruining a lock of my hair, what else have you done? Don't rush me. I'm thinking about it right now. Yu Tianming had boasted that he could start a fire without any problem. The posture? It should be about the same, right? Wood? That should be right, right? Hair. Oh right, I forgot to chop the hair into small pieces. Yu Tianming figured out the key point and slapped his thigh in delight. This time it will definitely work. This guy grabbed something to cushion his hair, used a dagger as a cleaver, and started chopping wildly. Look, the little flame is coming soon. Hee hee. Rub, rub, I rub, rub, rub. 20 minutes have passed again. Yu Tianming was sweating profusely, but still not a single spark or wisp of smoke appeared. This time he couldn't hold back either, frowning and deep in thought. Have you given up? Yin Xiaoxiao had long since lost interest in watching, and now all she felt was heartache for her hair. That's not right. In the video, Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford just rubbed their hair a couple of times, and their hair came out hot. Why is it that when it comes to me, nothing happens? Is there something wrong with the quality of your hair? Your hair is the worst quality one. If you don't like it, Then use your own. Yin Xiaoxiao watched helplessly as Yu Tianming completely ruined her thick head of hair, and her heart ached. Yu Tianming was still carefully thinking about the key points of the problem and did not argue with Yin Xiaoxiao. Just when Yin Xiaoxiao was about to give up, he suddenly shouted again. I see. What do you understand? Yin Xiaoxiao was startled by him. I get it now. Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford are both liars. They lied to me. This method can't start a fire at all. Oh my god. Yin Xiaoxiao is about to collapse. You've thought about this for so long, and this is the only principle you've come up with? If rubbing sticks together to make fire didn't work, how did primitive people make fire? They used lighters. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Let's hurry up and find some food and water. Yin Xiaoxiao had completely given up. Who says it can't be done? I refuse to believe that this little thing can stump me. Yu Tianming's stubbornness kicked in. So what do you want to do? Could you please give me another lock of hair? Yu Tianming glanced at Yin Xiaoxiao with shame. Her originally long hair, which used to be draped over her shoulders, had now become a medium-length bob that reached her shoulders. Again? I'm almost bald. If you need hair, cut it off yourself. I'm not going to serve you anymore. Yin Xiaoxiao was furious. She really shouldn't have believed this boastful guy. If things continue as they are, the fire may not even start, but becoming bald is just around the corner. Without waiting for Yu Tianming to reply, Yin Xiaoxiao stood up and walked away, determined to ignore such an unreliable person. If you don't want to give it to me, you don't have to. It's not like I don't have any. It's just a shame about my hairstyle. Yu Tianming was also open-minded. The worst that could happen was that he'd be bald. But the fire must be kept burning. Putting aside the issue of saving face, the current situation also urgently requires a fire. The guy took a dagger and carefully began to cut his own hair. Once they felt they had enough, they started making fire by rubbing sticks together. Yin Xiaoxiao was initially quite angry, but when she suddenly glanced at Yu Tianming's current hairstyle, she almost burst out laughing. There's a saying that perfectly describes Yu Tianming. It looks like a dog has chewed on it. His head was covered in patches of black and white, giving him a very trendy look. Yu Tianming was still working hard there, constantly determined in his heart. Damn it. Once I get a fire going, I can brag to those bastards when I get home. I've actually started a fire with my bare hands now. They'll be so envious. I'm sweating, but I don't have time to wipe it off. I'm so tired, I don't dare to rest. Time passed by, and Yin Xiaoxiao appreciated Yu Tianming's focused concentration. Actually, if you weren't so childish, you'd be more to my liking. But when I thought about Yu Tianming's various remarks, this goodwill was immediately diluted. 3 whole hours have passed, and Yu Tianming has been playing with his fire-making technique the whole time, except for a few occasional breaks. I have to say, this guy's obsession is really tenacious. The sun was already beginning to set. Yin Xiaoxiao looked at the sky, a hint of helplessness flashing through her mind. She prepared to get up and look around to see if she could find a place to spend the night. But just then, they suddenly heard Yu Tianming burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. This little thing couldn't possibly stump me. We're getting angry. We're getting angry. Chapter 22. Who is it? Who exactly is it? As Yu Tianming laughed heartily, wisps of smoke rose from the half-piece of wood in his hand. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't expect that this guy would actually succeed. The presence of fire at this time was incredibly shocking and impactful. Is there really a fire? Let me see, let me see. Yin Xiaoxiao rushed over at lightning speed, her face filled with excitement, and tears welling up in her eyes. She was so excited. It was a huge hit. After Yu Tianming's initial excitement wore off, he wore an extremely arrogant expression, looking like a king ruling the world. How about that? Pretty good, buddy. This little thing is no problem for me. Yu Tianming, you're absolutely amazing. I knew you could succeed. At this moment, in Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes, Yu Tianming was a godlike existence. To be able to live with a man like this on a deserted island is simply a blessing from God. Stop with your empty talk and attention-seeking. I know how good I am. I don't need anyone else to tell me. That's what he said, but his proud eyes and the wide grin on his face all proved that he really enjoyed Yin Xiaoxiao's adoring gaze. Let's light a fire quickly. Once we have a fire, we can cook delicious food and won't have to eat raw food anymore. Yin Xiaoxiao ignored Yu Tianming's arrogance. The thought of the upcoming cooked meal made her mouth water. TCH. Look at you, so spineless. Just you wait. I'll give you a raging fire right now. Yu Tianming spoke arrogantly, then looked down and began to survey his surroundings. Hey, something's not right. Yu Tianming's eyes widened in panic. What are you looking for? Yin Xiaoxiao asked. Oh my god. Yu Tianming wanted to slap himself twice. How could he forget something so important? His old habit has resurfaced. As usual, his cool demeanor only lasts for 3 seconds. He looked down and searched everywhere, but found nothing. Then, with a mournful face, he said, I forgot to prepare some kindling to start a fire. Oh no, what should we do? I'll go pick it up right away. Yin Xiaoxiao panicked too. She couldn't let the flame she had finally obtained go to waste. Yin Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran towards the edge of the woods, but before she even reached it, she heard Yu Tianming let out a wail. It's out. The fire's out. My little flame. No matter how much Yu Tianming blew, apart from a few embers scattered around after the fire, there wasn't a single spark left. This. Yin Xiaoxiao felt like she had just been on a roller coaster, reaching a high point and then plummeting down in an instant. Damn it, I don't believe it. If it doesn't work, let's try again. Yu Tianming spoke fiercely, holding a half-section of wood in his hands. There were already several small holes in it, which he had painstakingly drilled out. Judging from his posture, he's determined to fight this piece of wood to the bitter end. Don't worry, I'm experienced this time. I guarantee I can get a flame going in less than an hour. Yu Tianming felt as if his face had been struck countless times by Yin Xiaoxiao's gaze, something he absolutely could not tolerate. How can I lose face in front of a woman? Today I'm going to make a scene. Yin Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. This feeling of extreme ups and downs was really unpleasant. However, seeing Yu Tianming's persistent and serious attitude, she was quite gratified. Let him do whatever he wanted. At least he really succeeded in making fire by rubbing sticks together. No, it should be said that it almost succeeded. Yu Tianming has started cutting his hair again. He didn't have much hair to begin with, and now he's almost bald. Yin Xiaoxiao was also quite helpless, so she took the initiative to walk to the side and prepare various thin twigs for him in advance, in case he forgot again. Ugh, teammates like this are such a headache. Not knowing how long Yu Tianming would need this time, Yin Xiaoxiao decided to look around. Can't we find something useful? Even a piece of plastic sheet would be helpful, so it wouldn't be so cold when we sleep at night. She searched around along the edge of the woods, walking about 50 meters away. Suddenly, she felt a gust of cold wind blow past her body, and she shuddered, startled. How can there be a cold wind on such a hot day? Yin Xiaoxiao looked back and saw Yu Tianming not far away, still sitting on the ground, stubbornly trying his best. She wasn't too panicked. Following the direction of the cold wind, she mustered her courage and parted a patch of lush grass. Wow, a cave. It's huge. But then she glanced around and became even more excited. It wasn't because of the cave itself, but because right next to the cave entrance, there was a clear spring. Although the area is not large, only about 2 or 3 square meters, the crystal clear water makes your mouth water just by looking at it. I haven't had a drop of water for almost 2 days, and only a few coconuts have been enough to quench my thirst. This discovery is enough to allow the two of them to persevere for much longer. Yin Xiaoxiao's heart began to race. Fire was quickly produced, and now water is available too. Happiness came too suddenly. However, Yin Xiaoxiao quickly calmed down. Don't panic. Let's test the water quality first. What if it's seawater? She carefully walked through the tall grass and came to the edge of the small pond. Upon closer inspection, the clear water seemed even more appealing. She was quite confident that it was fresh water, almost without even trying. I dipped my finger in the water. It was very cold, icy and refreshing, a truly delightful sensation. Fresh water. It's fresh water. There's water. There's water. Ha ha ha. Yin Xiaoxiao only took one bite before jumping up excitedly and shouting. Yu Tianming was more than 50 meters away from her and couldn't hear what Yin Xiaoxiao shouted. He then heard the words, Who? 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 This woman. Isn't she just making things worse for me? Can't she just stay put for a while? Does she think I'm not working hard enough already? After muttering a few words, he continued to bury his head in his work with the wood. Yin Xiaoxiao ran back happily, her slippers falling off, but she didn't bother to pick them up. She pounced on Yu Tianming's back, still grinning foolishly. Hee hee. Huh? Are you crazy? Yu Tianming looked displeased. He had just made some progress when Yin Xiaoxiao interrupted him. Water, water, water. Yin Xiaoxiao stammered excitedly. Who are you talking about? What animal did you find this time? Water. I mean water. Drinking water. Yin Xiaoxiao finally caught her breath. What's so special about water? The ocean is full of water, Yu Tianming said nonchalantly. Then his eyes widened immediately. Water? Where's the water? I'm dying of thirst. Over there, right over there. It's a huge puddle. I tested it. It's fresh water. Hurry up and take me there. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Yu Tianming threw the piece of wood aside and dragged Yin Xiaoxiao in that direction. Chapter 023. The shitman's outburst has serious consequences. Yu Tianming was far more thirsty than Yin Xiaoxiao. Most of the little water on the leaves was given to Yin Xiaoxiao. He even left all the coconut juice for her to drink. He had been able to keep going for so long without complaining because he was already close to his limit. I just started a fire and sweated a lot. Now that they hear there's water, it's like a pervert spotting a beautiful woman alone. His eyes practically gleam with lust. When Yu Tianming arrived at the small pond, he no longer cared about his image. He submerged his entire head in the water, gulping it down like a wild beast. A full half-minute passed before the guy finally raised his head and let out a satisfying burp. Ugh, that feels so good. Then, this guy very rudely laid down by the pool, closed his eyes, and savored the icy coolness in his mouth. Yin Xiaoxiao knew he was working very hard, so she didn't bother him. Take a few more steps, move aside the guy's half-bald head. The polluted water, cup the clear water in your hands, drink and shed tears. Why are you crying again? You cry when there's fire, and you cry when there's water. If I ever die, I'll definitely hire you to wail at my funeral. You're a real professional. This guy never says a nice thing. Yin Xiaoxiao ignored his comment and said, sobbing, I've never thought water was so precious, so delicious, boo-hoo. All right. Look at you, so pathetic. You stay here, I'll go get the bottle. You're so prescient. Buddy, you knew it would come in handy. Yu Tianming, who was boasting, got up and walked out of the bushes, but Yin Xiaoxiao stopped him. Why are you still carrying the bottle? There's a cave right here. Isn't it better to stay here? Why do you want to go back to that little cave? Hey, that's right. Why am I being homesick? A real man makes the world his home, so why worry about not having a wife? Come on, my beauty, let's go home. With his thirst problem solved, Yu Tianming's arrogance returned. You okay? Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head speechlessly, not knowing what to say to him. Your wording is too exaggerated. It makes me feel like I'm being asked to be a bandit's wife. However, she still obediently followed behind Yu Tianming, intending to see this new home. The cave entrance is large enough to allow a car to enter and exit. It was pitch black inside, with no end in sight. The cold wind just now was blowing from here. I'm a little scared, so please walk slowly. Yin Xiaoxiao has always been afraid of the dark. Seeing that it was pitch black inside, she took Yu Tianming's hand. What's there to be afraid of? I've got you covered. Even if an elephant pops out of there, I'll just treat it like a ride. Yu Tianming felt like his chest was about to shatter, all to demonstrate his fearless spirit. However, this didn't give Yin Xiaoxiao much of a sense of security. It was just too dark. The two walked about 10 meters further in before it became dark. Maybe we should just forget about it and go back to our lodgings. This cave is too deep. Who knows what might be inside? Yin Xiaoxiao knew this guy's arrogant nature, so she took the initiative to give him a way out. Moreover, she herself didn't want to go any deeper. The wind inside was chilling and terrifying. You said it yourself, so let's go out. Yu Tianming had long been uncertain, but he was just putting on a brave face because of his pride. But just as he turned around, he felt his foot suddenly slip. Thump. Wow. What's wrong? Are you all right? Yin Xiaoxiao quickly pulled Yu Tianming up from the ground. The guy was grimacing, as if he had fallen quite hard. Did you fall and hurt yourself? Let me see. What the hell are you looking at? Yu Tianming felt deeply embarrassed and was very unhappy. I touched my own, but it was wet and sticky. Looking at it in the light, I saw a bunch of dark green stuff stuck to my hand. I leaned closer and took a sniff. Damn it. Who doesn't flush after taking a dump? Don't they have any sense of public decency? Yu Tianming was furious. This was a piece of shit. And a huge piece of shit at that. Ew. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly let go, creating a 2-meter distance between them, pinching her nose, looking disgusted. Go outside and wash up quickly. Yin Xiaoxiao kept waving her hands, afraid that the shit man would get close to her. That bastard. I swear I'll beat you to death if I ever run into you. Damn it. Yu Tianming muttered something as he prepared to leave, his hands, buttocks, and back all covered in it. When I passed by Yin Xiaoxiao, I almost knocked her over with the smell. But just then, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, there's something inside. Ignoring the stench emanating from Yu Tianming, she hid directly behind him. Yu Tianming was furious. He turned around, drew his dagger, and shouted viciously. Who's there? Where are you? Damn it. Come out here if you dare, or I'll kill you. You don't even bury your shit. Do you think this is a public toilet? When he turned around, he saw 2 green lights flashing in the dark depths of the cave. Moreover, the green lights seemed to be moving closer to them, though not very fast. Hey, you finally showed up. Come on over here if you dare. Yu Tianming finally had a place to vent his temper. He was extremely arrogant, full of resentment and discontent. Anyway, with such small eyes, even if it's a wild animal, it probably wouldn't have big eyes. Yu Tianming was quite confident. Let's hurry up and leave. What if it's a wild animal? Yin Xiaoxiao's legs started trembling, and she felt like she was about to pee herself from fright. I just don't believe it. No matter what it is, I'm going to teach it a lesson, and reason with it properly. Before Yu Tianming could finish his arrogant words, The two green dots had already stepped out of the darkness. This really scared the guy. He stammered as he spoke, but he changed the subject very quickly. A giant lizard slowly came into view. The baby's two green eyes, each the size of a fist, were staring intently at them. This lizard is over 2 meters long, and with its tail, it is more than 3 meters long. Its limbs are thick and powerful, and its sharp claws can reflect sunlight. Its entire body was covered in thick, hard skin, bumpy and rough, making one's scalp tingle at the sight. The long tongue, light in color, forked at the front, was constantly sticking out and back out, dripping like viscous saliva onto the ground. However, it stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from the two of them. It seems they are trying to confirm the origin of these two humanoid creatures, since they've never eaten them before. Yu Tianming had lost his earlier arrogance. Holding the only short dagger he had, he spoke in a trembling voice. "Brother, I'm new to your esteemed place and came to pay my respects. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to bring a gift. I'll go back and get it now." He led Yin Xiaoxiao and slowly retreated. However, the giant lizard also followed, moving slowly and always maintaining a certain distance from the two. "What should we do? This guy looks like the kind who eats meat," Yin Xiaoxiao asked, her voice trembling. "I really regret it now. I shouldn't have gone into that dilapidated cave." Calm down, I've got it under control. Take it slow, don't rush." Yu Tianming could only pretend to be calm, but he was actually terrified inside. "This monitor lizard's limbs are thicker than my thighs. I definitely can't beat it. And that huge mouth of his is bigger than my head. What should we do? Bro, can you stop seeing us off? We'll walk ourselves." Chapter 24. Yu Tianming's Bravery. The two men retreated shakily to the outside of the cave, but the giant lizard continued to follow behind, always keeping a distance of 7 or 8 meters. "Oh no, it looks like they're planning to keep us here for dinner." Yu Tianming inwardly groaned, regretting that he should have listened to Yin Xiaoxiao instead of trying to be the big shot. However, it was too late to regret it now. The monitor lizard clearly had no intention of letting them go. It's unclear why they haven't launched an attack yet, which has given them time to think. Yu Tianming had no idea what Yin Xiaoxiao was thinking, but he was at a loss for what to do. Instead, an idea popped into his head. If he just kept retreating quietly, would the giant lizard brother not object? Just retreat all the way to the beach. "Dude, you don't believe me? Once you're in the sea, will you still be this awesome?" Unfortunately, his idea could not be implemented. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't know where she stepped, but her foot hurt and she cried out in surprise, though she quickly covered her mouth. But it was all too late. That exclamation was like the starting gun. The monitor lizard, with its seemingly bulky body, suddenly leaped forward with astonishing speed, opened its huge mouth, and pounced straight at Yu Tianming. "Damn it! Run!" Yu Tianming turned around abruptly, grabbed Yin Xiaoxiao, and ran back. That speed was absolutely incredible. It's a shame he didn't compete in the Olympic sprint. Yu Tianming may boast about other things, but when it comes to running, he's definitely an expert. It was thanks to his powerful legs that he survived countless beatings and his father's beatings. "Don't look back. Run into the sea." Yu Tianming grabbed Yin Xiaoxiao and shouted without turning his head. He could clearly hear the monitor lizard scratching the ground with its claws and hissing sounds coming from its mouth, as if it was eyeing the two delicious treats. The sound was so clear that the monitor lizard was right behind him, and it might be about to kick the bucket any second. Yu Tianming wished he had 2 more legs. He used every ounce of strength he had. "Ah!" Yin Xiaoxiao shouted again. She was behind Yu Tianming, closest to the monitor lizard. As soon as I turned around, I saw the monitor lizard's tongue almost touching my leg, which terrified me. It was only about 40 or 50 meters in total, and we were only 5 or 6 meters away from the beach. The monitor lizard was clearly faster than the two of them. Its huge mouth was already open, and it was about to bite down on Yin Xiaoxiao. "Yu Tianming!" Yin Xiaoxiao's shrill scream made Yu Tianming's eardrums ache. Yu Tianming knew the situation was bad, but he didn't have time to think about it further. With gritted teeth and effort, he swung his arm horizontally, unleashing astonishing power in that instant. Yin Xiaoxiao's body seemed to fly up, soaring over Yu Tianming's head and falling straight into the sea in front of her. At that moment, her mind went blank. She only felt a dizzying sensation before falling heavily into the water. But there was one thing she knew. Yu Tianming was doing this to save her, but what about himself? Yu Tianming's actions significantly slowed down his running speed. The monitor lizard, having missed its bite, became ferocious, pushing off the ground with its limbs and lunging at Yu Tianming. Knowing that Yin Xiaoxiao was safe for the time being, Yu Tianming didn't have time to think much and rolled away from the gaping maw. The monitor lizard slammed on the brakes, swung its head sideways, and attacked again. Yu Tianming still had a dagger in his right hand, and without thinking, he threw it away forcefully. But what should have been a sharp dagger became just a tiny white, and when it pierced the monitor lizard's thick skin. Fortunately, this action bought Yu Tianming a little time. He immediately rolled over and got up again. However, there was no way to run to the sea. The monitor lizard blocked his path between him and the coastline. The giant lizard seemed to realize it had met a formidable opponent, and instead of launching an attack, it confronted Yu Tianming once again. Yu Tianming moved a few steps to the left, and the giant lizard followed suit. He moved to the right, but the monitor lizard still blocked the way. What should we do? Yu Tianming started to panic. He couldn't just run back, could he? That would be suicide. Running into the mountains and forests? Forget it. I can't outrun a monitor lizard at all, especially since I don't have any shoes. Just then, Yin Xiaoxiao finally stood up from the seawater. Seeing that Yu Tianming was still alive, she immediately screamed and cried. Yu Tianming, run this way. Holy crap. Yu Tianming was furious. You woman, don't you know when to stop? Didn't you see I just managed to steady this big guy? What's the point of provoking it? This thought only flashed through my mind for a moment, because the monitor lizard, provoked by the sound, indeed pounced again. Yu Tianming took off running, but could only run backwards. The monitor lizard quickly caught up with him and lunged to bite, but Yu Tianming, constantly watching his back, suddenly swerved and narrowly avoided the attack. Huh. Yu Tianming noticed something. This big guy is fast in a straight line, but it's not as fast as me when it turns. Oh, I understand now. Yu Tianming seemed to want to test this idea, so he ran a few steps to create some distance and waited for the giant lizard to come over. Yu Tianming, what are you doing? Come here right now. Yin Xiaoxiao was frantic, standing in the seawater. What's the rush? Watch. I'll show you a trick. Tianming fights the giant gecko. No sooner had Yu Tianming finished speaking than the giant lizard charged at him like a shadow. He suddenly accelerated forward and then made a sharp turn. See that? This bastard can't bite me at all. Yu Tianming had already adapted to the giant lizard's attack rhythm and even had time to pick up his dagger. Then it accelerated and ran into the sea. Oh my god, you scared me to death. Only after Yu Tianming entered the seawater did Yin Xiaoxiao finally put her mind at ease. Can you please stop doing this? What will I do if something happens? As she spoke, tears began to fall from Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Several times just now, she was too scared to look, genuinely afraid that Yu Tianming would be devoured by the giant lizard. Although this guy can be quite annoying at times, it's better for him to be alive than dead. All right, stop crying. I just wanted to get this knife. Without it, how are we supposed to get by? Yu Tianming, though rough around the edges, was actually quite shrewd and quickly came up with an excuse. Yin Xiaoxiao glared at him resentfully a few times before speaking. What do we do now? Yu Tianming looked at the monitor lizard and realized that the big guy hadn't given up at all and was just staying at the edge of the sea. Those green eyes stared intently at the two of them, showing no intention of giving up so easily. It's no big deal, we'll wade back. Anyway, this guy is too scared to go in the water. Once out of danger, Yu Tianming's arrogance returned. That's all we can do. Yin Xiaoxiao finally caught her breath. Chapter 25. So lizards can swim. The moment the two moved, the monitor lizards on the shore became alert and followed them. Hey, damn it. Is this never going to end? Yu Tianming got angry. The water had already entered the tank. Why weren't they giving up? You ugly freak, you're planning to come home with me. He took a few steps back, and the monitor lizard followed him. Its two eyes were fixed on him, and its long tongue kept sniffing in his direction. Huh, is this guy going to fight me to the death? Yu Tianming seemed to realize something. Why don't you go away a little further away first? Huh? Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao didn't know what he wanted to do, but she still obediently waded through the water and walked 10 meters away. Sure enough, the giant lizard was waiting for Yu Tianming on the shore, not even glancing at Yin Xiaoxiao. Yu Tianming's teasing of the monitor lizard has thoroughly enraged it. Judging from the looks of it, the monitor lizard won't be satisfied until it eats Yu Tianming. Damn it, you want to mess with me? Fine, you bastard, you just wait. Yu Tianming's ruthlessness flared up, and he roared. Xiao, I'll lure this grandson away in a bit. You go ashore and collect all our belongings. Go back to the cave and wait for me. Even at this point, Yu Tianming hadn't forgotten the pile of trash he'd picked up. If I leave, what will you do? I won't leave, I want to stay with you. At this moment, Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't bring herself to abandon Yu Tianming and run away alone. Besides, Yu Tianming risked his life to save me. If I were to shamelessly leave, how could we possibly get along in the future? You woman, why are you so troublesome? I told you to leave, so you left. I have my own way of getting away. At worst, I'll swim back. I'm an elementary school swimming champion. Yu Tianming was already being polite by not cursing. Even at a time like this, you're still being so wishy-washy. If it weren't for the fact that Yin Xiaoxiao was someone he found somewhat agreeable, he would have already started cursing. But, stop with the buts, just do as I say. I won't die. Ugh. Yu Tianming felt so tired. If this were back in his hometown, he would have been furious and cursing. He wouldn't actually hit someone. Yu Tianming has been in countless fights throughout his life, but he has never hit a woman. Yu Tianming. Yin Xiaoxiao was about to argue. If you utter another word, I'll drown myself right now, rather than let you drive me to my death. Are you leaving or not? I'm asking you one last time. Are you coming or not? Yu Tianming was furious and roared loudly. In fact, he himself didn't know if the plan was feasible. What if the monitor lizard couldn't stand it and went into the water? I don't know anything about monitor lizards, so who knows if it can swim. It's better if one of them can leave than if both of them end up as food for the monitor lizard. Yin Xiaoxiao's tears were already flowing uncontrollably. Seeing Yu Tianming's resolute expression from a distance of more than 10 meters, I felt so sad. She even started to blame herself, wondering why she had to go into that cave in the first place. She could have just gone back after drinking the water. Now, he's even risking Yu Tianming's life, all to save himself. Yu Tianming, you must come back alive. I'm waiting for you at home. Get out of here, stop talking nonsense. Yin Xiaoxiao's tender farewell words provoked another roar from Yu Tianming. She finally left, but she kept turning back to look at Yu Tianming. Once Yu Tianming saw her leave, he was completely relieved. He started walking in the opposite direction, and the giant lizard spotted Yu Tianming and slowly followed him on the shore. Wading through the water, he struggled to walk 100 or 200 meters, but from his current angle, he could no longer see Yin Xiaoxiao. That girl is always disobedient and causes me trouble. But she should be safe now. Don't forget about those precious belongings. Now that only Yu Tianming and the giant lizard were left, he could finally relax a little. After all, if you're the only one left, your chances of escaping are always higher. You bastard, come in the water if you dare. I'll make you regret it. Yu Tianming arrogantly cursed the giant lizard. However, it is clear that the monitor lizard has a great deal of patience when hunting, and it just lay there quietly on the shore. It only moves when Yu Tianming moves. Otherwise, it remains as still as a rotten log, completely silent. This can't go on. We can't get rid of this bastard. Yu Tianming was also starting to worry. The giant lizard had been confronting him for more than half an hour and refused to leave. Now, he only has two options. Either go ashore and kill the monitor lizard, or dive back. The first option is to forget about it. That would be no different from sending someone to their death in the past. The second option, diving, seems feasible. Yu Tianming didn't waste any time. He acted on his thoughts immediately. Before leaving, he didn't forget to mock the monitor lizard. Grandson, you wait and see. When Grandpa gets a good weapon, I'll come back for revenge. Goodbye. After saying that, Yu Tianming gradually waded into the deep water and then plunged in. Upon noticing this, the monitor lizard abruptly stood up, its eyes scanning the sea surface, searching for any trace of its prey. About 2 minutes later, Yu Tianming finally emerged from the sea in the distance. Seeing the monitor lizard still looking around stupidly, the guy laughed several times and even gave the middle finger to the shore. Sigh. Some things really shouldn't be repeated too often. Yu Tianming still can't escape the vicious cycle of being cool for no more than 3 seconds. The monitor lizard discovered Yu Tianming's location and actually went into the water on its own. This scene terrified Yu Tianming so much that he almost lost his mind. You little brat, you're cheating. You said you wouldn't go in the water. Damn it, you're such a good swimmer. Before he could even finish his curse, Yu Tianming noticed that the monitor lizard's back and head were above water. It wasn't swimming very fast, but it was at least faster than Yu Tianming. He quickly swam towards the deeper water. It was too late to get back to shore. Given the monitor lizard's current speed, we can stop him without even waiting for him to come ashore. But going into the deep water is also a dead end. Yu Tianming began to wail inwardly. Damn it, he's gone too far with his showing off. Even if the monitor lizard can't catch up with him, he'll still drown once he runs out of energy. But that's just wishful thinking. I still have to keep swimming forward. Every extra minute of life is a good thing. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I'm really going to die this time. My dad's bathhouse is waiting for me to go back and inherit it, and I haven't even gotten my hands on that flight attendant yet. With so many regrets, how could he just die like that? Damn it, I can't swim as fast as you, so I'll challenge you to a breath-holding contest. Yu Tianming took a deep breath and then dove down. Unseen by Yu Tianming, the giant lizard also slid down, creating a scene of relentless battle. If someone found out that this was the case, they would definitely start cursing. Chapter 26. Rescued by a sea turtle in a moment of crisis. He couldn't open his eyes in the seawater at all. Yu Tianming tried several times, but failed, and almost choked on the water himself. But I still tried my best, swimming as far as I could into deeper water. Monitor lizards have a thin membrane around their eyes, which allows them to locate targets even in water. Its enormous tail and feet propelled it forward at a speed far exceeding Yu Tianming's. Yu Tianming, the blind man in the sea, knew nothing of all this and could only pray in secret. Don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer. I don't want to die so soon. Why don't you wait until I drown before you eat me? Don't make my death look so gruesome. Yu Tianming was also gambling, but it was clear that he lost. The monitor lizard was only 2 meters away from him. Unable to open its mouth in the water, it used its sharp claws to try and hook Yu Tianming out of the water. Yu Tianming could already feel the huge fluctuations in the water around him, and he knew that the giant lizard was getting close. He sighed inwardly. Oh well, so be it. He was going to die sooner or later on this deserted island anyway. It's better to be free sooner rather than later, so as not to cause trouble for others. Just as the giant lizard's claws were about to touch Yu Tianming's skin, a huge object suddenly crashed in from the side, knocking the giant lizard far away. The water around Yu Tianming suddenly churned, and his body collided with something hard. A large mouthful of seawater suddenly gushed into his mouth, making his throat burn. Yu Tianming had long reached his limit of holding his breath. He couldn't catch his breath and was kicking his arms and legs wildly, about to sink. The massive, hard object beside him swung, lifting Yu Tianming up from behind and quickly rising to the surface of the sea. Yu Tianming felt like he was about to die, but the moment his head broke the surface of the water, a large amount of fresh air rushed into his lungs. Ahu-hu-hu-hu. Yu Tianming was panting heavily, and it took him a long time to recover. It was only then that Yu Tianming realized he was lying on a turtle's back. A leatherback turtle with a carapace area exceeding 1 square meter is staring intently at the water's surface. The monitor lizard also surfaced at this moment, seemingly sizing up the giant tortoise. Old tortoise, it's you. Yu Tianming had narrowly escaped death and was still shaken, but he recognized the leatherback turtle whose feet he had personally trimmed at a glance. My goodness, the ups and downs of life are just too exciting. Damn it, this bastard has been bullying me all this time. Now that my buddy's here, old turtle, let's team up and take him down. The turtle clearly couldn't understand what he was saying, so it just floated quietly on the surface of the water, constantly adjusting its direction to prevent the monitor lizard from taking advantage of it. Monitor lizards are clearly not as agile in the water as professional swimmers, sea turtles. After the 2 giant beasts faced off on the sea for several minutes, the monitor lizard finally gave up. Yu Tianming was unhappy as he watched the monitor lizard swagger towards the shore. Brother, don't be a coward. Go for it. Take him down. I'm talking to you. Can't you at least respond? Hello? Hello. Damn it. It seems you really aren't as smart as a dolphin. Yu Tianming was extremely unwilling, but he could only watch helplessly as the giant lizard returned to land. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. Brother Turtle, I'm very grateful that you saved me. But what's next? Are we just going to drift like this? But before the creature could finish its complaint, the sea turtle swam off to the other side, seemingly heading towards the beach where Yu Tianming had trimmed its toenails. Okay, you still know the way home, so you're not too stupid. Yu Tianming's mood began to improve. He sat on the turtle's back, admiring the boundless sea, and even hummed a little tune. The word carefree is really fitting to describe Yu Tianming. They soon reached the shallow water area, and Yu Tianming jumped and landed directly on the land. All right, old tortoise, let's go our separate ways. You've settled the debt you owe me. As Yu Tianming was about to leave, the giant sea turtle bit his ankle. The sea turtle didn't bite too hard. It just held onto his ankle and wouldn't let go. What the hell? You've gotten addicted to pedicures. Yu Tianming asked himself stupidly. However, he soon noticed something unusual. A large number of stones were floating on the sea behind him. At a glance, there were at least 20 or 30 clumps. He now knew what was going on and gave a wry smile. Old tortoise, you're really something. You've invited all your relatives over. Even if Yu Tianming was slow-witted, he finally understood. It's like a group of sea turtles came to him for a pedicure. As those rocks climbed ashore, each one was enormous. The smaller one weighs about 70 or 80 kilograms, probably a grandchild. The older one weighs at least 100 or 200 kilograms, so it seems to be from the father's generation. The largest of the sea turtles almost scared Yu Tianming to death when he took one look at it. This was a great-grandfather-level turtle. Dude, you must weigh at least 500 kilograms, right? What kind of good food do you usually eat? Anyway, Yu Tianming himself had no concept of 500 kilograms. He just felt that this sea turtle was too big. It had exceeded his imagination. The sea turtles formed a circle, while Yu Tianming stood in the middle, looking left and right. Apart from their different sizes, these big guys all looked like spheres. The sea turtles' intentions were clear. They wanted Yu Tianming to immediately begin the pedicure. I need to talk to you about something. It's getting dark soon. Can we go home first? I promise to provide you with excellent service, one by one, okay? When Yu Tianming saw so many sea turtles, he realized that even if he stayed up all night, he wouldn't be able to finish dealing with them. There's a beautiful woman waiting for him at home. He might cry himself blind. She's terrified of the dark, so I need to hurry back to be with her. I can't leave her alone at home. Yu Tianming carefully slipped out through the gap in the sea turtle enclosure. The sea turtles were also very cooperative, following behind him. Although they crawled a little slower, there was only one path anyway. Yu Tianming finally gave up. It seemed he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After all, he had promised the sea turtle to trim their toenails one by one. The road wasn't long, and Yu Tianming soon returned to the vicinity of the cave. Before I could even get there, Yin Xiaoxiao's crying could already reach my ears. Yu Tianming, you're such a good person. To save me, he sacrificed himself. I don't actually dislike you. It's just that your mouth smells terrible. Now I'm all alone. What am I supposed to do? Why are you so foolish? Why do you want to die? If we die together, we'll have each other on the road to the underworld. Hee hee. Little sister, I'm back to pick you up, aren't I? How about we walk the road to the underworld together? A muffled, sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind Yin Xiaoxiao. Huh. Ah. A scream that shattered eardrums echoed through the cave. Chapter 27. The rough and tiring work still has to be done. Yin Xiaoxiao was squatting on the ground, crying, when this sound startled her. Without even turning around, he picked up the dog-beating stick and swung it at someone behind him. Yu Tianming easily dodged it, chuckling. Girl, your staff technique still needs improvement. Are you a human or a ghost? Yin Xiaoxiao asked, trembling. What do you think? It's so hard for me to walk alone, let me take you with me. Yu Tianming wanted to continue his antics, but the smile on his lips betrayed him. Upon seeing this, Yin Xiaoxiao immediately dropped the stick and burst into tears again. Two long, beautiful legs rushed over in a few steps and grabbed Yu Tianming's waist. You damn fool. Why didn't you come back sooner? Do you know how worried I was? I thought. She started crying as she was talking and couldn't continue. Yu Tianming was held tightly by her, and looking at Yin Xiaoxiao in his arms, he was filled with emotion. Yin Xiaoxiao thought he was dead, and he himself thought so at the time. But after escaping death, the guy is back to full health. Silly girl, who do you think you are? Just a big gecko, and you think you can fight me? I'm not bragging, but if this guy hadn't been so fast, I would have definitely knocked it to the ground and made Gecko my dinner tonight. The scene was intense, but it only took a few punches and kicks for me to beat him to a pulp. It's just that the cave was too dark, which affected my performance and allowed that bastard to escape. Yin Xiaoxiao held him tightly, listening to his rambling and disdainful remarks. Haha, let him brag if he wants. Anyway, he likes it. At least he's back. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you even react a little? Also, stop rubbing against me, okay? Don't you know your own situation? Yu Tianming started complaining again. Yin Xiaoxiao blushed deeply and quickly let go of her hand. She realized that the action she had just taken was inappropriate, and that her bra had been squeezed out of shape. You bastard, you took advantage of me and then made sarcastic remarks. No wonder no woman likes you. Then Yu Tianming added, look at this. I only have this one pullover, and it's covered in your snot. How am I supposed to go out and make a living? Huh, this guy was talking about his clothes, not mine. Fine, at least you're back, so I won't bother with someone like you. Her once fair face was streaked with tears, and even her eyelashes were still wet with teardrops. Her big eyes were blinking so hard, it made my heart ache. If something like this happens again, you can't leave me alone, okay? She said, feeling wronged. This is called a strategic retreat, do you understand? If you don't leave, how can I unleash my full potential? I forgot to tell you, I was just 2 inches away from breaking its leg. Anyway, Yin Xiaoxiao didn't see it. Yu Tianming's words were getting more and more outrageous, as if he were a god descended to Earth to save humanity. All right, I know you're capable. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. If you keep talking, are you about to fly to the heavens? Huh? What's going on? It was only then that Yin Xiaoxiao noticed the group of sea turtles following behind him. It's also because the sea turtle moved too slowly, giving Yu Tianming plenty of time to boast. Oh, these brothers have all come here because of my reputation to get their feet done. It shows that my skills are famous far and wide. Shaw, you're such a braggart. Although Yin Xiaoxiao did not see what happened, she imagined the scene herself. If nothing unexpected happens, it must have been these sea turtles that saved you. But your pedicure skills are indeed quite good, otherwise the sea turtles wouldn't have come in groups. So what should we do now? Yin Xiaoxiao asked. What else can we do? Open the door and do business. Give pedicures to everyone. However, the thought of more than 20 of them waiting for him made Yu Tianming grin. Cleaning up a sea turtle takes at least an hour. There are more than 20 of them here. Isn't this just another reason to stay up all night? While it may be mentally exhausting, there is also a huge benefit. If we remove all the barnacles from these sea turtles, it will be enough for me and Yin Xiaoxiao to eat for 2 or 3 days. All right, just treat it as a business transaction. If you want to earn some food, there's no such thing as an easy job. It's better than swimming with a monitor lizard, right? Huh? What's going on with you now? When Yu Tianming entered the cave, he saw that in addition to the garbage, there were also many pieces of wood and branches scattered on the ground. I thought you weren't coming back, so I wanted to try starting a fire myself, because I'm afraid of the dark. Yin Xiaoxiao spoke with a pitiful expression, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears again. So how's your progress? Yu Tianming asked with a smile. Is there even a question? There's a piece of wood on the ground with a few shallow pits on it. If Yu Tianming didn't have such good eyesight, he probably wouldn't have been able to tell. It's been over an hour, and there's been no reaction at all. I think it's really amazing that you can start a fire. Yin Xiaoxiao wasn't lying. She only realized how difficult it was to start a fire by rubbing sticks together after she tried it herself. Even if you gave yourself 10 hours, let alone 1 hour, I doubt there would be any reaction. You're so stupid all day long. Show me your hands. Yu Tianming didn't wait for Yin Xiaoxiao's consent before taking her small, delicate hand and examining it closely. Yin Xiaoxiao tried to pull her hand back, but she didn't have enough strength. Yin Xiaoxiao, who never lifts a finger at home, now has bright red palms with blisters in several places. Oh dear, that one look made Yu Tianming's heart ache. All right, let's leave it at that. From now on, I'll take care of all the hard and tiring work. You're in charge of feeding me and fattening me up. I really don't believe this godforsaken place can starve us to death. Uft. Yin Xiaoxiao finally burst into laughter through her tears. This guy's cheesy pickup lines may not be pleasant to hear, but they're heartwarming. Actually, I also help with chores. I'm not some pampered rich girl. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't want to be a burden to Yu Tianming, so she still wanted to do what she could. Oh, is that so? Then go out and collect firewood, both thick and thin. Yin Xiaoxiao was speechless. After surviving a near-death experience and reuniting, shouldn't they say something intimate to each other? They were speaking so righteously just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they're telling me to go out and collect firewood. What are you looking at? It's getting dark. Hurry up and go gather some firewood nearby. I'll start a fire first. Yu Tianming glanced at the dumbfounded Yin Xiaoxiao, then looked at the sky outside, and was a little unhappy. Fine. You're really something, you. I'll go gather firewood right now and burn you to death, you heartless bastard. Yin Xiaoxiao angrily shook off Yu Tianming's hand and left the cave. Yu Tianming, still oblivious to the world, said to the sea turtles, You see? That's women for you. They're hard to please. By the way, please wait a little longer. After I start the fire, I'll trim your toenails one by one. No one knew what the sea turtles were thinking, but they all lay near the entrance of the cave, neither raising their heads nor making a sound, leaving Yu Tianming bored. Fire must be made. Now that we've learned how to make fire, we can't stay up all night in the dark anymore. The guy picked and chose among the branches, and only started rubbing one that looked good to him. Hey, do you think if I learn this skill from here, I'll be a really professional scrubber when I go home? The sea turtles fell silent. Sigh, with my slow hand speed, isn't it a shame I'm not practicing boxing? The sea turtle remained silent. If the sea turtle could understand him, it would definitely say, Can you hurry up and finish fixing our toes? We need to go home. Chapter 28. You're in charge of pedicures. I'll be in charge of body scrubbing. Practice makes perfect. This time, starting a fire was a piece of cake for Yu Tianming. He had spent the entire afternoon practicing and had accumulated a little experience. When Yin Xiaoxiao returned carrying a large pile of tree branches, smoke had already begun to rise from the area. Sigh. Yin Xiaoxiao sighed, thinking to herself, In this godforsaken place, you really have to rely on a man. I'm lucky to have such a fool. If it were any other man with bad intentions, I would have been in a much worse situation. Putting aside her thoughts and composing herself, Yin Xiaoxiao entered the cave and threw a bundle of firewood heavily on the ground. All right, that's enough, isn't it? Yin Xiaoxiao said angrily, still fuming. Who told this guy not to know how to be gentle with women? That's enough for now. Go out and move some stones, find the big ones. We'll use them to build a fire. Yu Tianming didn't even look up. He glanced at the firewood casually and then started instructing Yin Xiaoxiao on what to do. You okay? I'll go move the stones. Yin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and began to curse in her heart. You wait. I'll find a big rock and smash you to death, you big idiot. I'm so angry. Previously, in order to save Yin Xiaoxiao, Yu Tianming chose to stay behind to cover their retreat. Yin Xiaoxiao will always remember this act of selflessness and kindness in saving others. But Yu Tianming is such an idiot. The contrast between his previous and current behavior is too great. He promised himself he wouldn't do any rough or heavy work, but he changed his mind before he could even last 3 seconds. Yin Xiaoxiao carried stones of all sizes into the cave in 2s and 3s. She was panting heavily from exhaustion, while that big idiot was still intently playing with starting a fire. The smoke was much thicker than before, and it looked like the fire was about to be lit. Is that enough? What else do you need to do? Yin Xiaoxiao pouted, suppressing her anger as she asked. If you're free, then clean up the stuff on the turtle's back first. I'll go after you when I'm free. Remember, don't touch the head or limbs. Leave them to me. I'm good at it. I'll give you a chance to practice. When we get out of here, we'll open a husband and wife shop. You'll be in charge of pedicures, and I'll be in charge of body scrubbing. It'll be a huge hit, the guy said casually. You big idiot. Are you never going to stop? Am I your lackey? You want me to do pedicures for others? You wish. Repair, repair, repair. Repair your ass. I'll just stab you to death when you're asleep tonight. Yin Xiaoxiao could only complain in her heart. Pick up the dagger, sit down next to the sea turtle, and begin her pedicure work. She was furious, completely ignoring one of Yu Tianming's choices of words, husband and wife shop. Soon, Yu Tianming burst into laughter, followed by a burst of flames erupting from the dark cave. This time, Yu Tianming didn't forget to prepare the ignition source. He couldn't afford to fall into the same pit twice, especially with a beautiful woman supervising the work. Yu Tianming was very pleased with himself, but little did he know that Yin Xiaoxiao had already cursed him countless times in her mind. Get out of here and keep an eye on the fire. We're having roasted barnacles tonight. Ha ha ha. Your skills are no good. Look at what you've done to the turtle brothers. They look like they have alopecia areata. You need to clean them up and smooth them out. Going out with a turtle shell like this is just ruining my reputation. Yu Tianming glanced at it and was extremely dissatisfied with Yin Xiaoxiao's work. He snatched the dagger from Yin Xiaoxiao's hand and began his most skilled trick, pedicure. Finally, the news started circulating, and Yin Xiaoxiao was naturally very happy. I'm not as excited as I was when I first saw fire, not to mention this annoying guy. I'm not a professional pedicurist. How would I know where to start? You dare to have a problem? I do have a problem. Yin Xiaoxiao was about to be driven crazy by this guy. A person was sitting by the fire, sulking, when he felt something hit him on the head. Looking to the side, I saw that there were already quite a few barnacles scattered on the ground. What are you looking at? Put it on the rock to roast. Do I need to tell you this? Look at what you've done to this turtle. It's hideous. This guy is still complaining. He seems to have completely entered the role of a pedicurist and can't get out of it. Eat, eat, eat. You'll choke to death in a minute. She cursed inwardly, but her hands didn't stop. She picked up the barnacles one by one and placed them on the stone. Enjoy the warmth of the flames while waiting for your barbecue feast. Yu Tianming's skills are really good. He's fast and clean. The turtle's back was processed quickly, and a good amount of barnacles were also harvested. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat wafted out of the small cave. Having not eaten cooked food for 2 days, Yin Xiaoxiao stopped cursing Yu Tianming. I stared longingly at the roasted barnacles, which were mixed with seawater and juices and were steaming. This foodie beauty couldn't help but drool. Eat up, eat up. The smell of your saliva is wafting into my nose. Fill yourself up first, then come and feed me. I can't stop working, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. It's been an hour and he's only managed to clean one sea turtle. There are still more than 20 outside, lined up and waiting. What? You want me to feed you? You wish. I ate them all. I didn't leave you a single one. I'll let you starve to death, you bastard. Yin Xiaoxiao got right to work, selecting the already roasted barnacles and cracking them open one by one with small stones. A small, white lump of meat with an enticing aroma. One bite reveals its tender, smooth, and bouncy texture, a truly delicious treat. It smells so good. Yin Xiaoxiao took a satisfied sip, then deliberately started smacking her lips loudly, making Yu Tianming drool incessantly. Why does this girl stop caring about her image when she eats? Were you a reincarnation of a starving ghost in your past life? Dude, I was just being polite. You silly girl, why didn't you take the initiative? Would it kill you to give me a few pills? Driven by his pride, Yu Tianming could only bury himself in his work and work harder, hoping that Yin Xiaoxiao would finish eating soon and come to feed him. But this foodie beauty has made up her mind to eat as much as she can, and to keep eating even when she can't eat anymore. You want me to feed you? Just wait. We'll see you at dawn. Let's see how long you can last. Poor Yu Tianming was busy trimming his toenails, while the beautiful Yin Xiaoxiao was happily munching on food behind him. Time flew by, and in a full 3 hours, Yu Tianming had become quite skilled and had already processed 7 or 8 sea turtles. Judging from this, I should be able to get everything done before dawn, and then I can even get a short nap. But his stomach had rebelled countless times, and it wasn't until he really couldn't hold on any longer that he realized there was no movement behind him. When the guy turned around, he was furious. Holy crap, could there be a worse teammate than you? Chapter 29, Gnawing on a Big Pig's Trotter. Many empty shells and fragments were scattered around the fire, and they had begun to pile up into a small mound. Then he saw Yin Xiaoxiao lying on the ground asleep, hugging her stomach in a very unladylike manner. Girl, it's one thing for you to drool, but I already saw it last night. But sister, your belly is so bulging. How much did you eat? There were 7 or 8 sea turtles, each with at least 200 or 300 barnacles on its body. That adds up to 1,000 or 2,000. Even if you remove the shells and there's very little meat left, it's still meat. Dude, I've been working so hard giving someone a pedicure for so long. And you, my wife, just fell asleep? Using hardy to describe you is a waste of such a beautiful word. Yin Xiaoxiao. Yu Tianming called out in a huff. The drooling woman didn't react at all. Holy crap, you eat your fill and then sleep? Are you a pig? Even pigs are more alert than you. At least they can grunt a few times. Despite my inner turmoil, life goes on. Afraid that she would get cold while sleeping, Yu Tianming kindly took off his only cushion-style pullover and gently covered Yin Xiaoxiao with it. Before 10 seconds had even passed, the woman, probably because she was too hot from sleeping, rudely shoved him away. Okay, you're really something. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Yu Tianming angrily sat down in front of the sea turtle and said irritably, see, this is what women are like. You'd better choose your wife carefully in the future. The sea turtle was also quite confused, not understanding what the person was talking about. It had just finished the pedicure and was enjoying it. It stretched out its big head in an exceptionally cute way and rubbed against Yu Tianming, as if urging him to hurry up. Okay, why are you rushing me? Foot masseurs are human too. They have tempers too. After complaining, Yu Tianming picked up the knife again and continued working. I can't not work. Yin Xiaoxiao ate all those barnacles, so I have to dig them up again. The sun had long since set behind the distant sea, and a newborn crescent moon, like a silver hook, hung obliquely in the sky. Only streaks of silver ripples appeared on the sea surface, with new waves rolling up and crashing against the shore. The moon was shining directly over the warm little cave, and at the entrance, a figure was working hard to get a bite to eat. It was already midnight when Yu Tianming took his first bite of the steaming hot, sweet, and delicious barnacles. He was exhausted after experiencing so much today. He would have been asleep long ago if it weren't for a promise. Because there are more than a dozen sea turtles waiting for him. After eating several large mouthfuls of barnacle meat, Yu Tianming regained some of his strength. A slight feeling of fatigue began to creep into his mind. Now he finally understands. Being full really makes you sleepy. He just squinted for a few seconds, wanting to rest, before slowly leaning against the cave wall and falling into a deep sleep. The sea turtles also worked together very well, staying right at the entrance of the cave and not leaving. It's because this guy fell asleep before finishing his work. As the night wore on, the fire began to slowly die down. The temperature inside the cave began to drop, but the atmosphere did not. Yu Tianming's snoring seemed to give Yin Xiaoxiao some guidance. The beautiful woman turned over a few times in her sleep, then curled up and fell asleep in Yu Tianming's arms again. When the morning sun shines into the cave, the sea turtles had already woken up, but the man and woman were still sleeping in each other's arms, affectionately. However, the design is indeed somewhat lacking. Sometime later, the two of them started sleeping in opposite directions. At this moment, Yu Tianming was actually hugging Yin Xiaoxiao's feet, with a satisfied look on his face and the corners of his mouth turned up. He was obviously very happy in his dream. It smells so good, so good. Yu Tianming was talking in his sleep and chuckled. Yin Xiaoxiao felt an unbearable itch around her feet and finally woke up. She opened her eyes in a daze, and what she saw next left her dumbfounded. Her mind went blank, and she was at a loss for what to do. Because Yu Tianming was grinning foolishly, his mouth was open, his tongue was sticking out, and his target was Yin Xiaoxiao's toes. You pervert! Yin Xiaoxiao finally snapped out of her daze. She yelled and kicked Yu Tianming. Ouch! Oh my god! That kick was so powerful that it sent Yu Tianming flying half a meter away. He rubbed his head and sat up, a little confused when he saw Yin Xiaoxiao's still angry expression. What are you doing? He was having a sweet dream when he was abruptly interrupted. Everyone has a bit of morning grumpiness. You, do you even know what you were about to do? Yin Xiaoxiao was filled with shame and indignation. What are you doing? I'm having a dream. About to devour a giant pig's trotter. Yu Tianming scratched his head. His bald patches were so bad that he had to tidy up the few remaining hairs. Pig's trotters? Do you take me for? How can you say that? You're treating a girl's foot like a pig's trotter. I was just drooling. If I had woken up any later, you pervert would have gotten your way. You're not faking it, are you? Trying to take advantage of me, right? It's pig's trotters. Let me tell you, it smelled amazing. I can still remember that irresistible aroma. This guy even twitched his nose a few times in a very tasteless way, as if it really smelled good. Shut up. I feel like kicking you again. There was no way to explain this anymore, so she could only swallow her anger. However, she secretly resolved that she would be more careful around Yu Tianming when she slept from now on. Today they're just nibbling on feet, but what about tomorrow? The day after? Maybe they'll start using dirty tricks. Where are you going? Yu Tianming was still savoring the moment when he saw Yin Xiaoxiao get up angrily and walk out of the cave. I'm going to wash the pig's trotters. No. Anyway, stay out of my way and don't follow me. Yin Xiaoxiao was also furious with this guy, so she went straight to the beach and started washing her feet seriously. She had a bad feeling. Was the scene she saw when she woke up really the end? What if someone has already, Thinking of this, she was both angry and shy, and repeatedly washed her feet in the seawater. TCH, they're just spoiled. I was finally getting a good night's sleep, and they interrupted me. Did I say anything? He muttered complaints in the cave, with only a few sea turtles as his audience. Oh dear, I ate something too salty last night, and now I don't even have any water to drink. Only a bunch of banana trees remained in the cave. Holy crap, the fire's out. Yu Tianming quickly stirred the fire, carefully searching for embers. Ah, thank goodness. There was a small piece of wood at the very back that was still emitting blue smoke, and it was quite hot. Quickly find some wood chips and scraps to reignite the fire. Yin Xiaoxiao returned at this time, but she had something extra in her hand. She angrily threw it at him, saying, I just picked it up from the sea. What? I don't know. I didn't see it. Didn't you say you'd pick up any trash you saw? Yu Tianming glanced at the small box. It was wrapped in black plastic with only a few circles on it and no text. The design was quite simple. The key is that no water got in, which is why it can float on the water. But when he opened the package, he exclaimed in surprise, Is this a gift from God? Chapter 30. Little sister sends off her lover. Yu Tianming's startled reaction piqued Yin Xiaoxiao's interest as well. She was washing her feet at the beach when she saw this thing floating by. She picked it up and shook it, and since it didn't feel any water inside, she brought it back. But after she looked at it carefully again, she immediately blushed deeply. Bah, that pervert actually called it a gift. Gift my foot. This is clearly a tool for committing a crime. The key point is that Yu Tianming, that shameless guy, took out an even smaller package inside, thin, about 4 centimeters square, with a bunch of colorful circles drawn on it. Below is a line of inconspicuous small print. Safety is my priority. I'll be with you every step of the way. Look what this is. Yu Tianming held up the small package and waved it in front of Yin Xiaoxiao. I don't know. Maybe it's a hair tie. But my hair is short now, so I don't need it anymore. I should just throw it away. Yin Xiaoxiao is now extremely regretful. Why did she have to be so impulsive and pick that thing up? Although I was a girl and had never used it before, I recognized what kind of thing it was at a glance. What will happen if it falls into Yu Tianming's hands? Can anything good come of it? No wonder he said it was a gift from heaven. That's just a man's nature. Shameless. Throw it away? What a waste. This thing is very useful. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming immediately objected, then added, Think about it. The two of us are on this deserted island with no sanitary facilities. If things continue like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. With this, it's different. It's much safer. Yu Tianming, are you ever going to stop? Were you planning this from the very beginning? Oh, I see. You were faking it all along, weren't you? You were just waiting for this moment, wanting to do that, but not wanting to take responsibility, right? I hate you so much. You big pervert. You shameless bastard. Yin Xiaoxiao launched into a tirade of incoherent curses, leaving Yu Tianming completely bewildered. Are you making a big deal out of this? It's just a box of disposable gloves you found. How does that have to do with me? Are you still grumpy from waking up? I'm angry. I'm angry. Gloves? Disposable gloves? Yin Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed a package, tore it open, and sure enough, It contained disposable gloves. Of course it is. What else could it be but gloves? Yin Xiaoxiao didn't answer for a long time. Oh God, please give me a crack in the ground to crawl into. I'm so embarrassed. Or maybe I should just throw myself into the sea and commit suicide. What kind of packaging is this for gloves? It's clearly. Oh, I get it. Yu Tianming finally realized. Shut up. Don't say another word. If you do, I'll get angry. Yin Xiaoxiao, being a girl, immediately thought of those rubber rings when she saw this kind of packaging. On the contrary, Yu Tianming didn't think that way. In comparison, my own thinking is unhealthy. But hee. Yu Tianming was having a hard time holding back. He had no idea you were such a dirty-minded girl. In broad daylight, you're having such inappropriate thoughts. It's making me itchy too. Speaking of which, if I really had a box of rubber bands, it might come in handy someday. As he thought about it, the guy actually blushed. Hurry up and get your pedicure done. People are getting impatient. Yin Xiaoxiao said coquettishly, her face full of shame. Hee, the girl's getting anxious. Did you guys see that? This guy was even talking to the sea turtle. Get out of here, go get a pedicure somewhere else, came another angry outburst. Come on, brothers, let's go to the beach. Your brother Ming is in a good mood today, so after the pedicure, he'll give you a full bath, all-inclusive service. Let's go. Sure enough, these sea turtles seemed to have a special connection with Yu Tianming. As soon as he moved, they followed suit. It seems the professional pedicurist truly lives up to his reputation. Yu Tianming sat on a large rock by the sea, feeling inexplicably happy. His hands kept moving, and he even hummed a little tune. The little sister saw her lover off all the way to the seashore. Just asking, when will Mingji be back? Whether they come back or not, it's all about seeing the sea turtles. Little sister, don't be in such a hurry. Mingji will roast some barnacles for you. This guy has given a pretty good makeover to the classic song Little Sister sends off her lover. But with his smug expression, it sounded like a DJ version of a folk opera. Yin Xiaoxiao almost lost her temper when she heard his raspy, hoarse voice. With nowhere to vent their frustration, they could only furiously throw wood into the fire, sparks flying and pieces of wood flying everywhere. Then they started singing again over there. Little sister, don't worry, brother is coming back. Just asking my brother Ming how many sea turtles are left? There are quite a few sea turtles, and quite a few barnacles too. You can relax and just eat as much as you want for breakfast. I don't have a knife, but if I had a stick, I would beat you to death. This torturous singing lasted for a full half hour, and it also allowed Yu Tianming to collect quite a few barnacles. Take it. Deliver it to my little sister. Yu Tianming picked up the bottle full of barnacles and winked at a sea turtle next to him. Before he could even finish gloating, a loud shout rang out. Damn it. Who told you to eat it? I worked so hard to trim your toenails, and you still eat, and take it. The sea turtle turned around and disappeared into the sea. Wait a little longer. There will be food soon. These sea turtles are unreliable. Yu Tian understood and busied himself with the task. Go away. I'm not hungry. Yin Xiaoxiao's angry voice came from inside the cave. Surprisingly, Yu Tianming did not retort or make a sound. As if he had seen a ghost, he stood up and stared at the woods on the side of the cave, even drooling. Chapter 31, Fighting the Wild Boar. Hee, God has really been kind to me. Yu Tianming was still grinning foolishly. What did you see? An unusual situation arose, and Yin Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Had she found another box? Could this one really be the one? Don't move. Just stand still and watch me get you a big pig's trotter to try. Yu Tianming cautiously moved closer to the woods, afraid of scaring the wild boar away. Yin Xiaoxiao also noticed the strange noises outside the cave at this time. The humming and chirping sounds were not far from her. Looks like there really are pigs here. But then she remembered the scene where Yu Tianming treated her feet like pigs' trotters and gnawed on them. But now was not the time to argue. She could only continue to be angry inwardly. This wild boar wasn't very big. It looked to be only about 60 or 70 pounds, and its two tusks were only about the length of a finger. They're clearly still minors. It was precisely because this wild boar was still a minor that Yu Tianming had the idea of killing it. If it had been a fully grown wild boar, Yu Tianming would have run away long ago. As the old saying goes, first comes the pig, second the bear, third the tiger. Wild boars are the kings of the mountains and forests, and hunters who are not prepared can only flee when they encounter them. Moreover, wild boars are social animals. If a large group of them attacks, who wouldn't be afraid? Yu Tianming slowly prepared to approach the wild boar, his dagger already itching to strike. However, while the two were still some distance apart, Yu Tianming noticed that the wild boar seemed particularly interested in something on the ground. The wild boar remained there, nudging and prodding with its snout. He moved a little closer and realized that the wild boar was digging for barnacles on the ground. These empty shells were all thrown out of the cave by Yin Xiaoxiao. Huh, you're quite the eater, aren't you? You know cooked food is delicious, huh? This inner monologue sounds like it's talking about Yin Xiaoxiao, doesn't it? Oh well, anyway, that girl's eating habits are pretty much like a pig's. Wild boars are particularly focused on these barnacle shells that emit a unique fragrance. It wasn't until Yu Tianming was only 5 or 6 meters away from it that it suddenly raised its head. Its two little eyes widened, and it opened its pig mouth and howled, seemingly threatening Yu Tianming. Little pig, be good, don't move, I have some more delicious food here. Yu Tianming tossed over the barnacles he was holding. The wild boar was startled and immediately darted several meters away. However, Yu Tianming did not approach any further, and the wild boar relaxed slightly. It cautiously approached the barnacles, sniffed them, and, sensing something amiss, scratched them away with its hooves. Oh, you're picky about food, you won't eat raw food? You're not as easy to feed as Yin Xiaoxiao. Yu Tianming lowered his voice and said, Xiaoxiao, throw all the barnacle shells out of the cave and lead them towards the sea. Yin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. All she does all day is cause trouble. But it would be great to actually be able to eat pork. After all, barnacles aren't very filling. Once you eat too much of them, they just don't taste as good as pork. Yin Xiaoxiao scooped up a handful of empty shells from the ground and forcefully flung them out of the cave. Upon seeing this, Yu Tianming cursed inwardly. You ate so much last night. Did you use all your energy to sleep? Yin Xiaoxiao scattered barnacles like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, leaving them scattered sparsely on the ground, only a few meters away from the cave entrance. At that distance, a wild boar could easily escape back into the woods with a single burst of speed. What's the point of catching it then? Yu Tianming slowly retreated, making room for the wild boar and preparing to cut off its escape route back to the woods. The wild boar seemed particularly fond of roasted barnacles and actually went towards the barnacle patch. Lick this and chew that. At least they stayed a bit further away from the edge of the woods. Looking at the wild boar's route, Yu Tianming knew that if he didn't act soon, the boar would definitely run away after licking them all. He quietly circled around to a blind spot in the wild boar's line of sight, and without further ado, he stomped off the ground, accelerated, and headed straight for the wild boar. With only a few steps between them, the guy leaped high into the air and thrust his dagger forward with all his might. Wild boars are greedy, but they are also exceptionally clever. Just as the dagger was about to pierce, its hind legs suddenly flipped over and kicked the blade. Wild boars are quite strong. Yu Tianming lost his grip and the dagger was kicked away. Provoked by this, the wild boar became extremely aggressive. With a turn of his head, he prepared to attack Yu Tianming with his fangs. If you were to get hit by that, you'd be seriously injured, even if you didn't die. Yu Tianming was experienced in fighting and quick-witted, grabbing the wild boar's tusks with both hands. The wild boar was no pushover either. It strained its muscles and grappled with Yu Tianming. On the beach, a man and a pig rolled around, constantly churning up sand and sending it flying into the air. Yin Xiaoxiao was also very anxious when she saw this situation. Be careful. After holding it in for a long time, this is the only thing that came out. Let alone wild boars, she usually avoids live pigs, but now she's completely panicked. Good heavens. This woman is all she does is eat. She's completely useless. While struggling with the wild boar, Yu Tianming shouted in frustration, Find a rock to throw at it. A stick will do too. Damn it. You beast, you dare kick me. You bastard, I'll kill you today. Yu Tianming seized an opportunity, climbed over the wild boar, and hugged it tightly, gripping its tusks with both hands and squeezing its belly with his legs, trying to control the boar. The wild boar was incredibly strong and kept rolling around on the beach, trying to throw Yu Tianming off. Yin Xiaoxiao looked left and right, but there was nothing suitable in the cave. The stones were all around the fire, and they were too hot to handle. Only the dog-beating stick was suitable. She picked up a sharp dog-beating stick and quickly rushed out of the cave. But the person and the pig on the beach were rolling around, making it impossible for her to do anything about them. Don't move. What if I prick you? Yin Xiaoxiao said anxiously. Nonsense, did I move it? It's the pig moving it. Hurry up. I'm running out of strength. Yu Tianming was even more anxious than she was. He had truly underestimated this wild boar. A burly man weighing 180 pounds, with muscles all over his body, couldn't control this wild boar that weighed 60 or 70 pounds. Yin Xiaoxiao was flustered and at a loss because of his urging. In the end, he could only seize one opportunity, close his eyes, steel his heart, and plunge in fiercely. Oh, ugh, ouch. Yu Tianming and the wild boar cried out at the same time. You better aim properly. You've pricked my butt. Yin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and saw that the tip of the dog-beating stick was grazing Yu Tianming's buttocks and had gone straight into the wild boar's anus. Before she could even speak, the wild boar went berserk. Suddenly bursting with tremendous force, he swung his body repeatedly and sent Yu Tianming flying in a few swift movements. Then the wild boar turned around, its two pig eyes fixed on Yin Xiaoxiao. With a sudden burst of speed, he crashed directly into Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she lost her mind. She stood there dumbfounded, trembling, and afraid to move. Upon seeing the wild boar charging towards him, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The wild boar's strong limbs kicked up a cloud of sand on the beach. The short, thick fangs were about to pierce Yin Xiaoxiao's body. Chapter 32. Where did the piggy go? The fangs were only half a meter away from Yin Xiaoxiao. If they actually pierced her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she closed her eyes and waited to die. Her last thought before dying was, "Yu Tianming, you bastard, who told you to eat pig's trotters?" At this critical moment, the wild boar suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Immediately afterwards, Yin Xiaoxiao felt as if she had been hit by a large rock, and her body was thrown sideways by more than a foot. Although it hurt terribly, he only dared to groan a few times in pain. After waiting for a long time and feeling that there was no movement around, I opened my eyes and saw that I was covered in blood. Yu Tianming was just a meter away, and he was so tired that he couldn't stand up. He was still holding the blood-stained, dog-beating stick in his hand, panting heavily with lingering fear. Where did the wild boar go? Yin Xiaoxiao looked around in a panic. A trail of foul-smelling blood remained on the beach. The wild boar was nowhere to be seen. "Hey girl, can't you worry about me? The wild boar's already gone." Yu Tianming was incredibly frustrated. If he hadn't grabbed a dog-beating stick at the last moment, the wild boar would have changed its charging direction after feeling pain again. The wild boar only smacked you with its rear end. Otherwise, you would have been seriously injured long ago. Now that we're safe, you're asking where the pig went first? How the hell am I supposed to know where the pig went? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Yin Xiaoxiao then realized that Yu Tianming must have saved her, and that she seemed to have poked Yu Tianming's, but just now. Are you alright? Of course I'm alright. Hurry up and check me, it hurts so much. You woman, talking nonsense. My ass is burning hot. How could it be okay? The situation was urgent, and he was on edge, so he didn't feel much pain. Now that I've relaxed, it feels like my anus has been violated. It hurts so much. Yin Xiaoxiao also felt a little ashamed, so she quickly went behind him. The guy was still lying on the ground, grimacing and groaning. Oh no, there's bleeding. Yin Xiaoxiao panicked as soon as she saw it. There was a large pool of blood on the back of Yu Tianming's underwear, staining the area red. Oh no, this is it. My virgin territory has been desecrated. I never imagined, no matter how much I planned, that the guy in front of me was still single, while the guy behind me had already lost his virginity. What should we do? Maybe. Seeing the pool of blood, Yin Xiaoxiao panicked. She wanted to check his wound, but she was also scared and ashamed. This is truly karma. This guy tricked Yin Xiaoxiao and got bitten on the butt by a snake, and now his own, but is really in trouble. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Quickly check how serious it is. Ouch, it hurts so much. Then you have to bear with it for a bit. I'll just take a look. After all, Yin Xiaoxiao made it herself, so she has to take responsibility. She picked up 2 fingers, lifted the edge of her underwear, glanced at it quickly, saw that it was full of blood, and immediately put it down again. Ouch! His underwear snapped back, and he cried out in pain again. What's wrong with me? Is my ass even usable anymore? I didn't see it clearly just now. Yin Xiaoxiao said apologetically. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Don't worry, let me take another look. Seeing Yu Tianming's anxious and angry expression, Yin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to put aside her shyness for the time being. With a frown and a mournful face, she gently pulled down Yu Tianming's underwear. His buttocks were covered in blood, with a very obvious blood groove running straight down from his tailbone. Thank goodness. Yin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no serious injury. It was just a puncture that tore off a layer of skin. If it were even slightly off-center, not only would her chrysanthemum be in danger, but the two of them would probably have to call each other sisters. Have you watched enough? Are you planning to recoup your investment? What's the outcome? Yu Tianming noticed that the girl was staring straight at his butt, which felt very awkward. His reminder brought Yin Xiaoxiao back to her senses, and she blushed deeply with embarrassment. He stammered. It should be. Nothing serious, just a little scratch. Oh my god, that scared me to death. I thought it exploded. Hey girl, next time you need to be more careful. Don't end up with a whole piece of hindquarters instead of a pig's trotter. Ho saddle. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't understand. It's a pig's butt. How uncultured. Quickly bring me some seawater to disinfect it. Uff, Yin Xiaoxiao was amused. A pig's butt, that's quite a vivid description. You are indeed a strong pig. The thrilling pig-catching adventure was over, and Yin Xiaoxiao relaxed, dejectedly taking her bottle to fetch water from the sea. Yu Tianming lay on the beach with his buttocks exposed, and he even had the leisure to look around. He wanted to find out where the wild boar had gone, but what he saw on the beach made him furious. You bunch of scoundrels, where were you all when I was fighting? Now you're showing up. He pointed at the group of sea turtles and started cursing. The sea turtle was wrong, too. It didn't move at all from beginning to end and was just a bystander the whole time. If they could communicate with Yu Tianming, they would definitely say, "Are you blind? Do you think our appearance is enough to outrun a wild boar or fight one? Host, listen up, the seawater is coming." Yin Xiaoxiao had already returned with seawater. She looked at Yu Tianming's buttocks and cursed inwardly. Shameless. Are you sunbathing your anus? Even if I'm angry, I still have to take care of him. After all, it's my own fault for causing this mess. A burst of icy seawater splashed onto Yu Tianming, and the guy actually let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch! It hurts. You're a grown man. Can't you put up with this for a bit? Endure? Why don't you try it? Let me poke you and see if it hurts. Go to hell. Yin Xiaoxiao immediately thought of something bad upon hearing this. He poured all the seawater in the bottle onto his buttocks, followed by another horrific scream that echoed across the beach. After going back and forth 4 or 5 times, I finally managed to wash the bloodstains away. A shallow blood groove was particularly noticeable, and blood was still seeping out. Okay, put them on. Yin Xiaoxiao said irritably. Why wear a liner? Take advantage of the good sunshine and let the ultraviolet rays kill the bacteria so that the scabs will form sooner. Yu Tianming planned to stay lying there until the bleeding stopped, and then get up. However, he was indeed exhausted from all that commotion, so he needed to rest for a bit. Yin Xiaoxiao had no way to deal with him, so she prepared to turn around and go back to the cave. But when he looked at himself, he saw bloodstains all over his body, which must have been left by that wild boar. He glanced at Yu Tianming, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, and said, I'm going to wash up over there. You stay put and don't come any closer, understand? Yu Tianming didn't answer, but waved his hand, signaling her to leave quickly and not block his view of his sunbathing backside. Yin Xiaoxiao walked a dozen steps and found a huge rock, enough to block Yu Tianming's peeping gaze, before she could begin. Chapter 33. The Wild Boar King has come to take revenge. I haven't showered for 3 days. My body is covered in the smell of sweat and seawater, and I'm almost covered in salt crust. Now, with the added stench of wild boar blood, it's truly unbearable. Fortunately, the person who was gnawing on Pig's trotters was now stuck with his butt sticking out and couldn't move, which made Yin Xiaoxiao feel a little relieved. She placed all her clothes and pants on the rocks beside her before splashing water and starting to wash them carefully. A gentle sea breeze blows, the sun hangs low in the sky, and occasionally a seagull cries out. Combined with a beautiful woman taking a bath, it's truly a scene of utmost perfection. Occasionally peeking out from behind the rocks, Yin Xiaoxiao would see Yu Tianming still lying there sunbathing, and she could finally wash herself without worry. You're smart enough not to sneak over here, otherwise I would have definitely given you a piece of my mind. But when she thought about how she seemed to have seen something she shouldn't have when she checked the wound, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. She was washing herself while reminiscing. About 10 minutes later, just as Yin Xiaoxiao was about to finish washing, that guy started causing trouble again. Yin Xiaoxiao? Where are you? Yin Xiaoxiao. There was something off about Yu Tianming's voice. Humph. You big pervert, you think you can peek over here? No way. Yin Xiaoxiao ignored him. Yin Xiaoxiao. Yu Tianming had already started shouting, but unfortunately, no one responded to him. Fuck you. All that could be heard was a roar from the creature, and somehow it appeared on the huge reef after a few splashes. Ah! A scream rang out, and Yin Xiaoxiao panicked and quickly squatted down, trying to submerge herself completely in the water, leaving only her beautiful back exposed. What are you doing here? You shameless bastard. Turn around right now. Yin Xiaoxiao was anxious, but Yu Tianming was even more anxious. He only caught a glimpse of it, but he took in the stunning beauty that flashed across the water. However, he quickly dismissed those thoughts, put on a stern face, and said, What are you yelling for? Get up here now. The wild boar is back for revenge. Yin Xiaoxiao hadn't figured out what was going on yet. She was only focused on squatting down, covering all her private parts, and cursing Yu Tianming. Oh my god, you woman, you're such a hassle. Despite the pain in his buttocks, Yu Tianming jumped into the water, scooped up Yin Xiaoxiao, and ran towards the rocks. Put me down, you big pervert. I knew you weren't up to any good. If Yu Tianming hadn't been strong enough, she would have actually broken free. Yu Tianming roared, "Stop yelling and see what's going on." Yin Xiaoxiao finally noticed that Yu Tianming's mood was off, so she looked down at him. Not far away, there was a supersized wild boar with two huge tusks that were a foot long and weighed at least 500 pounds. It was nearly 2 meters long, tall and strong, with powerful forelegs pawing the ground incessantly, and heavy breathing coming out of its nostrils. Several smaller wild boars followed behind, one of which was the injured wild boar that had escaped. "What is this? What are they going to do?" Yin Xiaoxiao panicked. A juvenile wild boar had already caused enough trouble for the two of them, and now there were 5 wild boars, 1 large and 4 small, under the reef. What were they going to do? That's obvious. You poked someone's son in the butt, and now they've brought their whole family to kill you. Yu Tianming was secretly relieved that he hadn't fallen asleep because his butt hurt earlier. If he had actually fallen asleep, he would have been gored to death by the wild boar by now. As soon as he saw the large wild boar leap out of the woods, he immediately realized what was happening. They came looking for revenge, and their years of fighting experience came in handy, leading to the scene that unfolded later. Fortunately, the reef is tall, and there is no way to climb on the side facing the shore, while the other 3 sides are submerged in seawater. Yu Tianming didn't know that Yin Xiaoxiao was taking a bath behind here, because this reef was really suitable. "I stabbed it because I wanted to save you. What do we do now?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask? Why don't you go apologize to the pig and see if it forgives you?" Now that Yu Tianming is temporarily safe, he started making sarcastic remarks again. "But when I looked down at Yin Xiaoxiao, she was still naked." He chuckled. "Now we're even. Each of us gets to watch it once." "Shut up." Yin Xiaoxiao was so embarrassed, she almost cried. The sun was shining brightly, and she was squatting on the rocks. Wouldn't everyone see her naked? She hugged her shoulders, squatted on the rocks, and tried to use her feet to hook her clothes over, but she couldn't. "All right, it's no big deal." Yu Tianming didn't want to take advantage of her, so he took 2 steps forward, picked up the clothes, and threw them to her. This angle looks great. It offers a panoramic view." However, he immediately noticed Yin Xiaoxiao's tearful expression and quickly abandoned his joking thoughts. Yin Xiaoxiao dressed very quickly before standing up, still shivering. However, the giant wild boar had no intention of letting them go so easily. With heavy steps and panting heavily, we reached the reef. The distinctive, strong stench of wild boars was already noticeable. The reef was over 2 meters high and incredibly smooth. The wild boar circled around for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable spot. After several attempts, this big guy still couldn't get up. "What do we do now?" Yin Xiaoxiao asked, her voice trembling. "What else can we do? Just wait. Once it's vented its anger, it should go back, right?" Yu Tianming himself wasn't quite sure, but there was no better way at the moment. Unable to subdue the two, the giant boar turned and searched around, eventually discovering the cave where they lived. With its 4 hooves pushing off the ground and exerting tremendous force, its speed was truly swift. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the cave and started digging around everywhere. "What is it doing?" Yin Xiaoxiao asked again. "Smash the house, don't you understand? It can't reach us, so it can only vent its anger on something." Yu Tianming rolled his eyes. "This woman doesn't understand anything." "Our campfire," Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. The wild boar casually tossed its head, sending stones flying around the fire. The already small fire immediately crumbled, emitting wisps of smoke, and would soon go out. "Our banana trees," came another heartbreaking cry. One of the little wild boars chewed up the whole bunch of fresh green bananas, leaving not a single one. "All right, these things aren't worth much. What's there to be upset about?" Yu Tianming was still lecturing Wan Yin Xiaoxiao when he suddenly yelled, "Damn it! My gloves! You bunch of bastards! Why didn't you choke to death?" A wild boar ate the entire box of disposable gloves that were stained with barnacle sap, which made Yu Tianming feel very sorry for it. "All right, these things aren't worth much. Why are you so upset? You don't need them anyway." Yin Xiaoxiao countered sharply, returning Yu Tianming's original words. Chapter 34. Reinforcing the shelter in preparation for hunting wild boars. A perfectly good cave was ruined by a few wild boars. The two could only stand on the rocks and watch helplessly. After wreaking havoc, the wild boars, having nowhere to vent their frustration, suddenly discovered a few sea turtles lying on the beach watching the commotion. 2 kinds of creatures that never usually cross paths have finally bumped into each other today. Led by the giant wild boar, the 5 boars went berserk and charged at the sea turtles. The sea turtle was also confused. This had nothing to do with them. However, when it saw the wild boar charging towards it, it still tried its best to swim back to the sea. However, the speed difference is too great. The wild boars quickly approached and, one by one, overturned all the sea turtles. Fortunately, its hide was tough and it wasn't injured, but it was lying on its back with its shell scattered all over the ground, looking rather adorable. You see, this is the consequence of being disloyal. You let them watch the show, and now look what happened. All right, stop talking so much. At a time like this, hurry up and think of a solution. Yin Xiaoxiao sometimes thought his natural optimism was great, but other times she found it a bit nagging. After smashing and looting for a while, the wild boars had finally vented their anger. The largest wild boar let out a grunt and finally prepared to leave with its piglets. Before leaving, the wild boar glared at the two men, its eyes filled with a strong warning. Hey, you're getting cocky now. If I didn't have a bruised butt, believe me, I'd take you down right now. Stop talking, just let them go. Oh dear, Yin Xiaoxiao is really having a hard time. But just then, the wild boar, which had already turned around, suddenly let out a deep roar. As if provoked by something, it charged at the two of them in a frenzy, violently ramming its head against the rocks. The two of them stood on it and could clearly feel the stones trembling. See? Why did you provoke it again? It was clearly about to leave. Yin Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she clung to Yu Tianming's arm, complaining incessantly. What does this have to do with me? It can't understand human speech. Yu Tianming was completely baffled and confused. But he soon discovered the problem. Oh, look, that wild boar is dead. Yin Xiaoxiao looked up and saw that it was true. The wild boar that was injured earlier had fallen to the ground, with blood gushing out from its rear end. It's estimated that the 2 trips back and forth, plus the recent thrashing around, aggravated its internal injuries, causing the wound to rupture. The two finally understood the reason, but the wild boar had gone mad and kept banging its head against the rocks. Fortunately, the rock was hard enough. If it had been a tree, it would probably have been destroyed long ago. The repeated impacts, the stench from the wild boar's mouth, and the trembling of the stones carried on and on. Fine, let's see how long you can keep crashing. You'd better crash to your death, then I'll eat a big pig's trotter tonight. Yu Tianming wasn't afraid at all. The wild boar couldn't get up there, so what was there to be afraid of? And he's even holding Yin Xiaoxiao in his arms. What a wonderful thing. Every time the wild boar bumped into her, Yin Xiaoxiao would exclaim in surprise, and Yu Tianming would also say a few sarcastic remarks to mock the wild boar. Even after the wild boar ran out of strength, it was still unable to defeat the two. The angle from the reef was excellent, allowing you to see that one of the wild boar's tusks was broken, and there was a lot of blood seeping from its scalp. It's clear that its child died, and it was consumed by a burning desire for revenge. Its anger was intense. Yin Xiaoxiao, on the contrary, felt that she was in the wrong. If she hadn't taken action, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Wouldn't it be better if everyone could live together peacefully? Yu Tianming wouldn't think that way. In his eyes, these were all food. If Yin Xiaoxiao hadn't stopped her, she would have already eaten the dolphins and sea turtles. There would have been no need to go through so much trouble catching wild boars. Hey, what are you doing? Stay here. Upon seeing the situation, Yu Tianming immediately became anxious. The large wild boar dragged its weary steps into the woods, still carrying the dead baby boar with it. Judging from their posture, they don't intend to leave any for them. Sigh, forget it, let them go. Yin Xiaoxiao also sighed, still blaming herself. You make it sound so easy. Do you think it's easy to find something to eat in this godforsaken place? Yu Tianming was getting impatient as the pig's trotter he was about to eat was about to fly away. What else can we do? Aye. Yu Tianming was speechless. Even if he were asked to jump, he wouldn't dare. Trying to steal food from a wild boar's mouth is practically suicide. Hey, I've got an idea. Yu Tianming slapped his thigh, now extremely excited. What method? Yin Xiaoxiao didn't believe that they could still defeat wild boars now. They love to eat cooked barnacles, right? I'll just set a trap and lure the little wild boar over. Are you going to provoke them again? Yin Xiaoxiao was almost scared to death. She finally had a place to live, and now she was provoking wild boars every day. How could she live like this? Never mind that. Just wait to enjoy the delicious roasted pig's trotters. The wild boars finally went far away, and the area around the woods returned to calm. Ignoring Yin Xiaoxiao's attempts to pull him back, Yu Tianming jumped down. Although my butt still hurts, I can't resist the temptation of my cravings. This guy was seen patrolling the beach. All the large rocks that could be moved were moved back to the vicinity of the cave. What are you doing? Are you setting up a stone array? Yin Xiaoxiao came over when she saw that it was safe. What a load of crap. These stones are just for blocking the cave entrance. If we fail, we'll be chased all over the place by these guys again. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao didn't expect that this guy was actually quite meticulous despite his rough exterior, and that he could even think of this aspect. She joined in collecting stones, even though they were small and might not be useful, because she was building a house for herself. If there were a wall in the cave, I would feel more at ease sleeping at night. Huge stones were placed underneath, and small stones were used to fill the gaps to reinforce them. Luckily, this beach has a lot of rocks. If it were all sand, we would be doomed. The cave entrance was not large, and a stone wall, more than 1 meter thick and nearly 2 meters high, was built from the outside in, forming a basic structure. Just leave a small gap at the very edge, big enough for 2 people to squeeze through sideways. Mission accomplished. Yu Tianming was the main laborer. Although he was panting heavily from exhaustion, he was still very satisfied with his masterpiece. Yin Xiaoxiao felt like crying at this moment, even though the small, dilapidated cave was not comfortable at all. But this was, after all, their only refuge, and Yu Tianming had been surviving almost entirely on his own for the past 3 days. Although there have been arguments and moments of shame and indignation, it's truly impossible to do without Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming, thank you. Yin Xiaoxiao's gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. Thanks my ass. Hurry up and trim the turtle's pedicure, collect the barnacles, and get the fire back going, buddy. In short, it completely ruined the pleasant atmosphere. Chapter 35. Even gathering firewood causes trouble. Starting a fire is now second nature to Yu Tianming. Before the wood had completely burned out, thick smoke billowed out of the cave again in a short time. All right, I'll take care of this. Go and gather some more firewood. We'll roast the barnacles later. The sea turtles were still upside down, and Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't move them. This time, Yin Xiaoxiao didn't argue and obediently went to the edge of the woods to collect firewood. However, seeing the traces of wild boar blood on the beach still left me feeling somewhat uneasy. She sighed softly, thinking to herself, I'm sorry, we're just trying to survive. Yin Xiaoxiao walked along the edge of the woods, picking up firewood while licking her lips, her mouth parched with thirst. I haven't had a drop of water since I woke up this morning, not to mention the terrifying experience I just had. Before I knew it, I had walked quite a distance. Looking back, she could still see the direction of the cave, with wisps of smoke rising slowly, but she still felt a little guilty. If I were to encounter even a wild animal outside, I'd be terrified and wet myself. I'd better hurry back home. She picked up a stack of weeds and branches and prepared to head back. But as I turned around, I heard a whoosh sound from the bushes, as if something had slipped through. This terrified her. She abandoned the firewood and ran screaming and jumping to the beach. Could it be snakes again? That's terrifying. Even gathering firewood is dangerous. I can't go out anymore. That damned Yu Tianming. Didn't you hear me calling? Why aren't you coming over? Yin Xiaoxiao trembled as she moved step by step toward the cave, her eyes fixed on the source of the strange noise, afraid that a snake might emerge. Yu Tianming had told her that if she encountered a snake, she should never run away quickly, but face it and slowly back away. That's exactly what she's doing now. Hiss, 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 several more sounds followed. Yin Xiaoxiao trembled and dared not move. Am I being targeted by a snake? Yu Tianming, Yu Tianming. She didn't dare to shout loudly, for fear of angering the unknown creature in the bushes. All I could do was shout in a tearful voice, trying to keep it as calm as possible. It's at least 100 meters from here to the cave. It would be a miracle if Yu Tianming could hear it. Master Yu was concentrating on giving a pedicure, while muttering to the sea turtles. You guys think this woman is useless at everything, but always hungry? She takes this long to gather firewood. If it weren't for her pretty face, I would have left her long ago. The sea turtle was speechless. Hey, what do you guys think? When I go abroad, I should marry a flight attendant. Wouldn't that be really prestigious? You'll all have to give me a wedding gift. The sea turtles fell silent. Let's turn our attention back to Yin Xiaoxiao. The eerie sound kept ringing out, and she was so frightened that she was shaking like a leaf and couldn't move. Although they were several meters apart, the frightening sound seemed to be right next to her ear. The sound grew louder and louder, and the grass at the edge began to sway. Oh no, oh no, the snake is coming out. Yu Tianming, come save me. At this point, Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't care less about anything else. Whether or not she would anger the snake was no longer on her radar. She rushed toward the cave at an extremely fast speed. Huh? Someone just called me. Master Yu was taken aback. Then it dawned on me immediately. Damn, Yin Xiaoxiao is in trouble. The guy, carrying a dagger, ran straight towards the direction of the sound. I kept praying in my heart. Please don't die. If I die, I'll be all alone. Damn it, it must be the wild boars coming back for revenge. You just wait. If I don't kill you all, I'll change my surname to yours. It's only about 100 meters long, with several large rocks in between and a bend in the road, so you can't see Yin Xiaoxiao's location. But Yin Xiaoxiao's shrill screams continued to echo. I'm here. Hang in there. Yu Tianming shouted to encourage Yin Xiaoxiao. A sore butt? No problem. Saving lives comes first. The sand is soft, so even if you slip and fall, it's okay. Yu Tianming was going crazy too. He didn't care about anything else. He only had one goal, to rush to Yin Xiaoxiao's side. Finally, after rounding the bend, Yu Tianming saw Yin Xiaoxiao squatting on a rock, still shouting loudly. Yu Tianming, come save me quickly. But when Yu Tianming looked around, there were no wild animals. Was he having a fit of hysteria? Or had he lost his mind? But at least he could relax and walked over, panting. I haven't eaten anything since this morning, and I've been doing all sorts of physical labor. How can I not be tired? What the hell? Miss, you scare me to death. There, can't you see it? Yin Xiaoxiao finally found her anchor and jumped behind Yu Tianming, pointing at the beach and speaking rapidly. What? Yu Tianming was genuinely at a loss for words at first. Looking closely now, I can see it clearly, and I shake my head helplessly. Holy crap, isn't this just a millipede? It's just a bit bigger, it doesn't eat people. What's there to be afraid of? Where can you find a millipede this big? It scared me to death. Look, it's still crawling this way. It's normal for girls to be afraid of bugs, especially since this millipede is really big. It looks to be a full 40 centimeters long, round and plump, with a shiny black shell and 2 rows of densely packed little short legs that are constantly wriggling and crawling towards this side. All right, you've been making such a fuss every day, always jumping around like that. Yu Tianming walked over speechlessly, not afraid at all, and picked up a stone, smashing it down hard. The millipede's plump body suddenly sprayed with juice, and its head and tail, protruding from the stone, were still wriggling. All right, it's nothing now. Let's go back. I'm amazed that something like this could happen just from gathering firewood. However, just as Yu Tianming bent down to pick up firewood, he suddenly saw something at the edge of the grass that deeply attracted his attention. He took a twig and started poking around in the grass. What else do you want to do? Yin Xiaoxiao just wanted to get back as soon as possible and didn't want to stay for even a second longer. What for? To feed you. This is good stuff. Come here. Yu Tianming was as excited as if he had discovered a treasure. With him there, Yin Xiaoxiao mustered her courage and moved over. After taking one look, I immediately started swallowing hard. Are these blueberries? One by one, in clusters, the purplish-black fruit berries hang on the low branches. Each one was not very tall and was hidden by the bushes. If Yu Tianming hadn't been so sharp-eyed, he would have missed them. Blueberry? This is called raspberry, also known as wild raspberry. Look at you, so uncultured and drooling. When I was a kid, these things grew all over the mountains in the summer. I've never eaten them before. When Yu Tianming saw Yin Xiaoxiao's expectant eyes and the 3-centimeter-long drool, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Yin Xiaoxiao had been incredibly thirsty for a long time, and now that she had discovered this fruit, she couldn't wait to take a bite. That's the good thing about this girl. She forgets all her fears when she sees food. Chapter 36. Thoughts beneath the raspberry bush. This large patch of raspberries has at least 20 or 30 plants, each with about 100 or 80 raspberries. With branches taller than half a person and green leaves as a backdrop, the fresh fruit looks fragrant and tempting. So sweet, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed sincerely. Yu Tianming didn't even eat any himself, but picked a handful and gave them to Yin Xiaoxiao. Look how sweet this girl is. Her lips are practically pointing to the sky. But she looks really beautiful when she smiles. The name Xiaoxiao is a perfect match for her. Yu Tianming was once again captivated by what he saw. The dark purple raspberries are sweet with a hint of tartness. When you bite into them, your mouth is filled with sweet juice, leaving a lingering and delightful aftertaste. Yin Xiaoxiao disliked that Yu Tianming was picking the grass too slowly, so she directly parted the grass and did it herself. Raspberry juice was smeared all over my hands and mouth. Yu Tianming wasn't idle either, stuffing handfuls of raspberries into his mouth. He was just so thirsty. I had a big meal at the small pond yesterday afternoon and haven't had a drop of water since. Hey, did you guys eat this kind of fruit often when you were little? You must have been so lucky. I've never had it before. It's so delicious. Yin Xiaoxiao ate and talked at the same time, never stopping for a moment. You're obviously from the city. You don't even recognize this. Before I was 6, I lived with my grandma in the countryside. There were so many of these near the foot of the mountain. We couldn't possibly eat them all. Back then just as he was about to continue boasting, Yu Tianming suddenly seemed to lose interest and stopped halfway through his sentence. What happened back then? Tell me, Yin Xiaoxiao asked while eating. It's nothing, just eat yours. Yu Tian was clearly in low spirits and even stopped picking raspberries. This guy's acting a bit strange. Yin Xiaoxiao is a foodie, that's true, but she's not stupid. Upon seeing Yu Tianming's condition, they immediately sensed something was wrong. This guy definitely had something he hadn't explained. Yin Xiaoxiao's big eyes darted around as she continued. You've told me all your heroic deeds since you were little, but why haven't I heard you mention your mother? That's true. Yu Tianming's mouth is always busy. He always has to tell Yin Xiaoxiao a few stories about himself whenever he has a spare moment. He mentioned his father a few times, but never his mother. I don't want to talk about it. Yu Tianming stopped eating raspberries and walked to the beach alone, where he sat down dejectedly. This kind of emotion had never appeared in Yu Tianming before, which further aroused Yin Xiaoxiao's curiosity. She then picked a large handful of raspberries before walking over to Yu Tianming and sitting down next to him. Here, have some. Yin Xiaoxiao handed the raspberries to Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming seemed to have been stimulated by something and kept his head down, sighing and not saying a word. How about I tell you my story, and we can switch? Yu Tianming kept his head down and did not respond. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't blame him and started talking to herself. I don't remember many things from my childhood, but I do remember that I was very happy back then. My parents spent all their time with me, and our family was relatively well off, so I lived a carefree life. But everything changed after I started elementary school. My parents were busy with their business all day and sent me to a boarding school. I was only 6.5 years old at that time, and I don't know how I got through my first year. You know, I'm most afraid of the dark. It's actually a habit I developed back then. Every night when the dormitory lights are turned off, I'm terrified. I miss my parents and I want to go home. Later, my roommates got annoyed with me, saying I was disturbing their sleep. So the teacher arranged a single room for me, but that made me even more scared. Sometimes, I cry all night long, and I can only fall asleep when I'm exhausted from crying. At first, I could go home every weekend, but then things changed. My parents got busier and busier, and they often only came to pick me up once a month. I begged them to send me to a regular school, and I promised them I would take care of myself, but they all refused. I've always felt that money is more important to them than me. Every time I go home, they only ask me one question: do you still need money? As I grew up, I became too lazy to go home. During every holiday, I would either stay at school alone or travel around, until I graduated from university. Yin Xiaoxiao spoke slowly, and from an angle that Yu Tianming didn't notice, she gently wiped away her tears. Then he immediately forced a smile and said, now it's your turn to speak. After hearing her story, Yu Tianming felt a pang of sadness. He never imagined that Yin Xiaoxiao, who seemed so carefree, would have such an experience. But at least she still has parents who care about her, but she herself. Yu Tianming gave a wry smile. Hey, my little problem is nothing to brag about. Let's go. Hurry up and pick all the ripe raspberries. They'll rot quickly if they fall on the ground. After saying that, he got up and went into the bushes. You're cheating. We agreed to exchange. Yin Xiaoxiao was so angry she was jumping up and down. She had already opened her heart to him, and he was playing this trick on her? I didn't agree to the exchange. It was your own suggestion. Yu Tianming loved seeing her like this. I was both angry and annoyed, but I just couldn't do anything about it. You? Okay. Yin Xiaoxiao originally wanted to say a few harsh words, but she noticed that Yu Tianming's eyes were red. Obviously, he had just been crying. She just hadn't seen it. For a moment, I couldn't bear to continue. Humph. You just wait. I'll get you to tell me sooner or later. With that kind of IQ, you think you can outsmart me? The two, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, ate heartily, which finally greatly relieved their thirst. Before leaving, they picked a lot of ripe fruit, leaving only the green and half-red ones to eat next time. Hey, what are you doing with that? Yin Xiaoxiao grinned when she saw Yu Tianming's actions. The guy found a stick and used it to lift up the still wriggling centipede. What are we doing? Catching birds. Didn't you see the seabirds in the sky? It would be perfect if we could catch a few. Didn't you want to catch wild boars? Yin Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Nonsense. Do you think wild boars are that easy to catch? What if we fail? We'd have to think of other ways. With your appetite, those barnacles won't last until tomorrow. Yu Tianming was quite annoyed. This girl really could eat a lot. She ate 2/3 of the freshly picked raspberries. It seemed she was planning to eat her fill right away. Another question arises. This girl eats so much. Where does all her weight go? The beautiful scene behind the reef popped into Yu Tianming's mind again, and he thought to himself, it seems there's a reason why some places grow so big. Yu Tianming carried the corpse of the millipede on his shoulder and hugged a bundle of firewood, repeatedly reminiscing in his heart. So big, so good. Yin Xiaoxiao assumed that this guy was still immersed in his previous low mood, so she didn't refute him. If he knew his true thoughts, he would definitely start cursing again. Yu Tianming is just that kind of person. His emotions come quickly and go even faster. A true optimist. Chapter 37. Yin Xiaoxiao's family background. Tonghai City, one of the 4 major megacities in China, is collectively referred to by netizens as one of the four magic cities. This area is filled with high-rise buildings and bustling with traffic. It has been the economic center of the country since the war years. A skyscraper built along the river, offering panoramic views of Tonghai City and the vast ocean in the distance, boasting a prime location. The headquarters of Jinmao Group. Working in this building is the dream of countless workers. The top-floor CEO's office was filled with smoke. A middle-aged man in a suit stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the ash from his cigarette burning long, as if he had forgotten about it. President Yin. The administrative assistant stood at the door and knocked lightly. Yin Xinghua turned around abruptly, cigarette ash falling onto his clothes, but he didn't care. He asked eagerly, speaking very quickly, "How is it? Is there any news about Xiao Xiao?" Seeing Yin Xinghua's haggard face, the assistant was very worried. His once black hair had turned quite a bit white in just 3 days. Yin Xinghua hadn't slept for 2 days. After quitting smoking for many years, he had started smoking again. The assistant gently shook his head. "There's no news from the official search and rescue team yet. But don't worry, Mr. Yin. Our people are stationed there 24 hours a day. We'll know as soon as we hear any news about Xiao Xiao." Stakeout. Stakeout. What's the use? How's the private search and rescue team I asked you to find doing? Yin Xinghua sat heavily on the sofa, filled with immense disappointment. "Mr. Yin, we've contacted all the domestic teams, and only 2 are willing to go to that area. They'll be ready to depart the day after tomorrow. As for the international professional search and rescue teams, we're still in contact with them, and we'll have results soon." "Still the day after tomorrow? Go and urge them right now, no matter the cost." Yin Xinghua's loud shouts startled his assistant, who quickly nodded in agreement and turned to leave to make the arrangements. The office was filled with smoke. Yin Xinghua stubbed out his cigarette and immediately lit another one. "It's been 3 days already, and there's still no news. I wonder how Xiao Xiao is doing. You absolutely can't have anything happen to you. You are my only daughter. As long as you come back alive, I will never force you again." Yin Xinghua was alone here, filled with remorse. If he hadn't forced Yin Xiao Xiao to get married so quickly, she wouldn't have become a flight attendant, and this wouldn't have happened. Yin Xinghua, the richest man in Tonghai City and one of the top 5 on the national wealth list, was filled with deep self-reproach. Another knock sounded on the door. "Don't you dare bother me. Deal with your own problems." Yin Xinghua roared without even looking at the person. "Uncle, it's me." A young, refined man walked into the office. "It's Jiahao, you're here. Please have a seat." When Yin Xinghua saw that the person who came in was Lin Jiahao, his tone became noticeably calmer. Lin Jiahao frowned slightly. The room was filled with a pungent smell of smoke. He then continued speaking. "Uncle, don't worry too much about Xiao Xiao. Good people are always blessed. I believe she will definitely come back." "Sigh," Yin Xinghua said with a wry smile. "Not worried? How can I not be worried? You don't understand the feelings of being a parent. Xiao Xiao has never suffered since she was a child. Even if she is lucky enough to be stranded on some desert island, how will she survive?" After 3 days without any news, the official rescue team was dispatched immediately to search the area where the accident occurred. "Forget about clues. We haven't found a single trace." What does this mean? Either the plane sank into the sea with no survivors, or it deviated from its flight path and its whereabouts are unknown. But as a father, he was unwilling to accept this reality. Even if he were to exchange all his wealth for Yin Xiao Xiao, he would not hesitate for a second. Who is Lin Jiahao? He is the second young master of the Lin family, a family of hidden wealthy individuals, and one of Yin Xiao Xiao's many suitors. The only difference is that he genuinely likes Yin Xiao Xiao. The Lin family's businesses are mostly monopolies, and they wield enormous influence in the political and military spheres. Yin Xinghua was able to build such a large empire in just over a decade, largely thanks to the support of the Lin family. Lin Jiahao is extremely handsome, speaks with gentle manners, is highly educated, and has broad knowledge. Yin Xinghua was also very fond of this prospective son-in-law and once tried to match him with Yin Xiao Xiao. But things didn't go as planned. Yin Xiao Xiao rebelled and ran away from home to become a flight attendant. Lin Jiahao sighed slightly. "Uncle, I have contacted the most professional rescue team in the United States, and they have just arrived at the airport." "What? That's wonderful. Let's get them on their way. How much do you want? Just tell me, I won't haggle." Upon hearing this, Yin Xinghua stood up nervously. This was the best news he had received in 3 days. "Uncle, I can afford this amount of money, so don't worry about it. Because the accident site is too far away, I specially applied to the family for a transoceanic cargo tanker to take them to that area. However, we still need to prepare some supplies and equipment, and we can set off no later than tomorrow morning." "Thank you. Ahau. You're so kind," Yin Xinghua said with great gratitude. Transoceanic oil tankers are only one part of the Lin family's business, but the fact that they were willing to put aside their business to send one specifically for search and rescue shows that Lin Jiahao really wanted to help. Just as Yin Xinghua had expected, Lin Jiahao had indeed gone to great lengths to persuade his family. He had to personally cover all the expenses for the oil tanker and the rescue team, but for Yin Xiaoxiao's sake, he had no regrets. Let's turn our attention back to the nameless islands in the South Pacific. Hey, hurry up. I'm almost finished eating. Yin Xiaoxiao ate barnacles and raspberries one after another, enjoying each bite. Poor Yu Tianming is still working hard, trimming the toenails of the sea turtle. Damn it, I worked so hard, and I still can't feed you. My stomach is growling, and you don't even know how many bites you'll give me. Yu Tianming complained inwardly, but what he really wanted was to finish the work quickly and send the sea turtles away. Otherwise, wherever I go, these big guys will follow me at a leisurely pace. For example, just now, he was looking for a place to take a dump when a huge turtle head suddenly appeared from the side of the rock, scaring him so much that he lost all desire to poop. Why don't you tell me your story again? If I'm in a good mood, I might just feed you. As Yin Xiaoxiao spoke, she deliberately smacked her lips. No interest. I'll be done soon. I'll take care of myself. No need for you to bother. Shao, trying to fool me? I'm smarter than a monkey. The sun was already high overhead, and Yu Tianming, drenched in sweat, finally finished his work. Panting heavily, he collapsed on the beach. I'm exhausted. Luckily, I made some money, otherwise all my work would have been for nothing. Excluding the ones that Yin Xiaoxiao ate, there were more than a dozen full plastic bottles. It was filled with seawater, and the barnacles were kept inside. Hey, it's been 3 days already. Are the rescue teams going to give up? After finishing her meal, Yin Xiaoxiao started thinking about this question again. What if they've gone the wrong way? We've already veered off course. I don't know how long they can hold out, and I don't know how long we can hold out. Phew. You actually fell asleep? How can you be so carefree? Yin Xiaoxiao had been talking for a long time, but no one was listening. How could she not be angry? Chapter 38. A green circle on his head. Yu Tianming had a wonderful afternoon nap. There were just too many flies around here, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I got up. However, after looking left and right, he couldn't find Yin Xiaoxiao anywhere. Yin Xiaoxiao? Yin Xiaoxiao, where did that girl go again? She's wandering around by herself. If something happens to her, I'll have to go and save her. Just as he was grumbling in dissatisfaction, something flew from his side and rear and hit him directly in the back. Who's there? Show yourself. How dare you scare me? The guy pulled out his knife and was ready to fight. But when I looked down, wait a minute, it's a circle. Yin Xiaoxiao then emerged from the side and back of the cave, smiling at him. He quickly put on the straw hat. Let me see if it fits. Yin Xiaoxiao walked over, wearing a brightly colored grass circle on her head. Hey, it's you. Yu Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he looked down at the grass circle on the ground, he was completely bewildered. You call this a straw hat? Where's the top? It's clearly a circle. Moreover, this grass circle was woven so crookedly that it was almost falling apart. That's one thing. But what's most intolerable is why the circles on your head are so colorful, with lots of bright little flowers too. And this circle on the ground is all covered in grass, lush and green. Is this what you want me to carry? Why don't you like it? I spent an hour painstakingly composing it. Yin Xiaoxiao was a little unhappy. She had worked so hard to weave the straw hat, and her hands had been pricked several times. Judging from this guy's expression, he seemed unwilling. I like it. What else could I do? It was the first time a girl had given me a gift. I couldn't refuse. No matter how bitter he felt, he had to face it with a smile, his green straw hat. Hey, it's the perfect size, and it matches your style perfectly. You won't be so exposed to the sun when you work here anymore. You should wear it all the time. Yin Xiaoxiao was very satisfied with her masterpiece. A feeling of grief and indignation welled up within him, yet Yu Tianming still forced a smile. What are you going to do? Aren't you going to say something nice to me? Yin Xiaoxiao watched him get up to leave and immediately objected. Girl, you're so capable. This gift is so sweet it warms my heart. That's more like it. Whether it was truly sweet or just tangy, only Yu Tianming knew the answer. The guy turned around and went back into the cave, then came out with the big seashell. Where are you going again? Catching birds, eating barnacles every day? My mouth is so bland. This stuff doesn't keep me full at all. Yu Tianming is right. Eating too many barnacles can indeed fill you up, but you'll get hungry again soon. If this continues, those barnacles in the bottles won't last long, especially with Yin Xiaoxiao, that foodie, around. Yu Tianming found a slightly open beach and dug a large sand pit with a large seashell. They found a flat stone from the beach, just enough to cover the sand pit. Use a branch to prop up the stone, and the preliminary preparations are complete. With this green straw hat, I'm no longer afraid of the sun, so I simply took off the pullover from the seat cushion. Cut it into strips with a dagger, then tie them all together, and finally you have an ugly rope. Do you need my help? Yin Xiaoxiao became interested when she saw how enthusiastic he was. I already said, I'll take care of the work, you take care of the food. Just don't cause me any trouble. Yu Tianming dared not trouble this young lady. He figured he'd have to let the seabird he was about to get fly away. TCH, you're looking down on me. If you don't want my help, fine, it's no big deal. Yu Tianming placed half of the long-dead centipede in the pit and the other half on the edge of the pit. I also deliberately scattered a few roasted barnacles and raspberries around the area. Then tie one end of the rope to a tree branch and carefully cover the rope with sand. Now, we can just wait for the prey to take the bait. Occasionally, a few seabirds, some white and some black, of varying sizes, would fly by in the sky. Yu Tianming hid behind a rock by the sea, quietly staring at the stone slab. Yin Xiaoxiao watched his professional actions and thought to herself, I can tell you used to steal a lot of chickens when you were a kid. After more than 10 minutes, a white seabird finally seemed to take an interest in the food on the ground. It swooped down onto the beach, snatched a barnacle, and flew away immediately. Sigh, Yu Tianming sighed from behind the rock. A little while later, a black bird landed again, this time picked up the raspberries, and then flew away again. 4 or 5 seabirds in a row did the same thing. Huh, Yu Tianming was confused. What's going on here? You guys just grab one and go, shoot one, and then switch to another. You're pretty good at this. Just as Yu Tianming was wondering what was going on, he finally discovered the problem. Yin Xiaoxiao sat not far from the stone slab, staring intently at it. Oh my god, you unlucky bastard. You were just standing there watching. How could anyone stay? Yin Xiaoxiao, if you have nothing else to do, go back to the cave first. If you stay here and keep watch, the birds will surely be scared away. Yu Tianming was already angry, so he spoke rudely. You think I'll just leave because you want me to? I won't. Instead of returning to the cave, Yin Xiaoxiao went straight to Yu Tianming's side and squatted down. What are you doing now? Look at you catching birds. Is it all right here? Yin Xiaoxiao wasn't joking. She was genuinely interested in catching birds. She had never had this experience before, so how could she miss it now? Yu Tianming was too lazy to argue with her anymore. Catching the bird was the most important thing. Now that there was no one around the stone slab, the two of them squatted quietly behind the stone, staring without moving. Finally, a frigate bird with black wings and a white belly landed. First, they devoured all the barnacles nearby, then slowly began to approach the stone slab. The frigate bird was intrigued by half a millipede and snatched it up in its beak. The frigate bird's long, sharp beak quickly swallowed the millipede. It seemed quite satisfied with the taste and even flapped its wings a few times. There was still half a frigate bird in the pit, and it tentatively stuck its long beak inside. Just as his head was about to go in, a fart suddenly rang out beside Yu Tianming. The sound was so long and drawn out. The frigate bird was startled and immediately tried to fly away. At this point, Yu Tianming didn't have time to curse anymore. He suddenly pulled the rope. The stone slab got stuck on the bird's beak, and the frigate bird suddenly began flapping its wings, trying to pull it out. Seeing this, Yu Tianming rushed out and pinned the frigate bird down just as it was about to break free. The frigate bird's wings are like 2 large fans, constantly flapping. With lightning speed, Yu Tianming pulled out a dagger from beside his feet and stabbed it down hard. Ah! Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time she had ever seen such a bloody scene. Stop yelling, it's already dead. Yu Tianming stabbed it a few more times, and the frigate bird finally stopped struggling. Yu Tianming stood up angrily, his body covered in blood, and his ferocious expression terrified Yin Xiaoxiao. You just killed it like that? Yin Xiaoxiao looked at the corpse on the ground, still shaken. The way Yu Tianming had attacked her just now had really terrified her. We're not killing them to eat. We're keeping them for the new year. Yu Tianming had already figured it out. If he encountered any animal in the future, he would definitely strike first. Otherwise, if this lady suddenly becomes kind-hearted, wouldn't I have wasted my time? Chapter 39, Raspberry Roasted Chicken. Who just farted? Yu Tianming finally had time to ask. If he hadn't been quick-witted, the frigate bird would have run away long ago. Yin Xiaoxiao lowered her head in shame. I didn't want to either. I just couldn't help it. Those barnacles and raspberries made my stomach sore. Sorry. Yu Tianming slapped his forehead. How did I end up with you? You're useless at everything, but you can never get enough to eat. Pairing fruit with seafood? You're just asking for diarrhea. I'm speechless. Hurry up and find a place to eat your barbecue. Since they've already admitted their mistake, Yu Tianming can't say anything harsh. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao walked to the side with a wronged look on her face to deal with her uncomfortable stomach. You're swearing again. You're swearing again. You get itchy if you don't swear at me for a while. Yu Tianming walked to the bird carcass, plopped down, and began to clean it up. This frigate bird has a wingspan of over 2 meters, but it actually has very little flesh on its body. Yu Tianming weighed it. It was only 4 or 5 pounds. After removing the feathers and bones, it would have about 3 pounds of meat. There's no hot water available now, making it difficult to process the feathers. Yu Tianming didn't bother with it anymore and just started pulling them down one by one. However, he deliberately kept the long feathers on his wings, finding many intact ones and inserting them one by one into his green straw hat. He didn't want to go out every day with green on his head, but now, it's finally much better. After examining it for a few moments, he was satisfied and put it back on. Looking at him from behind, he really does give off the vibe of an Indian warrior. I haven't had any proper clothes to wear these past few days, and Yu Tianming has gotten a tan too. They plucked all the bird's feathers, chopped off its head, and threw away its wings. There really wasn't any meat on it. Only the torso remained, its belly cut open, and it was repeatedly washed in seawater. How is it? Yin Xiaoxiao finally returned, and frowned when she saw the entrails and bloodstains all over the floor. You're quite good at timing, aren't you? You're nowhere to be seen when I'm working, but you're back just when it's time to eat. Go gather firewood. Yu Tianming replied irritably. Sure, I'll go. They're just making things difficult for me. They don't even know how to say everything at once. However, the thought of having roast chicken, no, roast bird, once again made Yin Xiaoxiao quicken her pace considerably. When she returned to the cave with the firewood, before she even went inside, a fragrant aroma wafted towards her. When she saw it, Yu Tianming was happily skewering roasted birds with the wild boar tusk. The seabirds were roasted until they were glistening with oil, and the oil dripping into the fire sizzled and emitted a fragrant aroma. This is absolutely authentic roast chicken. A loud swallowing sound came from the cave entrance, startling Yu Tianming. Hee, doesn't it smell good? Yu Tianming held up the roasted bird, extremely proud of himself. It smells so good. Let me have a bite. Yin Xiaoxiao's mouth was practically watering. Any hesitation she felt before had vanished into thin air. It's not ready yet. Let's wait a little longer. Yin Xiaoxiao threw down the firewood, squatted by the fire, and stared intently at the roasting bird. Only half a minute had passed. Is it done yet? Not yet. Another half-minute passed. Is it ready to eat? Not yet. Yu Tianming found it amusing. This girl seemed to care more about food than her own father. Actually, it was pretty much over a while ago. He just wanted to tease Yin Xiaoxiao. She looked especially cute when she was drooling. Here, smell it. Yu Tianming waved the roasted bird in front of her. The aroma wafted into Yin Xiaoxiao's nose, and she was almost intoxicated by it. She took several deep breaths, afraid of missing even a trace of the meaty fragrance. I want to eat it. There's just one last step left. Yu Tianming crushed the raspberries, mixed them with the pulp and juice, and sprinkled them evenly on the surface. Once heated over a fire, the fruit's delicate fragrance, combined with the aroma of roasted meat, filled every corner of the cave with an irresistible aroma. Here's a big chicken leg for you. Yu Tianming removed his thigh and handed it to Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao snatched it away, not caring that it was too hot to eat, and took a bite. The girl started moaning in pleasure. I haven't eaten meat for 3 days. This taste is heavenly. Is it delicious? Yin Xiaoxiao didn't have time to answer. Her mouth was burning hot, but she just couldn't bear to spit it out. I've heard that you have lychee roasted goose in the south. How about my raspberry roasted chicken? She didn't even have time to talk. Eating was the most important thing. Watching Yin Xiaoxiao eat with her mouth full of oil, Yu Tianming felt extremely satisfied. Then he tore off his other thigh and began to gnaw on it. These past few days, he's put in the most effort but eaten the least, and barnacles don't keep you full for long. Even though the roast chicken was a bit lacking in seasoning, it still tasted especially delicious. Yin Xiaoxiao ate in a very unladylike manner, finishing a leg in just a few bites and then staring longingly at the rest. Yu Tianming used a dagger to chop the roasted chicken into pieces and put them in a large seashell. The two of them then began to devour the chicken. There are barnacles inside. Yin Xiaoxiao was so focused on eating the meat that she only noticed now that there were barnacles inside the roast meat. This is the essence. All the oil has been absorbed by the barnacle meat. Try my cooking. Wow. She picked up 2 and put them in her mouth. Her eyes widened immediately, and she kept nodding. Awesome. If I catch a wild boar, I can make you something even more delicious. Seeing her satisfied expression, Yu Tianming was also happy. In this kind of environment, How wonderful it would be to be able to enjoy a delicious barbecue. You silly girl, you're such a hypocrite. You're happier than anyone when it comes to eating, but more miserable than anyone when it comes to killing. The two devoured a delicious roast chicken in no time. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't miss a single drop of the oil on the shells. She dipped it in barnacle meat and ate it all. Then, in a particularly unladylike manner, she patted her belly and said, "So full, so full." About 2.5 pounds of roasted bird, 3/5 of which went into Yin Xiaoxiao's stomach, plus quite a few barnacles. She was so full that she lay down on the ground, still licking the oil from her lips. Yu Tianming was already used to her behavior. He got up, cleaned up all the leftover bones, and threw them out. However, he did not return. Instead, he chose to sit by the sea, gazing into the distance in a daze. I was lucky today. I caught a big bird. Millipedes that big aren't something you see every day. But what about tomorrow or the day after? He had no idea. As for catching wild boars, he wasn't entirely confident. Even if he couldn't catch them, he had to find a way. He couldn't just sit around and do nothing. There's also the issue of water. Those few raspberries won't last long, so we'll have to find a way to get water. Fortunately, Yin Xiaoxiao was by his side, which gave him a constant desire to perform. He couldn't even imagine how many days he could last alone on this deserted island. Finding food might be easier when you're alone, but you'll probably go crazy if you stay here too long. What are you thinking about? Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared behind him. I want to roast pig's trotters. Yu Tianming replied casually. You're so annoying. Yin Xiaoxiao playfully scolded him and sat down next to him. I want pig's trotters. Is there a problem with that? Who told you to eat so much? Yu Tianming muttered to himself. You dare bring this up again? You're obviously having ulterior motives towards me. Yin Xiaoxiao cursed inwardly. Chapter 40. A pod of whales appears on the sea, fighting for a mate. I had a very filling barbecue feast today. As evening approached, the two were finally able to put aside their worries about food for the time being. Sitting quietly by the sea, enjoying the cool evening breeze. For a long time, no one spoke. They just watched the sea rise and fall in silence. Look what that is. Yin Xiaoxiao pointed at the sea and exclaimed in surprise. A column of water, several meters high, suddenly shot out from the distant sea, clearly visible in the setting sun. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow emerged from the water and emitted a muffled hiss. The Loch Ness Monster. Yu Tianming glanced at it and replied irritably, clearly uninterested. That's a whale? It's so big. It's probably a humpback whale or a sperm whale, right? Yin Xiaoxiao stood up excitedly and shouted loudly at the whale. Hey, 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 ha ha ha. A burst of hearty, unrestrained laughter annoyed Yu Tianming. Is this girl crazy? I know that's a whale. You can't eat whales in the ocean. What's she getting so excited about? Yin Xiaoxiao waved vigorously towards the whale, jumping up and down, as happy as a child. The whale raised its massive tail fin and slammed it against the water, sending a spray of water flying far and wide, creating ripples on the calm sea. Look, it's so beautiful. Yin Xiaoxiao was still immersed in the beautiful scenery before her. Yu Tianming sat there without moving, muttering to himself, what a load of rubbish. You're just being a busybody. I worked so hard to prepare food, thinking about how to feed you every day, and you seem to be having a lot of fun. Do you think this is a 5-day island getaway? Can't you be a little more careful? Wow, there are several more over there. Look, look. Several enormous creatures suddenly appeared on the water diagonally in front of us. The largest of the whales was over 10 meters long. It suddenly leaped out of the water, flipped over to reveal its white belly, and then slammed heavily onto the water. Other whales, as if provoked, also leaped out of the water. In a short time, 7 or 8 enormous whales churned up countless waves on the surface of the water, creating an incredibly spectacular sight. On the contrary, the whale that appeared at the beginning remained swimming nearby without making any moves. The remaining 7 or 8 whales continued to roll and tumble, creating jets of water and layers of waves that rose and fell, making it seem as if one had stepped into a fountain show. The whales occasionally let out a few melodious and deep calls that sent shivers down your spine. It's unclear which whale made the first move, but 2 enormous heads were seen colliding violently on the surface of the water. Other whales, not to be outdone, joined the fray. Their enormous bodies stirred up waves, constantly colliding with each other. What are they doing? Are they fighting? Yin Xiaoxiao asked innocently. What the hell are they fighting for? These guys are chasing girls. Whoever wins gets the female, don't they know that? Dude, this is exhausting. I have to explain things to you even about picking up girls. How do you know that it's only female? Yin Xiaoxiao asked, somewhat unconvinced. Is that even a question? Didn't you see only that big guy is leisurely watching and choosing a husband? Yu Tianming understood the situation immediately. When I was a kid, I lived in the countryside. I saw dogs fighting and pigs fighting all the time. It was all over some trivial thing between their legs. Oh, I see. It's true what they say, being a woman is definitely an advantage. Yin Xiaoxiao nodded in empathy, which infuriated Yu Tianming. Yes, you women only know how to eat, you don't know how to help out. In the outside world, men are expected to work hard all day to earn money to support their families. And if they earn too little, they will be looked down upon when they get home. Being a man is really tough. Yu Tianming thought about what he had been through these past few days and felt the same way. The courtship spectacle on the sea was still unfolding, lasting for more than half an hour. Finally, the largest whale won, showing off its massive body and swimming back and forth around the mother whale. Wow, look, that whale won. The excited voice continued to broadcast live to Yu Tianming. The defeated male whales could only swim away dejectedly, occasionally spouting a few jets of water, seemingly expressing their loss and sorrow. When Yin Xiaoxiao saw this scene, her emotions reversed very quickly. With deep sympathy, she said, "Those whales are so pitiful. Will they be single fish for the rest of their lives? If you're so reluctant to part with them, then marry them." Yu Tianming couldn't stand her girlish mentality. One second she was praising someone for winning, and the next she was saying that the remaining whales were pitiful. Do you even have any principles or bottom line? The victorious whale let out a deep, melodious roar and slapped the water's surface in a triumphant display. Then, together with the wife it had won, they both disappeared into the water. Huh? Why did they leave? Nonsense, they're about to consummate their marriage. Why would they broadcast it live to you? Would you dare watch? Shaw, what's the big deal? There are plenty of scenes like this in the animal kingdom. Huh, so you're a fujoshi, a female fan of male-male romance, too? Alright, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Watch if you want. The sea returned to calm. Soon, the moon rose again, the water shimmered, and the waves rolled in layers, creating a breathtaking scene. Have you ever thought about what would happen if we were trapped here forever? After eating her fill and having some free time, Yin Xiaoxiao started missing home again, and her mood took a sharp turn for the worse, which Yu Tianming found hard to accept. Just a moment ago she was shouting and excited, but now she's all sad and sobbing softly. What else can we do? Just stay alive. His words made Yin Xiaoxiao feel even more down. She rested her head on her knees, feeling secretly sad. Yu Tianming initially hoped that someone would come to rescue him, but 3 days had passed, and there was still no sign of it. The actions taken by the relevant domestic authorities are reassuring. When faced with something like this, they would definitely be mobilized immediately. But even at its slowest, it should have arrived by now. So this can only mean one thing. The plane deviated too far from its flight path, and the search and rescue team might not be able to find the island. However, the thought of living gave Yu Tianming a headache again. Food is a problem, but fresh water is an even bigger problem. Yin Xiaoxiao and I explored along the coast for 2 days, and it felt like we had only covered a small part of the island. This island is too big. Only at the entrance to the cave where the monitor lizard dwelled was a clear spring found. Otherwise, there was no water at all. Those raspberries were barely enough to quench our thirst, and there weren't many of them. They would be gone in less than 2 days. My head hurts. It really hurts. Moreover, in just 2 days, they encountered 2 large creatures, a monitor lizard and a wild boar king. Who knows what other ferocious beasts might be lurking in the denser forest. Therefore, Yu Tianming's tone sounded very uncertain. Damn it, we're already in this mess anyway. Might as well fight it out. Yu Tianming's ruthlessness kicked in. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he roared. Damn it, I got it. Chapter 41. Finally, they started arguing over food. What do you know? Yin Xiaoxiao was startled by his sudden outburst. I understand. Animals have a sense of territory, especially these big guys. That's obvious. I know that even if you don't say it. Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head inwardly. So you figured this out after thinking about it for so long? Let me tell you, when I used to read all kinds of novels, all those dragons, phoenixes, qilin, white tigers and the like, each occupied their own mountain. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao was speechless. So you figured it out through novels? How can you be so stupid? Yu Tianming was displeased when he saw Yin Xiaoxiao's disdainful look. Since these big guys are hunting in their own territory, we can act as spies, instigate a war between the 2 sides, and reap the benefits. Yu Tianming was quite pleased with his sudden idea. What this guy said seems to make sense, but how do we do it? And then what? Anyway, Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't think of a solution. Watch me. Yu Tianming grinned confidently. Alright, Yin Xiaoxiao sighed slightly. You've got a lot of bad ideas. I'll be watching closely. Without thinking, Yu Tianming hurriedly returned to the cave, leaving Yin Xiaoxiao alone to enjoy the beautiful scenery by the sea. The guy's cheerful laughter could be heard from inside the cave from time to time. Yin Xiaoxiao glared at that direction with disdain, thinking to herself, what a tasteless guy. Wouldn't it be better for the two of you to have a chat at a time like this? Can't we do these things tomorrow? That's what she thought, but Yu Tianming didn't. This guy poured all the barnacles out of the bottle, put them on the rocks by the fire, and roasted them all. It wasn't until the aroma of the barbecue reached Yin Xiaoxiao's nose that she could no longer suppress her curiosity and walked back. As soon as they entered the cave, Yin Xiaoxiao got angry. Are you crazy? Why did you bake them all? Weren't we saving them for later? Don't worry about it. I have my own plans. Yu Tianming waved his hand dismissively, quite impolitely. Even if Yin Xiaoxiao wanted to save the barnacles, it was already too late. There were more than a dozen empty bottles on the ground, not a single one left. They were all placed near the fire. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to ruin your life? Yin Xiaoxiao looked at the empty bottles scattered on the floor with heartache. Let me tell you, since wild boars like to eat this, let them eat their fill. As long as they poop, my plan will be a success. Huh? Yin Xiaoxiao looked annoyed, not quite understanding. Think about it. How do animals identify their territory? By smell. Girl, you understand. Huh? Oh. Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that this guy also had such intelligence. Not bad, not bad. But then she thought of something else and blurted out. What if the wild boars don't come? What? Yu Tianming was stunned for a moment. I don't think I considered this aspect. A critical hit of 10,000 points struck Yin Xiaoxiao's heart. What kind of people are these? They start doing things without thinking things through. No amount of wealth can withstand their reckless spending. Yin Xiaoxiao was furious. Without thinking, she squatted down, picked up a handful of barnacles, and started smashing them. What are you doing? Yu Tianming didn't react. What are you doing? I'm going to eat all of these so you won't waste them, he said, stuffing them into his mouth. No way. This is for pigs. Yu Tianming became anxious as soon as he heard that. Although his plan had flaws, without these barnacles, he would be completely finished. The sea turtles have long since gone home, and there's no way they'll find barnacles anymore. Yu Tianming pounced on her and grabbed Yin Xiaoxiao's hand tightly, preventing her from harming the barnacles. Yin Xiaoxiao got angry too. It was better to eat it herself than to waste it. Unable to overcome Yu Tianming's strength, it simply opened its mouth and bit. Oh my god, are you a dog? Yu Tianming didn't expect Yin Xiaoxiao to be so ruthless. 2 clear rows of teeth marks were left on his forearm. I won't listen, I want to eat. Yin Xiaoxiao was also terrified of hunger. Thinking that she might not have anything to eat for the next few days, she gritted her teeth and kept stuffing barnacles into her mouth. Yu Tianming was so angry he wanted to hit someone, and he gritted his teeth and grumbled on the side. Yin Xiaoxiao, can't you be reasonable? Even if the plan isn't perfect, we still have to try. How many meals can this little bit of barnacles feed us? I don't care. I won't listen. She swallowed large gulps, unable to stop. Damn it. Yu Tianming's heart felt like it was being squeezed. He couldn't hit him, nor could he bring himself to curse him. He was utterly frustrated. In the end, they simply decided to avoid seeing it and walk out of the cave. Eat, eat, eat. You'll stuff yourself to death. She really is all looks and no brains. Yu Tianming never left any room for maneuver in his actions, and he used all the barnacles to heat them up. In other words, no matter how much Yin Xiaoxiao can eat, she won't have anything to eat tomorrow. I just want to leave. I'm so tired. But there are only 2 people on this deserted island. Where else can they go? Yu Tianming sat by the sea, sulking. Not long after, he heard crying coming from the cave. Cry, cry your sister's ass. Yu Tianming hated women crying the most, but he was in a bad mood and didn't want to pay attention to Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao sat alone by the fire, eating and crying at the same time. She knew it was wrong, but the panic caused by hunger left her at a loss. In the days that followed, with no idea where she was headed, she could only try her best to fill her stomach. However, she was worried about Yu Tianming going hungry, so she carefully gathered up the remaining barnacles. Since it won't last until tomorrow anyway, let's at least let Yu Tianming have a good meal. But when she stepped out of the cave, ready to apologize to Yu Tianming, he was nowhere to be found. Yu Tianming? Yu Tianming. Yin Xiaoxiao panicked. Was she being abandoned? How can you be so petty? I was being kind by saving food for you. Yu Tianming. Yin Xiaoxiao's shrill scream carried far, but the surroundings were shrouded in mist, with only the sound of the waves responding to her. That bastard really left. It was pitch black outside. The forest and distant mountains were just dark silhouettes. Yin Xiaoxiao took a few steps with trepidation, then dared not go any further. No matter how she called out, Yu Tianming seemed to have vanished, offering no response. Yin Xiaoxiao could only sob as she walked back to the cave, sitting dejectedly by the fire. It was only then that she realized that without Yu Tianming, she didn't even have the courage to live. How long can one endure by the fire without food or water? In 3 or 4 days, I will starve and die of thirst. Thinking of this, she kept cursing Yu Tianming in her heart for being heartless. He was also scolding himself for being so impulsive and making Yu Tianming leave. Just as she was feeling sad, the large rock blocking the cave entrance behind her suddenly shook, making a screeching sound. Ah! Yin Xiaoxiao jumped up in fright. Before she could even see what it was, the stone wall was struck by a heavy object again. By the light of the fire, she peered through the crack in the cave and was so terrified that she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 42. A God Descends to Earth. That wild boar king is back. Although it only had one fang left, it was still incredibly ferocious, constantly ramming its head against the stone wall. Fortunately, the stone wall built by Yu Tianming was thick enough that he was not in immediate danger. But judging from how these stones are swaying, it seems like they're going to collapse sooner or later. Not only that, but a small wild boar was rooting around in the cracks in the rocks, making grunting noises. That passage, meant for the two of them to enter and exit, has now become the little wild boar's entry point. Yin Xiaoxiao could even smell the stench emanating from the wild boar's mouth. Without a second thought, she grabbed anything she could find on the ground and smashed it against the wild boar's head. After being in pain, the wild boar attacked even more frantically, its foul-smelling mouth agape, its body twisting and turning, its front hooves pawing the ground with all its might. Yin Xiaoxiao was going crazy. She was trapped alone in the cave. If the stone wall collapses, I will surely die. Yu Tianming, where are you? Come back soon. She now feels more and more that Yu Tianming is really important. But Yu Tianming was already gone. In a panic, she grabbed the dog-beating stick and started poking at the gap. The wild boar was incredibly agile, giving her no chance to strike. Instead, he seized an opportunity, bit the dog-beating stick in his mouth, and snatched it from Yin Xiaoxiao's hand. What else? What else? She looked around in a panic. Apart from some empty bottles and stones around the fire, there was nothing there. A stone. That's right, a stone. She took off her clothes, wrapped them around her hands, and laboriously lifted the stone, intending to throw it. However, the stone was very hot, and as soon as she picked it up, it burned her so much that she screamed. Her survival instinct made her disregard all of that. They could only endure the high temperature and push the stone over little by little to seal the gap in the passage. When the wild boar's nose touched the hot stone, it emitted various roars. But this only fueled the wild boar's ferocity, and their attacks became even more frenzied. Judging from this, the stone wall won't last long. Yin Xiaoxiao had done her best, but she could only helplessly shrink into the innermost part of the cave, trembling and crying uncontrollably. Each of the Boar King's impacts caused the stone wall to tremble and elicited several strange cries from Yin Xiaoxiao. Small pieces of stone have already fallen from the stone wall, and it will surely collapse soon. Just then, a loud whistle rang out from outside the cave, echoing in all directions. Immediately afterwards, Yu Tianming roared, "Fuck you! Come at me if you dare!" Yu Tianming dropped his load and rushed to the vicinity of the cave in a few strides. He bent down, picked up a few stones, and threw them directly at them. His aim was pretty good, hitting the Boar King's massive body directly. The wild Boar King turned around and saw that it was his enemy, so he turned around, accelerated, and rammed into him. Yu Tianming quickly climbed up the large rock and shouted, "Xiao Xiao Xiao Xiao, are you alright?" This shout seemed to come from the heavens, pulling Yin Xiaoxiao back from the abyss. "Yu Tianming, where have you been? Why are you only just getting back? Hurry up and save me." A loud sob came from inside the cave. Yu Tianming was relieved to know that Yin Xiaoxiao was alright. But the wild Boar King was still at his feet and had no intention of letting him go. This time, the wild boars learned their lesson and stopped crashing into the rocks. Instead, they just circled around the area, swimming back and forth. The occasional groans were enough to send chills down your spine. Its massive forehooves pawed incessantly in the sand pit, venting its anger. Hearing the Boar King's call, the little wild boars all gathered around. Yu Tianming had nowhere to retreat this time. Yin Xiaoxiao was safe for the time being. She tried to peek out and saw Yu Tianming standing alone on the reef, confronting the wild boar herd. "What should I do now? What can I do?" she asked anxiously. Yu Tianming was in danger again while trying to save himself. "Just stay put and don't cause me any trouble." Yu Tianming had no better ideas. What else could he do at this point? Unlike monitor lizards, wild boars are not extremely fast on land. There's no way they can outrun them. Now they can only hope the wild boar will leave on its own. However, this standoff lasted for more than half an hour, and the wild boar showed no signs of leaving. This can't go on. The tide is about to come in, and although the reef is high enough, the wild boars can't get up there. If it were to be submerged by seawater, would Yu Tianming be forced to stand in the water all night? Wouldn't he freeze to death? Although Yu Tianming couldn't come up with a good solution, he never considered giving up. Looking around, he came up with a solution that was hardly a solution. Then he shouted, "Are there any barnacles left in the cave? Throw them all out, and throw them far away." Yin Xiaoxiao was already in a panic. Hearing Yu Tianming's shout, she didn't have time to think. I picked up a handful of roasted barnacles and laboriously climbed to the top through the cracks in the stone wall. A fairly large crack remains here, as the original stone was knocked down by wild boars. After climbing up, Yin Xiaoxiao used all her strength to throw it out in another direction. Good heavens! Is it even 5 meters? When Yu Tianming saw this, his heart sank. He originally intended for Yin Xiaoxiao to use barnacles to lure the wild boar away, so he could then rush back into the cave. As long as I'm here, holding the stone wall, the wild boars shouldn't be able to break through. They'll leave sooner or later. Fortunately, the barnacles attracted the wild boars away, leaving only the Boar King to continue its menacing watch over Yu Tianming. Keep going. Don't stop. Faster. The pigs almost finished eating. Having no other option but to try anything, Yu Tianming decided to take a gamble. There were still quite a few barnacles left in the cave. Yin Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she burst into tears, throwing them out with snot and tears streaming down her face. Yu Tianming felt he couldn't wait any longer. These barnacles simply couldn't withstand being eaten by several wild boars at once. They climbed down behind the reef into the water, felt for a few large rocks underwater, and then climbed back onto the reef. "You son of a bitch, you want to fight me to the death? Let's see who kills whom." After saying that, he picked up the stone and smashed it down hard on the wild Boar King. The Boar King simply shifted his body slightly to the side, thus dodging the attack. "Come on, I don't believe it." Stones were thrown down one after another. The wild Boar King was near the reef, not far away, when it was finally hit by a large rock. With a blood-curdling scream, the pig leaped far away in pain. A perfect opportunity. Yu Tianming had been waiting for this moment. He leaped onto the beach, ignoring what was behind him, and charged towards the cave. The Boar King regained its senses and charged again, its massive tusks gleaming. Just as Yu Tianming was about to enter the cave, the wild Boar King arrived. Yu Tianming could feel the wild Boar King's tusks about to touch his buttocks. He might die in the next second. He suddenly noticed that the pointed dog-beating stick was lying on the ground, within easy reach. Without thinking twice, he grabbed the dog-beating stick and stabbed it fiercely behind him. Chapter 43. Fighting the Wild Boar to the Death. The Wild Boar King let out a miserable cry as the tip of the dog-beating stick pierced its mouth. However, the puncture wasn't very deep, so it wasn't a fatal wound. With a powerful flick of its head, the Wild Boar King sent Yu Tianming, who was holding the other end of the dog-beating stick, flying into the air. With a sudden push from its hind legs, the wild boar slammed into the stone wall at the cave entrance, carrying Yu Tianming with it. The enormous impact left Yu Tianming completely disoriented. It felt like 10 heavyweight boxing champions punched me at the same time. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I didn't even have time to feel the intense pain in my back. His hands were about to slip away without him realizing it. If he fell outside the cave, a wild boar would kill him in the next second. Yin Xiaoxiao, who had been lying on top of the stone wall, suddenly let out a cry of surprise and reached out to grab it. They happened to grab Yu Tianming's few remaining hairs, which hurt Yu Tianming terribly, but also brought him to his senses. He only had time to utter a curse. Damn it! He quickly grabbed a crevice in the stone and hurriedly climbed up the stone wall. At the same time, the Boar King's attack arrived. With a muffled thud, the stone wall shook again. Damn it, get inside right now. Yu Tianming gave Yin Xiaoxiao a push, and then climbed back into the cave through the crack in the rock. Holy crap, that was so damn exciting. The whole operation actually took less than 30 seconds, but the process was incredibly thrilling and exciting. Any mistake in any step could lead to certain death. Why aren't you staying put? What are you doing running around like this? We're safe for now, Yin Xiaoxiao cried as she questioned him. Running around? If you hadn't eaten the barnacles, would I have needed to pick bananas? Yu Tianming was also furious. Banana leaf? Yin Xiaoxiao didn't understand what he meant. Bang! Thump thump! Several more heavy impacts. Yu Tianming pressed his back firmly against the stone wall before saying, I suddenly remembered that the wild boar ate that bunch of bananas earlier, which means they like to eat these things too, so I ran back to pick bananas. Bang! Thump thump! The impacts continued. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao finally understood, and then said with great apology, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have disbelieved you. The situation outside is clear now. Yu Tianming was right. It was because all the barnacles were roasted at once that the wild boars were attracted. All right, all right, I have nothing more to say. Yu Tianming was quite impatient. He did consider leaving at the time, but he quickly dismissed the idea. It's always better for two people to depend on each other than for one person to be all alone. Although Yan Xiaoxiao always annoyed him, he couldn't just stand by and watch her starve to death. So I just thought of using bananas to attract the wild boars again, but I didn't expect them to come so quickly. So what do we do now? The wild boar is still outside and refuses to leave, which is not in line with the plan. Yu Tianming only wanted wild boar dung, but the wild boar wanted his life. Yan Xiaoxiao's helpless appearance left Yu Tianming feeling utterly helpless. Let me think about it. Yu Tianming heard that the noise outside seemed to have subsided a bit, but when he looked through the crack, he saw that the wild boar hadn't left and was still circling outside the cave entrance. Are there any barnacles left? Yu Tianming asked. Yes, there are. Yan Xiaoxiao grabbed a handful and handed them to him. Yu Tianming took the barnacles and sprinkled them along the gap that allowed the two of them to pass through from the inside out. What are you doing? Don't ask, just watch. Yu Tianming didn't want to explain. Yan Xiaoxiao knew she was in the wrong, so she had no choice but to shut her mouth. Yu Tianming picked up half a wild boar king's tusk from the cave and stared intently at the crevice. This time he wasn't disappointed. Soon a little wild boar was lured over by the aroma. After eating the outermost barnacles, they then began to burrow inwards. When you're halfway through eating, you can't reach the barnacles at the very back. The wild boar strained to open its mouth wide and stick out its tongue, trying to eat the barnacles. Yu Tianming cursed inwardly. You want to fight me to the death? I'll kill you. Seizing the opportunity, it used its sharp tusk to shove it directly into the wild boar's mouth. The wild boar let out a scream and tried to break free. Yu Tianming had been bullied for so long that he was about to go crazy with anger. Ignoring his own safety, he used all his strength again to shove the weapon deep into the wild boar's mouth. His body was almost being carried away by the wild boar, but he just wouldn't let go. He gripped half a tusk tightly with both hands and twisted it forcefully, trying to finish off the wild boar. Upon noticing this, the wild boar king intensified its ramming of the stone wall. Just as Yu Tianming was about to be dragged out of the cave by the wild boar, the boar finally collapsed, unwilling to accept its fate. Exhausted and panting, Yu Tianming had no time to rest. He quickly grabbed the wild boar's thumb-length tusks and wedged it into the gap. The last wild boar that died was dragged away by the wild boar king. This must not happen again. This food was obtained at the cost of lives. The wild boar king tried to drag the boar by its hind legs several times, but Yu Tianming held on tightly each time. Seeing that they couldn't get it back, a stalemate ensued. After a short while, for some reason, the wild boar king suddenly let out a howl and then led the way to run away. Seeing this, the other wild boars quickly followed and disappeared into the woods. Phew, I'm exhausted. It's really not easy to get a bite of pork. Yu Tianming plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, only then realizing that the cave floor was wet. Huh, what's going on? Who wet their pants? Thinking of this, he glanced suspiciously between Yan Xiaoxiao's legs. My pants are indeed wet. Did I really pee my pants in fear? Yan Xiaoxiao was also quite frightened and didn't notice his lewd expression. They're finally gone, thank goodness. Yan Xiaoxiao patted her chest, still feeling shaken. What are you looking at? Yan Xiaoxiao finally realized what was happening and quickly squeezed her legs together. Did you wet your pants? Yu Tianming asked with a playful smile. You're the one who wets your pants. Yan Xiaoxiao immediately retorted. However, her hand, which was on her pants, did feel very damp. Did I really pee without realizing it? She even tentatively sniffed her hands, but there was no smell. You're talking nonsense, it wasn't me. Yan Xiaoxiao felt very ashamed of her action and immediately blushed. I know it's not you. Yu Tianming also realized the situation. The water on the ground came in from outside. He immediately got up and looked outside, and sure enough, the tide was rising and was almost at the cave entrance. It seems the wild boars were scared away by the tide. Hurry up and pack your things, seawater is about to flood in. Yu Tianming gave anxious instructions and began moving stones himself. He planned to pile up stones to make the fire bigger. It's already dark outside, and the sea has surrounded us. It was too late to find a suitable place to stay. Yu Tianming glanced at his watch. It was already past 8 o'clock. Based on his experience from the previous 2 nights, the tide should be receding soon. However, this cave is relatively high, so it shouldn't be flooded. At worst, we can just stand on the rocks and wait for the tide to recede. Chapter 44. I have a good sister. After the first wave of seawater appeared on the cave floor, The two could only stand in the muddy water. The fire has been propped up with stones and will not be submerged for the time being. But the icy seawater still sent a chill down my spine. We won't drown, will we? As the seawater gradually rose above her ankles, Yin Xiaoxiao began to worry. Don't worry. Just hang in there a little longer. The tide should be going out soon. Yu Tianming kept staring at his watch, relying solely on his previous experience to make a judgment. He had no real idea of the specifics. If all else fails, we'll have no choice but to risk going out. But the waves are huge outside, and it's dark. If something happens, we can't be sure what will happen. The seawater gradually reached knee-deep, and the fire finally went out. A thick plume of smoke instantly billowed from the cave, causing the two to cough incessantly. Just as Yu Tianming was about to give up on the cave, he finally realized that the sea level was dropping. Phew, it's all right, the tide has gone out. Our fire is gone. Yin Xiaoxiao's fear of the dark resurfaced, and she said tearfully, It's okay, that's how we spent our first night. I'll start a fire first thing tomorrow morning. Yu Tianming patted her head tenderly, letting her know that he was there for her. Yin Xiaoxiao is feeling conflicted. She's afraid of the dark and also feels guilty. If I hadn't acted recklessly, none of these things would have happened. Scatter the barnacles along the edge of the woods early. The wild boars will leave once they've eaten their fill. If the tide had come in earlier, we could have dealt with it sooner, and we wouldn't be in this dark and gloomy state now. I'm so sorry. From the darkness came Yin Xiaoxiao's tearful apology. All right, stop talking. When you're living together, there are bound to be some bumps along the way. Yu Tianming also softened his heart. Not everyone can be like my mother, acting impulsively in a fit of anger. He stopped abruptly, almost letting something slip. What happened to your mother? Yin Xiaoxiao had always been curious about Yu Tianming's past. Hey, it's really nothing serious. It's just a little embarrassing to talk about. If you're willing to listen, I'll tell you about it. Yu Tianming was going all out, since it was just him and Yin Xiaoxiao here anyway. Who knows how long we'll be living together in the future? Let's just say it. Yu Tianming found some stones and stacked them up to make a makeshift bench. The two sat side by side, listening to Yu Tianming reminisce about the past. Actually, I have zero impression of my mother. To be precise, I've never even met her, Yu Tianming said with a wry smile. I learned a lot of things from my grandma. In my memory, I spent my childhood in the village with my grandmother. My dad only appears during Chinese New Year, bringing back a new set of clothes and several kilograms of fruit candies. My grandma told me that my mom ran away with someone 2 months after I was born. It seems like they looked down on our family for being poor. My dad was so upset about this that he went to work in the city, and I stayed in the countryside with my grandma. When I was 5 years old, my grandmother passed away, and I went back to the city with my father. It was only then that I learned that my father had already married a woman in the city, bought a house, and even given me a younger sister. My stepmother has never been good to me. She either beats me or scolds me. My dad is always busy with his business outside and often comes home drunk. So from childhood to adulthood, apart from my grandmother, no one has ever taken care of me. In their eyes, I was just an extra person. You know what happened next? I caused trouble all the time at school, and eventually I got myself expelled. Then I just hang out in society every day. But let me make it clear first, I will never do anything immoral or immoral. Hee. Yin Xiaoxiao had been listening very attentively, but she felt particularly uncomfortable inside. Upon hearing this, she burst out laughing, though she did somewhat believe Yu Tianming's words. You look so silly. You don't seem like someone who would do bad things. So, does that mean you have no chance to inherit your family business? Yin Xiaoxiao smiled brightly, wanting to tease him and cheer him up. Actually, it's not like that. I didn't care about their money. I often deal in antiques and stuff. Although I've suffered losses a lot, I can still support myself and don't need to rely on others. Yu Tianming spoke with considerable arrogance. From a young age, he was determined to earn a lot of money through his own efforts, so that his biological father and stepmother could see that he could live a good life without relying on them. Then why do you still live in your father's bathhouse? Yin Xiaoxiao asked. Are you stupid? They look down on me and won't pay me, so why can't I take advantage of them? They might as well stay. I'm not paying anyway, and everyone inside knows me. What can they do to me? You're amazing. Yin Xiaoxiao thought it was rare to see someone as open-minded as him, and then asked, what about your sister? Is she not good to you either? Yu Tianming scratched his head sheepishly. It's not that bad. My half-sister is a very good person. I even doubt if she's their biological daughter. That girl has always been very clingy to me since she was little, and she would secretly give me any good food she had. But I'm not bad either. Every time she gets bullied at school, I'm the one who stands up for her. People say behind her back that she has a scary older brother. After I grew up, I got scammed a few times while dealing in antiques. I was very grateful to my younger sister for using all sorts of excuses to get money from my father to give to me. So your sister is really good to you. What's her name? I definitely want to meet her after we get out of here. Maybe we can even become good friends. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a little envious of this sister she had never met. Having such a brother who sheltered her from the wind and rain was truly a blessing in life. Oh, her name is Yulingyin. Just like her name, she has a very beautiful voice, like a lark. She's tall, only half a head shorter than me, and super pretty too. If any grandson marries her in the future and dares to bully her, I will definitely kill him. Yu Tianming's face lit up with joy at the thought of his beloved younger sister. For some reason, Yin Xiaoxiao started to feel a little jealous of Yu Lingyin. Ah, I wish I had a brother like you, who wouldn't want to be pampered and cherished all the time. But when I think of my parents, a feeling of disappointment fills my heart. It seems there's a reason why I ended up here with Yu Tianming. We were both having a hard time. Let me tell you, once we get out of here, you absolutely have to meet my sister. She's an incredibly nice person. Yu Tianming's mouth was still open. Yin Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile to herself, thinking, perhaps we'll never see each other again. Chapter 45, My First Time Making Smoked Meat. Yu Tianming always avoided mentioning his past experiences because he was worried that Yin Xiaoxiao would look down on him. Having grown up in the countryside and not received a good education, he had achieved some success through hard work, but it was not enough to make up for his feelings of inferiority. However, he has come to terms with it now. It's not a big deal. He only fantasizes about Yin Xiaoxiao occasionally. He doesn't have the confidence to actually be with Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao looked like a rich girl, so what was she to him? With no connections, no savings, and not even a house, he squandered almost all the money he made from dealing in antiques. The night was cold, but Yu Tianming's heart was even colder. Even though Yin Xiaoxiao was still asleep by himself, he couldn't feel any warmth. When Yin Xiaoxiao woke up again, Yu Tianming was no longer in the cave. He was on the beach, holding a dagger, slowly dismembering the wild boar. Last night's seawater did have a positive effect. At least it washed away the fishy stench from inside and outside the wild boar. See that? A big pig's trotter. You're in luck, sis. Yu Tianming had long since shaken off his low spirits from the previous night. Holding a pork leg full of muscular tendons in his hand, he was incredibly excited. Surprisingly, Yin Xiaoxiao didn't cheer. Instead, she looked at Yu Tianming with some pity. After learning about Yu Tianming's past last night, I now think he was really stupid. So adorably silly. Although Yu Tianming's words last night were very simple, Yin Xiaoxiao knew that there must be many things he was unwilling to mention. This proves once again that Yu Tianming is an independent and strong man. Let me help you. Yin Xiaoxiao hated the feeling of being covered in blood, but she wanted to do something for Yu Tianming. No need, no need. I can do it myself. If you're really bored, the usual rule applies. Go gather firewood. Yu Tianming waved his hand happily, resolutely preventing Yin Xiaoxiao from making a move. Okay, then you wait and see. Yin Xiaoxiao gave him a tender smile. Before, whenever I asked her to do something, she would always grumble and complain. It's so rare to see her smile like this. Stop yelling. I'm too busy to help you. Well, with just one sentence from Butcher You, the good atmosphere was ruined again. You're so annoying. Yin Xiaoxiao scolded playfully, but she still happily went to collect firewood. When she returned, all the wild boar meat had been neatly cut into different parts. Here, have some raspberries. You must be thirsty, right? Yin Xiaoxiao handed him the raspberries she had just picked, and then said, there aren't many ripe ones left, so just eat these red ones. Yin Xiaoxiao just tried it over there. The red raspberries were very sour and not tasty at all. They were also very thoughtful, leaving the few dozen purplish-black raspberries for Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming didn't pay attention to these details. He grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth. They were sweet and sour, just right. Slaughtering pigs really exhausted him. He was covered in sweat. Moreover, he habitually assumed that, given Yin Xiaoxiao's foodie nature, she must have eaten her fill before returning. All right, now let's get the fire going. It's a shame about this pigskin. I poked holes in it all over. Otherwise, I could have made a fur coat. The guy walked back to the cave with a regretful look on his face. Yin Xiaoxiao looked down and sure enough, there was still a lot of flesh and blood attached to the black pigskin, with holes and gaps all over it. But actually wearing this thing on your body would be disgusting. Putting aside the taste, the thick, black pig hair alone is enough to send chills down your spine. Forget it, Yin Xiaoxiao thought, shuddering slightly as she imagined the scene. Yu Tianming's fire-making skills are getting better and better. In less than an hour, the newly started fire had already lit up the cave. I'll make you a new way to eat it today. Wait and see. Yu Tianming emerged from the cave with a mysterious expression and soon returned carrying a large bunch of broad leaves. What's going on? Yin Xiaoxiao had no experience with this kind of life. Just wait and see how drooly you are, Yu Tianming chuckled. You're so annoying. Yu Tianming first found a lot of long branches, picked out the sturdier ones, and wedged the ends of the branches into the side wall of the cave. Then hang all kinds of meat strips and chunks on it. They untied the rotten rope and tied the ribs, thigh meat, and backbone to the tree branch. He nodded in satisfaction and then moved the fire directly under the branches. The show's about to begin. Yu Tianming added a lot of firewood to the fire, and then threw all the large leaves he had collected into the fire. In an instant, the damp leaves came into contact with the glowing red firewood, billowing out thick smoke that was choking people. In less than 3 seconds, both of them were forced out of the cave. Yin Xiaoxiao wiped the dust off her face and shook her head. Is this all the show you put on? Yu Tianming smiled apologetically. It's my first time. I have no experience. My friend saw it on TV. I had no idea it would produce so much smoke. He wanted to try making smoked meat, but he didn't manage to control the situation well. After the initial thick smoke subsided, a short while later, the cave began to emit a delicious aroma of meat. Yin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and kept praising. Wow, the cooking is pretty good. It smells so good. Absolutely, who do you think we are? I'm not just bragging. Before he could finish speaking, a burst of intense flames suddenly erupted from the cave. Damn it, I'm furious. Ignoring the choking smoke, Yu Tianming rushed inside. The flames in the bonfire had already risen more than a foot high. The wild boar meat above dripped oil continuously, hissing and sparks flying everywhere. Damn it, I forgot a step. Yu Tianming quickly searched everywhere and found the large seashell in a corner. They just held it in their hands and caught the grease. My eyes were burning from the fumes, and my body felt like it was on fire. How can you be so stupid? Yin Xiaoxiao noticed that he hadn't come out for a while, so she peeked in to take a look. This is all oil, we can't waste it, Yu Tianming said, feeling a pang of regret himself. So much oil had been wasted before they came in. I'll find something to prop it up for you. I really can't stand your carelessness. Yin Xiaoxiao found some sturdy branches and fiddled with them for a long time, but she still couldn't support the heavy seashell. Just tie a rope in the middle, and it will be stuck. Oh, right. Reminded by Yu Tianming, Yin Xiaoxiao hurriedly tied several tree branches with rope. A crooked and uneven frame has finally taken shape. Phew, why did you collect all that oil? Wild boar oil is so smelly. Only after leaving the cave did Yin Xiaoxiao dare to breathe deeply, because the smell of wild boar oil was too pungent. What are you doing? Making torches, you idiot. Chapter 46. The torch preparation plan begins. A torch. Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly realized what was happening. But we're not going out at night. So what do we need a torch for? Are you worried I'll be afraid of the dark when I get up to use the bathroom at night? The only reason Yin Xiaoxiao could think of was that Yu Tianming had always accompanied her to the toilet at night before. Although I feel more at ease with him around, it's still quite awkward. From this perspective, Yu Tianming is quite good at taking care of people. As Yin Xiaoxiao thought about it, she felt overjoyed, and her gaze towards Yu Tianming softened. Come on, even if you're going to the toilet, do you think you can use something this luxurious? Do you think this is a flashlight? You can change the batteries anytime. This guy's words brought Yin Xiaoxiao back to reality. He was still as inconsiderate as ever. Humph. Yin Xiaoxiao snorted inwardly, then continued to ask, what's it used for? Well, it'll work eventually. You'll see later. Yu Tianming didn't continue, because he was brewing a big plan. It wasn't the right time to talk about it yet, as he was afraid of scaring Yin Xiaoxiao. But this plan still needed Yin Xiaoxiao's assistance. TCH. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. Why all the secrecy? Yin Xiaoxiao always felt that in Yu Tianming's eyes, she was just a burden, and he couldn't help her even if he wanted to. In just a few days, how many times has Yu Tianming saved him? At least 8 or 10 times. I don't know if my father has sent anyone to rescue me. When will this kind of life ever end? While she was lost in thought, Yu Tianming had already left the cave carrying a whole seashell full of oil. The pungent, fishy smell hit me. Yin Xiaoxiao felt disgusted and pinched her nose from a distance, looking disgusted. Yu Tianming found a lot of thick tree branches, the kind that can be held in one hand. Cut it into half-meter lengths and wait for the grease to solidify. Yu Tianming waved to Yin Xiaoxiao, who was not far away. Come here. It's your turn to make your appearance this time. What? Didn't you say you didn't need my help? Yin Xiaoxiao complained, but still came over, pinching her nose. Isn't this giving you a chance to show off? Come on, take your pants off. Yu Tianming deliberately smiled wickedly, his eyes like those of a lecherous wolf eyeing a little lamb. You shameless person. We've only just gotten a little food, and you're already thinking about all this nonsense. Aye. As she was talking, Yin Xiaoxiao picked up a stick from the ground and prepared to hit Yu Tianming. What are you thinking about all day long? I need strips of cloth to make torches. Strips of cloth? I don't have any either. What am I supposed to wear without pants? Yin Xiaoxiao didn't want to wander around in just her underwear. It would be so embarrassing if she didn't have any pants. However, she seemed to have forgotten that the pants originally belonged to Yu Tianming, and she didn't have any pants when Yu Tianming rescued her. All right, I won't use them all for you. At most, I'll alter them into capri pants. I'm completely broke. You can't expect me to take off my underwear to use as a torch, can you? Yu Tianming actually had another thought in his mind. Brother, if I really take my clothes off, do you dare to look? However, he seems to have forgotten that someone actually saw him yesterday, though he himself is unaware of it. Okay, then you have to leave me half of it. All right, hurry up and take it off. Let's get to work. You're so slow. Yu Tianming turned his face away, refusing to look at her. Yin Xiaoxiao then awkwardly took off her pants and threw them on the guy's head. They quickly ran behind the rocks and hid, afraid of being seen naked and taken advantage of. TCH. It's like I've never seen this before. I wonder who it is that's been holding me every night while I sleep. Yu Tianming muttered a few words under his breath and quickly shut up. He didn't want anyone to know about the steamy part of the night, or he wouldn't be able to enjoy it anymore. After receiving the pants, he examined them for a long time and then held them up to his nose. Only then did he begin to take the knife and cut little by little. I really have to thank this knife. It's incredibly sharp and very easy to use. Soon, there were 6 or 7 strips of cloth, each about the width of a palm. Yu Tianming soaked all of these strips in the grease that was about to solidify. Are you done yet? Can I have my pants back now? Yin Xiaoxiao's worried voice came from behind the rocks. She was terrified that Yu Tianming would go back on his word and really use up all the pants. What would she do then? Yin Xiaoxiao's urging only fueled Yu Tianming's desire to tease her again. Yu Tianming's pants were already long, and even after cutting them, there was still quite a bit left, enough for Yin Xiaoxiao to wear as capri pants. But the guy chuckled mischievously and deliberately shortened the pants even further. All right, here you go. Yu Tianming threw the pants directly onto the rocks. Yin Xiaoxiao cautiously peeked at the pants and then exclaimed in a coquettish voice, Yu Tianming, you big bad guy? Are these pants even wearable? When I got the pants in my hands, I realized they had been altered from long pants into shorts that barely covered my buttocks. I don't know if Yu Tianming did it on purpose, but there were several holes on his buttocks, and his underwear was showing. What's wrong? You're lucky if you have anything to wear. I didn't know making torches would use so much fabric. Judging by this, it might not be enough. We'll need your clothes too. Yu Tianming suppressed a laugh, wanting to see Yin Xiaoxiao's embarrassed expression when she came out. You're dreaming. Yin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. He used every curse word he could think of to insult Yu Tianming. You bastard, you're so despicable. You're trying to take advantage of me by leaving me without clothes. I'm not falling for that. Her pants were already in this state, so there was no point in cursing anymore. She cursed inwardly as she walked out of the rocky area. With her little mouth pouting and eyes wide open, she looked sullen and angry. Combined with her stunningly beautiful face, she was beautiful no matter how you looked at her. Yu Tianming originally wanted to see her angry, but he was stunned after just one glance. Yin Xiaoxiao was wearing Yu Tianming's clothes, which were already loose-fitting. Now the hem of her clothes barely covers her hot pants, and her snow-white legs are just exposed as she walks on the beach. Yin Xiaoxiao always gave Yu Tianming the impression of a beautiful and well-behaved girl, with a round, chubby face that was always pink and tender, and a particularly cute smile. But now she has suddenly changed her outfit and become a hot and sexy girl, which has a unique charm. It's like she just woke up and is strolling on the beach wearing only her man's shirt. A gentle sea breeze blew in, perfectly suited to the occasion, causing the loose shirt to sway in the wind, and the scenery before my eyes was breathtaking. Look, what are you looking at? Isn't this all you're doing? Yin Xiaoxiao's face flushed bright red as she looked at Yu Tianming's infatuated expression. Yin Xiaoxiao was naturally very ashamed and indignant, but for some reason, she didn't dislike Yu Tianming's gaze. Perhaps it was because Yu Tianming's eyes were filled with nothing but admiration and endless infatuation. Unlike other men who either look at her with a lewd feeling or only see the wealth behind her, she is different. She didn't understand this feeling either, but she just didn't dislike it. But even after she had spoken, this guy still hadn't recovered, which made Yin Xiaoxiao unable to bear it any longer. They picked up a handful of sand and threw it all at him. It was only then that Yu Tianming realized what was happening. It's so beautiful. He seemed to still be savoring the memory. Nonsense. Yin Xiaoxiao glared at him coquettishly, but she was secretly pleased. But then Master Yu exclaimed in surprise again, and the pleasant atmosphere was gone once more. Damn it, my oil has sand in it. You're just making things worse. This guy discovered the oil inside the seashell, covered with a layer of sea sand, and he was heartbroken. Yin Xiaoxiao wanted to choke herself to death. This bastard, how could he be so stupid? I really want to kick you to death. Friendly reminder, Master Yu and Yin Xiaoxiao are asking you all a favor. This book has reached 100,000 words today and is officially launching its premiere. We hope you will all be kind enough to give it a like and write book reviews and chapter comments. The data from the first 3 days is crucial and will determine the life or death of this book. Thank you all. Chapter 47. The plan was abruptly derailed. Bonus chapter for 2 readers. Yin Xiaoxiao was ruthless in her heart, while Yu Tianming was busy cleaning up the grease and ignored her. Thank goodness, it's just a little bit of sand. If it had gotten completely mixed up, my torch would have been ruined. He's only concerned with the loss of the oil, while Yin Xiaoxiao has already gone back to her cave. The smoke in the cave gradually subsided, and the wild boar meat, now devoid of fat, began to emit a smoky aroma. Yin Xiaoxiao looked at the strips of meat hanging on the tree branch and couldn't help but swallow her saliva again. He glanced furtively outside the cave. Yu Tianming seemed to be making no move, so he tiptoed and picked off a small piece of meat. I took a sniff, and it smells so good. It had a fresh, woody scent, along with a smoky, barbecue-like aroma, and seemed even more flavorful than the roasted bird. The meat strips are cooked to the perfect tenderness, with very little moisture and oil remaining, and the aroma alone is enough to whet your appetite. She tried taking a small bite, and it was full of meaty flavor. This tasteless glutton actually let out a satisfied groan. She had no time to be angry anymore. She stuffed the whole strip of meat into her mouth in no time. Just then, a smug voice came from the cave entrance. Delicious, isn't it? How's my cooking? Great. Especially great. The foodie beauty's mouth was stuffed full, and she could barely speak, but she still didn't forget to praise Yu Tianming's cooking skills. However, she immediately realized that she couldn't possibly praise Yu Tianming, that big jerk. He immediately put on a stern face and shook his head repeatedly, trying to refute, but he had too much meat in his mouth and almost choked. If it tastes good, then it tastes good. Do you have to stuff so much in your mouth? Isn't this whole pig enough for you? Yu Tianming stared at her, lost in thought, at her contradictory yet endearing demeanor. Yin Xiaoxiao swallowed the meat in her mouth with difficulty before speaking. Delicious my ass. It's not delicious at all. I was just tasting it to see if it was cooked. Then, the food-loving beauty even licked the oil near her lips, clearly lying. All right, eat slowly. Try to eat as much as you can. Eat your fill, because we have something important to do after you're full. Yu Tianming left the cave to Yin Xiaoxiao, turned around, and went back to the beach, where he began to wrap strips of cloth to make torches. Something big. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't understand. What else is important? There's so much meat. It's enough for me and Yu Tianming to eat for many days. Moreover, Yu Tianming is skilled at catching birds, so he won't starve to death in a short time. Who cares? He's so neurotic. I'll eat my fill first. Yu Tianming didn't disturb Yin Xiaoxiao eating meat. He focused on making torches. He was afraid that if he revealed his plan, Yin Xiaoxiao would lose her appetite for meat. To be honest, he himself wasn't very confident about the plan. But the situation has already come to this, and there's no other choice but to do it. The 6 torches are finally finished. Yu Tianming checked the tarpaulin many times to make sure it wouldn't come undone before he felt a little relieved. Holding a torch, he went straight into the cave and saw Yin Xiaoxiao still eating heartily, looking very happy. However, as soon as Yin Xiaoxiao noticed Yu Tianming coming in, she quickly stopped drooling and started eating in small, more ladle-like bites. Yu Tianming smiled slightly and said nothing. He walked over to the fire, rekindled the flames, and began experimenting with the torch. However, the situation doesn't seem ideal. Yu Tianming frowned as he looked at the torches that had already begun to burn. Torches made in this way take quite a while to ignite. Moreover, this wild boar fat seemed to burn very quickly, and the flames weren't very big, which was not good for his plans. Yu Tianming frowned, staring at the rapidly burning torch. I checked my watch again and roughly estimated the time. It takes about 20 seconds to light a torch and about 5 minutes to burn it. There are only 5 torches left, which at most can only buy Yu Tianming about half an hour. For a moment, Yu Tianming lost confidence in his plan, and his face was full of worry. TCH, what's the point of making this thing? It goes out in such a short time. What a waste of my pants. Yin Xiaoxiao munched on her ribs while making sarcastic remarks. In her eyes, since there is food and shelter, clothes should not be wasted. Now I have to go bare-legged, and I'm going to get tanned sooner or later. Surprisingly, Yu Tianming did not refute, but shook his head in extreme disappointment and walked out of the cave. He sat by a few torches, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Huh, something's up. Yin Xiaoxiao became interested and came out while gnawing on a rib. Here, have some too. She handed a spare rib to Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming seemed not to hear, still lost in thought. Hey, are you still waiting for me to feed you? Yin Xiaoxiao's tone became a little harsher. If it weren't for feeling sorry for you working so hard and being afraid you'd starve to death, and there would be no one to hunt for you, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Sigh. Yu Tianming sighed deeply. Whether it works or not, I have no choice but to force it. It's a headache, a real headache. Who are you going to sleep with? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. The word had a huge impact on her. There were only the two of them here. Was he planning to force himself on me? Men are all the same. Once they're full, they start thinking about all sorts of crooked and evil things. When people are well-fed and warm, they think of lustful desires, forced sex. All sorts of unpleasant phrases immediately popped into Yin Xiaoxiao's mind. She was so frightened that she stopped eating her ribs and quickly looked around for something to defend herself. Stones, sticks, anything is fine, as long as this pervert doesn't succeed. But what if I can't beat him? Will I end up losing my virginity? What should I do then? I don't even dare to commit suicide. Countless thoughts swirled in Yin Xiaoxiao's mind, making her panic. Why don't we strike first and knock him out while he's still in a daze? Thinking of this, Yin Xiaoxiao picked up a thick branch and tiptoed forward. Yu Tianming was preoccupied with his plan and didn't notice Yin Xiaoxiao's terrified expression. He was still talking to himself. It seems we really need to take her clothes off. Thinking of this, he prepared to turn around and call out to Yin Xiaoxiao. Then, suddenly, a large stick fell in front of them. What the hell are you doing? Oh my god, you're going to kill me. The blow landed squarely on Yu Tianming's head. Ah! Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Seeing that Yu Tianming had not fainted, she immediately jumped far away. He watched Yu Tianming's next move with bated breath. Are you out of your mind? I didn't see you using so much force when hunting wild boars, but you're so energetic when hitting me. Yu Tianming was furious. He reached up and touched his head, only to find a huge bump on his head that hurt terribly. You? Who told you to take off my clothes and force yourself on me? She couldn't bring herself to say those words, and then added, let me tell you, I won't let you succeed. Don't even think about it. Yin Xiaoxiao was also terrified and spoke incoherently. What the hell? What did I do? Yu Tianming was completely dumbfounded. Is that giant lizard your own father? I wanted to kill it, and you stopped me? Don't you have any humanity at all? Master, you felt so wronged. He was going to kill the monitor lizard, and this glutton was stopping him. It's not easy for me to get some food and drinks. Thank you to reader Chiron for the inspiration capsule. Thank you to reader Fei Dao Wachungjong for the inspiration capsule. Combining the two, I can add an extra chapter. Thank you so much. Chapter 48. The plan to trample the giant lizard. Huh? Monitor lizard. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't react. Nonsense. If I don't fight the giant lizard, I'll fight you. Yu Tianming roared angrily. I thought you really wanted to. Yin Xiaoxiao felt extremely ashamed, realizing she had misunderstood him again. Excuse me, let me see if you're hurt. She asked with a pained expression as she leaned closer. Get out of here. I'm so annoyed. This was the first time Yu Tianming had ever cursed at her. He was really furious with her. Day after day, he can't help with anything. He only causes trouble. Who knows, maybe one day she'll have a bad dream while sleeping, and if she gets too angry, she might even get up and beat herself to death. Having Yin Xiaoxiao by my side is like having a ticking time bomb. I was wrong, please don't scold me. Yin Xiaoxiao's signature move came to the fore. With a pout of her oily lips, tears streamed down her face. Yu Tianming originally thought that 5 torches wouldn't burn long enough, so he casually mentioned that he needed Yin Xiaoxiao's clothes. Who would have thought that I would get hit with a stick? Anyone would be angry. Seeing that Yu Tianming showed no sign of forgiving her, Yin Xiaoxiao's crying grew louder and louder. Yu Tianming ignored her and walked angrily to the beach, rubbing the bump on his head, feeling very depressed. Yin Xiaoxiao cried for a long time, and Yu Tianming didn't come over to comfort her. This is different from before. Is this guy really going to abandon me? Despair slowly crept into her heart. Although I was wrong, I have already apologized to you. It's your own fault for not explaining things clearly. Otherwise, how could I have misunderstood? Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming. Yin Xiaoxiao called out twice, sounding aggrieved, but Yu Tianming didn't turn around to look at her. Okay, then I'll leave. I won't cause you any trouble. From now on, we'll each go our own way. Yin Xiaoxiao walked into the cave, sobbing, and looked back at Yu Tianming several times, but he ignored her. Finally, she gave up completely. A rustling sound came from inside the cave, accompanied by a few sobs. Yu Tianming sighed inwardly. How did I end up with her? Is this fate? Sigh. If my sister were here, she would definitely be much better than her. But she's also quite pitiful. Neither her father nor her mother loves her, just like me. What else could he do but console himself? His anger subsided a little, and he finally got up. But when he turned around, he saw a scene that made him burst into laughter. Yin Xiaoxiao was seen carrying a dog-beating stick with a lot of roasted wild boar meat skewered on it, and was slowly walking along the beach. What's going on? Did they run away from home with pork? Girl, you're really something. You even remembered to bring food. Seeing this funny yet pitiful scene, Yu Tianming stopped being angry, took a few quick steps to catch up with her, and followed behind her without saying a word. Yin Xiaoxiao dawdled for a long time, and only walked less than 20 meters. Of course, she wanted Yu Tianming to come over, but since she had already made up her mind to run away from home, she still had to save face. What are you trying to do? I only took a little bit of pork. Are you trying to take it back? Yu Tianming nodded with a straight face, barely suppressing a smile. I deserve credit for slaughtering the pig, and I even saved your life. Why are you being so cruel? Yin Xiaoxiao actually wanted to take all the pork, but she was afraid of being beaten, so she chose to take some of the roasted pork with her. Yu Tianming nodded, and the performance continued. You heartless bastard. I can't find anything to eat. What's wrong with taking some of your pork? Do you really want to watch me starve to death? I'll give it all back to you. Yin Xiaoxiao was furious. She threw all the roasted pork at Yu Tianming and squatted on the ground, bursting into tears. I have no food at all, and I can't find a place to stay if I go out. I know I don't have many days left to live, and I feel terrible. Oh no, we've overdone it. Yu Tianming hugged a pile of roasted meat, feeling a little guilty. All right, I was just kidding. You're a grown person. How could I possibly throw you away? Here, have a piece of grilled meat. Smile. I love seeing you smile. Yu Tianming held a piece of roasted meat and teased Yin Xiaoxiao, as if he were coaxing his little pet. I'm not eating. Yin Xiaoxiao said stubbornly. You really don't want to eat? Then I'm leaving. Do as you please. Remember to come home after you've cried your fill. We have important things to do. Yu Tianming turned to leave, but just as he turned around, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly pounced on him. She hugged Yu Tianming's waist, crying as she said, Don't go. I won't do it again. Hee. You're just someone God sent to torment me. All right. Your eyes are all swollen from crying. You look like a wild boar. Yu Tianming couldn't stand seeing women cry, especially such a beautiful woman who was his only family. Aren't you angry anymore? Yin Xiaoxiao asked timidly. Angry? I'm furious. What else can I do? Beat you up. Yu Tianming replied irritably. I misunderstood. It's your fault for not explaining things clearly. I was afraid that if I told you beforehand, you wouldn't even have the appetite to eat meat. Yu Tianming was always thinking about how the two of them would survive, unlike Yin Xiaoxiao who was so carefree. She just wanted to be rescued as soon as possible, but the key was to persevere. Then tell me now. All right, Yu Tianming sighed softly. He pulled her to sit on a nearby rock and gave her some more grilled meat. The two ate and talked, but Yin Xiaoxiao was shocked after only hearing a few words. What? You really planned to kill the giant lizard? You almost died last time. I don't agree. This is suicide. Yin Xiaoxiao panicked upon hearing this. There's no other way. If we want to last longer, we need to have the means to survive. Yu Tianming didn't want to provoke the giant lizard, but he really had no other choice now. He continued, Now we have food and shelter, but we have no water. It hasn't rained for several days, and the few raspberries we have won't last until tomorrow. But this is too dangerous. I can eat a little less raspberry. Let's hold on for a few more days and think of something else, okay? Yin Xiaoxiao was especially afraid that something would happen to Yu Tianming. Then she would really be all alone. Yu Tianming gave a wry smile. Don't try to persuade me. I finally made up my mind not to change it anymore. There's only one pond in this area. What other options are there? The plan to enter the woods was rejected by the two from the very beginning. They were genuinely afraid to go in. Putting aside the fact that wild boars live nearby, the unknown is what's truly terrifying. Although provoking monitor lizards is extremely dangerous, there are at least ways to deal with it, and there is always a glimmer of hope. Do you want my clothes to make more torches? I'll take them off for you right now. Yin Xiaoxiao started taking off her clothes without a care in the world. In order to survive, Yu Tianming risked his life to provoke the giant lizard. How could I possibly care about shyness and saving face? Am I even human anymore? Yu Tianming reached out to stop her. Forget it. It doesn't matter if there are a few more or a few less of these torches. I'll figure it out myself. He wasn't even sure if he'd come back alive, so why would he need their clothes? Moreover, there is a huge flaw in this plan, and he hasn't figured out how to deal with it. He can only hope that God will help him. Let's go back. I need to eat before we set off. Yu Tianming gave a bitter laugh, unsure whether he would live or die next. Chapter 49. The Great General Goes to War. The atmosphere inside the cave was eerie. Yu Tianming kept smiling as he spoke, carefully explaining everything. Yin Xiaoxiao kept crying, listening quietly. Remember, this fire must never go out. Before you go to bed at night, you must find the thickest piece of wood to weigh it down, so that there will be an ember to ignite in the morning. These meats need to be smoked frequently to keep them dry and prevent them from getting infested with insects and rotting. This should be enough for you to eat for 7 or 8 days. There are still quite a few bananas on that banana tree. You should go and check on them often. Pick them as soon as they are ripe. Don't leave them. Eat them all. They won't keep. Eat raspberries sparingly. If you really run out, you can eat the leaves. It's best to look for those that have been gnawed by insects, which means they're not poisonous. Oh, right, there are coconut trees too. Look at my forgetfulness. But coconuts might take a while to ripen, so you can wait. Don't eat them raw, or you'll get diarrhea. Also, be very careful when you climb the tree. It's best to tie yourself with a rope to avoid falling. And this stone wall needs to be reinforced regularly. You can fill the gaps with leaves and weeds. If the tide comes in, climb up the stone wall. It shouldn't flood the cave. I'll get you some more leaves and weeds later, so you won't get hard when you sleep tonight. Yu Tianming patiently explained everything in great detail, going on, as if afraid that Yin Xiaoxiao wouldn't remember. But Yin Xiaoxiao didn't seem to be listening attentively at all. She was already crying uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears. Yu Tianming, could you not go? Yin Xiaoxiao felt as if Yu Tianming was making his final arrangements before going to his death alone. We've already agreed, so let's not change it, Yu Tianming replied with a smile. He smiled brightly. In his more than 20 years of independent living, he had never bowed down to life, no matter how great the difficulties he encountered, and this time would be no exception. Yu Tianming looked around the cave and, after confirming that there was nothing more to say, walked out. After a while, he came in carrying large bundles of firewood and weeds. He repeated this process several times until he had piled up a corner of the cave high. Then he patted the dust off his hands with satisfaction. After leaving the cave, they tightly bound some small branches that they had prepared beforehand to their calves and arms to serve as armor. He picked up the wild boar skin, which was full of holes, and smelled it. It smelled terrible, so he didn't dare to wash it in the seawater. He just draped it over his back, since he still needed the smell of wild boar to lure the monitor lizard. Then he tied his belt around his waist and inserted 5 torches into it. Huh? Where's the hat you gave me? Yu Tianming looked around. Here it is. Yin Xiaoxiao, holding a green straw hat adorned with feathers, strode out of the cave. Yu Tianming wanted to take it, but Yin Xiaoxiao insisted on putting it on for him herself. Yin Xiaoxiao silently shed tears and repeatedly adjusted his clothes, afraid of missing any details. How about it? Do I look a bit like Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, in this military uniform? Yu Tianming looked at Yin Xiaoxiao with great pride, holding a 2-meter-long dog-beating stick horizontally in his hand, dressed in full military uniform, looking majestic. Although his appearance was ugly and smelly, in Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes, he was a great general who stood tall and upright. Yin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say. All right, remember what I told you. It's okay if things fail, but you must protect your safety, understand? This was the flaw in Yu Tianming's plan. Yin Xiaoxiao is responsible for luring out the wild boar king, but there is another possibility. The wild boar king may not come, which would mean that Yu Tianming will surely die at the hands of the giant lizard. Yin Xiaoxiao only knew that this trip was fraught with danger and could very likely cost her life. In fact, Yu Tianming did not tell him that if the wild boar king did not come out, even if he could successfully evade the giant lizard's initial pursuit, he would still be doomed. Therefore, he had already prepared himself mentally. Yu Tianming turned around and went back into the cave, coming out with a piece of thick wood that was half burnt. He laughed loudly and said to Yin Xiaoxiao, "Beautiful comrade, I'm leaving the house to you. Wait for my victorious return." After saying that, he turned and strode away without looking back. Yin Xiaoxiao stared blankly at his departing figure, as if something was stuck in her throat, and she choked up for a long time without being able to make a sound. It's like a new bride watching her husband about to go to war, feeling endless reluctance yet unable to stop him. Just before Yu Tianming's figure was about to turn the corner and disappear, Yin Xiaoxiao finally burst into tears, repeatedly shouting, "Yu Tianming, you must come back alive. Don't leave me alone." Wah! Yu Tianming paused noticeably, but instead of turning around, he shouted loudly. The little sister saw her lover off, all the way to the seaside. Hey Mingji, are you coming back? I wanted to tell you not to rush. The bold and rugged voice faded into the distance, until it could no longer be heard. Yin Xiaoxiao stared at the end of the beach with teary eyes for a long time, but the figure never reappeared. Wiping away the tears on her face, she began to immerse herself in the intense preparations. She was responsible for luring out the wild boar king, ensuring it didn't leave prematurely, and also sending signals to Yu Tianming. They left the cave with the various small pieces of pork that Yu Tianming had prepared in advance, as well as all the remaining barnacles. She was still afraid of entering the woods, but she was more concerned about Yu Tianming's safety. Ignoring everything else, I mustered my courage and walked into the woods on the side. Yu Tianming only told her to walk about 10 meters in, put the food on the ground, and lure the wild boar over. However, Yin Xiaoxiao walked more than 50 meters before she began to place the bait. My feet had already been pricked by bushes and hard grass several times, but that didn't matter anymore. Various kinds of food were scattered over a distance of 50 meters. When she ran out of bait, she went back to the cave to get more. She was going all in. If Yu Tianming can't survive, and I can't survive much longer either, what's the point of keeping the food? She wasted more than half of what was supposed to be 7 or 8 days worth of food. After doing all this, she quietly waited on the rocks for the wild boar to arrive. Hey, everyone's here. Keep growing up, don't let me down. Yu Tianming walked past the 2 coconut trees and said casually. He was also feeling uneasy, so he had to use this method to relieve his tension. Hey buddy, still single? Go out for a walk sometimes. Aren't you tired of sitting around that banana tree all day? The green lizard on the banana tree remained lying there quietly, not even glancing at the uninvited guest. We've been walking for over an hour now. Not far ahead is the open space where we first lit a fire, which means we've entered the area of the giant lizard's cave. Yu Tianming deliberately slowed his pace and kept looking around. What if the monitor lizard happens to be out foraging? It would be like catching itself in the act. Hiding behind a tree, I looked around carefully, but there seemed to be no movement. Only then did they tiptoe closer to the large cave. The crystal-clear pond was still there. After confirming it was safe, Yu Tianming first had a hearty drink. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well die with a full stomach. Chapter 50, A Deadly Battle Against the Giant Lizard. This time, the mission is to lure the monitor lizard to the boar king, unlike the last time when it first escaped into the sea and was rescued by a sea turtle. Now, even if his turtle brothers come back to rescue him, he still has to chase them away. The situation is different now. The only place with fresh water is here, so we have to go even if it's tough. Yu Tianming picked up a stone and threw it into the cave. The sound of the stone hitting the ground echoed in the cave for a long time. After waiting for a long time, the monitor lizard did not appear at all. I repeated it again, but still no result. Is this grandson asleep and didn't hear me? Or is he not home? Yu Tianming began to have doubts. If it was the former, that would be fine, but if it was the latter, then he had come for nothing. But having come this far, it's impossible to leave empty-handed. To solve the drinking water problem once and for all, the monitor lizards must be eliminated. Otherwise, we'll have to sneak around to get water, and something bad will happen sooner or later. Thinking of this, he moved slightly away from the cave entrance, and then heated the half-burnt piece of wood in his hand until it was red-hot again, finally managing to light a torch. Animals are afraid of fire, and Yu Tianming knew this, which was his greatest asset on this trip. With the torch already lit, he could no longer afford to delay. This torch has been tested and can burn for a maximum of 5 minutes. Yu Tianming took a deep breath before tiptoeing into the cave. It was already completely dark a dozen meters away inside. The torchlight only allowed him to see within 3 to 5 meters, so he walked with extra caution. There was still a lot of feces left on the ground, and the further you went in, the more pungent the smell became. Fortunately, there were occasional gusts of cold wind blowing by, which somewhat alleviated the pungent smell. Yu Tianming looked at the cave entrance behind him and saw that only a small, bright hole remained. He estimated that he had already walked more than 30 meters inside. Something's not right. Last time I came in, I was only about 10 or 8 meters in, and it attracted a giant lizard. We've walked so far today, and we still haven't seen a monitor lizard. Could this guy really not be home? Did I just go looking for him and find no one there? Should we walk a little further in? Or should we go back first and come back another time? Even Yu Tianming himself was starting to have doubts. The cave ahead seemed endless, its destination unknown. If I ventured too deep and attracted the giant lizard, I wouldn't have time to escape. Just as he was hesitating, the light of the torch in his hand flickered a few times, and he knew it was about to burn out. Quickly pull out the second torch and ignite it rapidly. Taking advantage of the last moments of the first torch's burning, Yu Tianming suddenly threw it forward. Like a flare, the torch spun and flew for a full 17 or 18 meters before landing and going out. But it was precisely this beam of light that startled Yu Tianming, who quickly covered his mouth, almost letting out a cry. It wasn't that they spotted a monitor lizard, but rather that countless bats were hanging upside down from the rock wall above the cave directly in front of them. Each bat was large, with a body the size of 3 or 4 adult fists, unlike the small ones found in the outside world. Yu Tianming's exclamation did not disturb the swarm of bats, but as soon as the sound of the torch hitting the ground ended, Yu Tianming heard countless flapping wings echoing from inside the cave. Puff, 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 puff. Oh no, we've been exposed. Yu Tianming had no time to think further because the swarm of bats had already discovered the intruder. He quickly turned around and ran with all his might towards the cave exit. Yu Tianming felt a chill run down his spine whenever he thought of the terrifying images of vampire bats on television. The distance of 30 meters was covered in the blink of an eye, and the swarm of bats was almost flying onto his back. But just as they were about to exit the cave, a familiar figure slowly blocked their path. Monitor lizard. Holy crap, you actually came back now. You guys worked pretty well together. Before Yu Tianming could even utter a few curses, he slammed on the brakes in the muddy, slippery cave, stepping on a pile of dung and nearly slipping right into the giant lizard's mouth. In the chaos, he frantically tried to stop himself, but the dog-beating stick in his hand had fallen somewhere. Fortunately, the monitor lizard didn't attack immediately. It just stood there blocking the entrance, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Tianming didn't care what it was thinking. He jumped up and ran into the cave. The swarm of bats had arrived by then, flapping their fleshy wings and opening their mouths as they rushed towards Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming kept waving the torch in his hand to keep the bats away. He could clearly see the bat's teeth inside its mouth, thin and sharp. If it bit him, it would immediately leave a gaping hole. Run. Run now? That was the only thought in his mind. At this moment, the giant lizard blocking the cave entrance finally realized that it was Yu Tianming's wild boar hide that had caused it a little confusion. This strange humanoid creature actually smelled of the wild boar king. How could the monitor lizard tolerate it? It even came to my lair. The monitor lizard swung its strong limbs and charged at Yu Tianming, who was fleeing at an incredible speed. Good heavens, this is really the end for us. Yu Tianming only had time to glance back before he was terrified out of his wits. Because the monitor lizard was accelerating, it would catch up with Yu Tianming in less than 10 seconds. Run. Every second counts. It was surrounded by bats, and a giant lizard was following closely behind it. By all accounts, today's situation looks like certain death. The monitor lizard has a strong straight-line acceleration ability, and in just a few seconds, it had caught up to him. In a moment of quick thinking, Yu Tianming suddenly flung the torch backward, causing the giant lizard to slow down abruptly, thus delaying its advance. Huh, it works. Taking advantage of the gap, Yu Tianming pulled out a torch from behind him and lit it again as he ran. Now, Yu Tianming, holding torches in both hands, is both beckoning to the swarming bats and guarding against the giant lizard's attack. The monitor lizard hesitated for 2 seconds, startled by the torch, before chasing after it again. Come on, come on. Let me show you what it's like to have your tongue roasted on fire. Yu Tianming kept a close eye on what was happening behind him and noticed that the giant lizard was approaching and had already opened its mouth wide. They used the torches as spears, thrusting them directly at the gaping maw. The monitor lizard easily dodged the torch attack by simply tilting its head slightly. Then it took another bite. Yu Tianming seized the opportunity and leaped backward, crashing into the stone wall from behind. Oh my god, the protruding, sharp rocks caused a sharp pain in his back. Fortunately, he was protected by a thick wild boar hide and was not injured, but the pain made his movements pause. Ignoring the pain, he waved the torch repeatedly to keep the monitor lizard away. But just then, a sharp pain shot through my left forearm. Oh, holy crap. Yu Tianming turned his head and saw that, without him noticing, a bat had bitten his arm hard. Blood was already flowing out from the thin, sharp bat teeth. The smell of blood seemed to greatly stimulate the swarm of bats, causing them to rush over without any regard for anything else. Chapter 51, Death Approaches. Yu Tianming had to guard against the giant lizards while also waving a torch to drive away the swarm of bats. No matter how much he shook it, the bat seemed to be stuck to his arm. At this point, he could no longer care about the bat that was gnawing at his arm. Instead, the wound was being torn open, causing him to grimace in pain. Fuck you. He didn't know what to say. The monitor lizard was wary of the torch, circling around Yu Tianming without launching an attack. However, at such close range, it was no longer possible for Yu Tianming to accelerate his escape again. The light at the cave entrance had disappeared, and Yu Tianming had no idea how deep he had gone into the cave. It was pitch black all around, with only bats flapping their wings and occasionally making a few piercing cries of coo coo coo, chirp chirp chirp. The monitor lizard's tongue kept reaching out towards Yu Tianming, ready to bite at any moment. Its tough, thick hide allows it to completely ignore the attacks of bats, and it even occasionally opens its mouth to eat a few as a dessert before the main meal. Yu Tianming is the only common goal for both of them. The waving torch accelerated the dripping of grease, and the light began to gradually dim. What should I do? My original plan was too simplistic, and now there's no chance to implement my other options. There's no time to light new torches now. We can't keep up with both hands. Finally, in his moment of panic and hesitation, the torch in his left hand burned out its last glimmer of light. The brightness around Yu Tianming suddenly decreased. Now, all he can do is hold up a torch with one hand and confront the giant lizard, since this big guy is the most deadly. Without the interference of torches, the bats attacked even more recklessly. Fortunately, Yu Tianming had tied a lot of branches to his arms and legs as armor, which blocked some of the bats. However, much of the area remains exposed. Bats had crawled all over my thighs, neck, and upper arms. This caused countless wounds, and Yu Tianming jumped up and down in pain, but to no avail. Ignoring the bats, Yu Tianming quickly pulled out a new torch and lit it. The two torches were waved again. However, the bats already clinging to his body acted like tiny suction cups, constantly sucking Yu Tianming's blood. He had too many wounds, and blood flowed directly onto the ground from his arms and thighs. Yu Tianming is now covered in blood, still making his last struggle. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, stumbled, and almost fell. He quickly bit his tongue, and the intense pain immediately brought him back to his senses. Swing your arm again to prevent the monitor lizard from attacking. It's over. It's over. He didn't know if it was due to excessive blood loss or the bats being poisonous. But this time he's really doomed. There's no need for the monitor lizard to even move. He'll be drained dry by the swarm of bats. The dizziness continued to assault his brain, making even thinking difficult. Damn it. If you want to eat me, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Faced with certain death, Yu Tianming steeled his heart and decided to take a gamble. Hold one torch in your mouth, then pull out the last remaining torch, and all three torches will burn simultaneously. Taking advantage of his last moments of lucidity, he suddenly threw a stick at the monitor lizard. Taking advantage of the moment the giant lizard dodged, Yu Tianming mustered all his strength and accelerated forward. Come on. If you've got the guts, catch up with me. If you catch me, I'll consider it my death today. He didn't know how much further he could run, but all he wanted was to survive. I don't know how long the torches will last. Even just one more minute would be good. Unfortunately, the darkness and panic caused him to run in the wrong direction. This wasn't the way he came from. A constant wave of dizziness washed over him, but he couldn't think about anything else. All he wanted to do was run and keep running. The will to survive unleashed his enormous potential, and he went from lagging behind the giant lizard to running at a pace that was now equal to its speed. He didn't know how far he had run, but there was only one path in the cave, with many bends, one left turn and one right turn. These dead-end bends also affected the monitor lizard's acceleration. Potential is a good thing, but the bats on his body have no intention of letting him go, constantly sucking his blood. Several times, Yu Tianming didn't even have time to turn around and had to crash into the rocks at the corner to stop. However, this also brought one benefit. Several bats that were sandwiched between the rocks and Yu Tianming's enormous weight fell off. He discovered this, but before he could even savor the surprise, a swarm of bats was still attacking him from behind. Running with all our might is the eternal theme of this moment. Holy crap, how far are we? Where's the cave entrance? With fewer bats on his body and his blood loss slowing down, he finally had time to think about the problem. I'm such an idiot. I ran in the wrong direction. If this is a dead end, wouldn't we have wasted our time? As he hesitated for a moment, another torch went out. Only one torch remained, and judging by the flickering flame, it was clear that it would soon burn out. Never mind. So be it. Let's run first. The experience of being ganged up on countless times came in handy again. When in danger, just run and don't think too much. The monitor lizard followed him closely, its remarkable patience keeping it from getting impatient. The blood dripping on the ground is the best guide. The prey will fall sooner or later. Yu Tianming's pace had begun to slow down, and the excessive blood loss and physical exhaustion were causing him trouble. Although he was panting heavily, His survival instinct was still driving him forward. A wave of intense dizziness washed over me again. Yu Tianming's tongue was already bitten raw. This trick was completely ineffective. He was ruthless enough to himself, taking a torch and burning the bat on his arm. With a sizzle sound, Yu Tianming's roar echoed through the cave. Immediately afterwards, the smell of burnt skin and flesh filled the air, and it was extremely unpleasant. Using the burning pain as a moment of clarity, Yu Tianming mustered his courage once again and charged toward the unknown future. He hadn't counted how many times he'd been attacked by bats. He just kept his eyes on the monitor lizard, guarding against its attacks. But human strength has its limits, and he was almost too exhausted to run anymore. His body was covered in bats, densely packed, which, along with the loss of blood, added an enormous burden of weight to him. The giant lizard was right behind them, waiting for the last embers of the flame to die out before launching its attack. It seems we're going to fail again. A sense of unwillingness welled up in Yu Tianming's heart. But what can we do? All right, so be it. At least Yin Xiaoxiao can live a little longer. Hopefully, she can wait for the rescue team. Will she still remember me after she leaves? I think I scolded her pretty badly. I hope she won't hold a grudge. In an instant, a jumble of thoughts flooded my mind. Yu Tianming actually let out a few bitter laughs, then cursed fiercely. Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. He gritted his teeth and rammed into the dark stone wall in front of him. He wanted to kill as many bats as possible on his body before he died, as a way of avenging himself. Chapter 52. A Glimmer of Hope. Bang! He smashed into a rock at the corner, causing it to loosen and shatter. The immense pain brought him back to his senses. His body also fell to the ground. Several bats lay scattered on the ground, their fleshy black wings flapping as they struggled. Yu Tianming acted as if he had gone mad, throwing the torch directly around the corner behind him to block the giant lizard's advance. Then, in a fit of rage, he began to tear at the bats covering his body while cursing and swearing. You want me dead? I'll kill you first. He couldn't run anymore, so he simply started to fight for his life. Driven by hatred, he gripped the bats tightly, ignoring the flesh torn from his own body, squeezing them one by one until they were all crushed. In just over 10 seconds, he grabbed 7 or 8 bats from his body and threw them all to the approaching lizard. The monitor lizard was blocked by 2 torches, but when it saw bats being thrown at it, it accepted them without hesitation, opening its mouth wide and eating them one by one with great relish. Fine, I'll play along with you in this final moment, since we're all going to die anyway. Yu Tianming also noticed this situation and kept crushing bats and throwing them at them. For a moment, he and the monitor lizard achieved a balance. The monitor lizard was waiting for him to throw the bat, and he took the opportunity to get his revenge. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, and the torches soon went out. The monitor lizard lost interest in the bat, and its mouth, full of fine teeth, peeked out from around the corner. Damn it, I'm finally going to cancel my household registration. Come on, let's play one last time. Yu Tianming drew his dagger, leaned against the wall, and slowly got up, preparing for his final struggle. Wait, something's not right. The torch went out, so why can I still see this grandson? Yu Tianming suddenly realized the problem, turned his head and looked, and jumped up excitedly. Holy crap, there's an exit. Although he couldn't see the exit, the stone wall in front of him was already barely visible, which proved that the exit wasn't far away. Yu Tianming had no time to think. He mustered the last of his strength and unleashed an astonishing speed once more. That was the desire to live. The cave entrance. The cave entrance. It really is the cave entrance. Just as we rounded the bend, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast, empty cave. Just over 20 meters away, the bright cave entrance stood there. The opening was unusually wide, enough to allow several trucks to pass through at the same time, and the sunlight outside was clearly visible. Yu Tianming could even smell the sea, which invigorated him once again. At this moment, the monitor lizards and the swarm of bats all emerged from the narrow gap in the cave wall. The swarm of bats flew everywhere, instantly obscuring the entire ceiling of the massive cave. The number was countless, enough to send chills down one's spine. Yu Tianming didn't care about any of that. Staying alive was the most important thing. As long as you get outside, there's a chance of survival. Seeing that its meal was about to slip away, the monitor lizard accelerated and charged towards Yu Tianming. Inside this giant cave, strange rocks are scattered everywhere, and the ground is uneven. This caused Yu Tianming a lot of trouble. His feet were in excruciating pain, and every step he took left a bloody mark. However, this also brings an advantage. Monitor lizards are not strong climbers and need to weave between large rocks, which slows down their pursuit. Yu Tianming leaped back and forth across various rocks, dodging the giant lizard. He finally arrived at the cave entrance. Ah! Yu Tianming only had time to let out a deafening roar, trying to vent his anger. It then began to accelerate and run outwards. The scenery here is clearly very different from the original coastline. The beach was smooth and clean, without a single stone in sight. It was all fine, golden sand. There are several coconut trees every now and then in the woods on the side. Looking further in, there are many colorful, unidentified fruits, some red, some green, some white, some black, hanging on the branches, looking so delicious that they whet one's appetite. Yu Tianming had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery and delicious food. The two groups of enemies behind him were still relentlessly pursuing him. The first wave of bats attacked, and on this open beach, Yu Tianming couldn't run more than a few steps before being caught up. The swarm of black bats, which blotted out the sky, was about to swarm forward. Just then, countless cries suddenly erupted behind Yu Tianming. Immediately afterwards, countless giant black birds suddenly flew out from the cliff above the cave entrance he had just run out of. These giant black birds, with wingspans of up to 2 meters, had barely taken flight when they immediately swooped down towards the swarm of bats. The bats seemed to have encountered their natural enemy and immediately scattered in chaos. However, the bats were no match for the giant bird and were quickly overtaken. The giant black bird burst into joyful chirping once more, and with each pursuit, it caught a bat. Occasionally, a wounded bat would be scattered on the ground, but before it could take flight again, it would be swooped down and snatched up by the giant black bird. At this moment, the monitor lizard also emerged from its cave and arrived nearby. The scene was extremely chaotic, with swarms of bats and flocks of giant birds fighting each other in midair. Yu Tianming was positioned right in the center of the battlefield, which prevented the giant lizard from getting close for a while. Moreover, these giant black birds also attracted the interest of monitor lizards. Whenever a giant bird circles low in the sky, chasing a bat, this big guy waits for the right moment and can bite a giant bird in one bite. No one knew exactly how much it could eat. Yu Tianming watched as the monitor lizard devoured 3 or 4 giant birds and still seemed unsatisfied. Fortunately, the chaotic battle gave Yu Tianming an opportunity. He covered his head and charged straight out. When he turned around to look again, the flock of black giant birds had already eaten most of the bats, with only a small number escaping back to the cave. The giant lizard remained on the ground, gazing up at the giant birds circling in the sky, seemingly still wanting more. Yu Tianming hid behind a big tree, and then he noticed that the monitor lizard had started sniffing the blood again, preparing to come over. Holy crap, aren't you done yet? Yu Tianming quickly turned around and fled forward from the edge of the woods, finding a blind spot and jumping directly into the sea. This time, you bastard, there shouldn't be any way to track you down, right? Having learned from his previous encounter with the monitor lizard, Yu Tianming dared not provoke it any further and swam forward using the shallow water. He didn't know how far he swam, until he was completely exhausted, before finally reaching the shore. He leaned against a coconut tree, panting heavily. Ugh, what a narrow escape. I was hoping to at least lure the monitor lizard back, but now... Oh right, Yin Xiaoxiao is still waiting for me at home. If I don't go back, she'll definitely think I'm dead. But, how am I supposed to get back? Despite the excruciating pain and exhaustion, Yu Tianming stood up and looked around. The direction from which we came was blocked by a high cliff mountain range. On one side is the sea, and on the other side is a dense forest. Go back through the woods? Forget it, there might be some wild beasts around. That would be suicide. The only way is to swim across from the cliff in front of you. Thinking of this, he felt a little more at ease. I'm going to rest for a bit, recover my strength, and take care of my wounds before I leave. But when he glanced at the sea, his eyes widened immediately. Then came a curse. Damn it. This insult has 2 meanings. 1, there are sharks in the sea. 2, who the hell attacked me from behind? Then he fainted. Chapter 53, Discovery of Aircraft Wreckage. Sister man, it seems like he's about to wake up. Bai Xiaobing said with delight as she looked at Yu Tianming, who was frowning slightly. You gave him all the first aid kits. What if something happens to us later? Another pleasant voice rang out, an man's words seemingly carrying obvious dissatisfaction. We can't just stand by and watch someone die, can we? Besides, we all know this person. Bai Xiaobing felt that man was being a little too nervous. He even asked Yin Xiaoxiao for her phone number on the plane, all smiles and grinning. You saw it yourself. And the way he was dressed, so shady looking, he's probably not a good person. Why should we save him? Man glanced at the still unconscious Yu Tianming with disgust. More people mean more help. Who knows how long it will take for the rescue team to arrive? What if they can't come at all? Bai Xiaobing wanted to continue arguing. Shut up. How could they not come? The rescue team will definitely come. My boyfriend is waiting for me to come back and get married. He will definitely come to save me. Man interrupted Bai Xiaobing directly, saying that no one could jeopardize her hopes of rescue. She had worked so hard to establish a relationship with a rich second-generation heir. How could it end like this? A wonderful and prosperous life awaits her, and she cannot allow this situation to occur. I don't think your boyfriend is reliable at all. Bai Xiaobing retorted in a low voice. Yin Xiaoxiao once told Bai Xiaobing in private that Man's boyfriend often sent Yin Xiaoxiao messages in a rather ambiguous tone. All of this happened after Man and her boyfriend had already established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It's just that we didn't say it to each other's faces because we were all working together. In addition, Man has a strong personality. As the chief flight attendant in the flight attendant class, she is often fierce, and everyone calls her Big Mouth in private. You? Forget it. I won't argue with you. Once this person wakes up, make sure he leaves. We don't have any extra food to share with him. Look at how pathetic he is, like a wild man. I don't want to be with someone like that. Man glared at the unconscious Yu Tianming again, and even began to dislike the meddlesome Bai Xiaobing. He's so badly injured, and I was the one who knocked him out. How is he supposed to walk? Bai Xiaobing had long disliked Man, and now that she had done something so heartless, her voice unconsciously rose a little. Fine, you can let him stay if you want. Then let's separate completely, divide the remaining supplies, and you can take him away from here. Go wherever you want. I won't interfere. And don't interfere with my waiting for rescue. You. Before Bai Xiaobing could reply, Man had already walked to the front of the cabin. They emptied all the supplies from the plane, then symbolically set aside a portion and gave it to Bai Xiaobing. This half is yours, and I don't care if you want to share it with him. The rest is mine, so let's go our separate ways. After saying that, he piled all the supplies into the cab and locked the cab door tightly. Bai Xiaobing was furious when she saw the food and bottled water scattered on the ground. This is hardly a 50-50th split. It's at most a third. Man, you come out here. If we're going to split it, it has to be split equally. I'm sorry, but if you're willing to get rid of him, we can still share the food, water, and the cab. But if you insist on keeping him here, then I'm sorry, came Man's disdainful voice from the cab. Bai Xiaobing truly never expected that Man, her colleague of more than 2 years, with whom she had huddled together for warmth and mutual encouragement just 4 days prior, would turn out to be so heartless in the blink of an eye. Not only did she let him leave with this man, but she also left behind most of the supplies. Is this something a human being would do? Bai Xiaobing had been putting up with this arrogant woman for a long time, and at this moment all her emotions finally erupted. He bent down and rummaged around for something handy, preparing to pry open the driver's cab door. I advise you to give up on that idea. The cockpit door of this model is blast-proof. Even terrorists can't open it. What makes you think you can? Man had been listening to the commotion outside and sensed that Bai Xiaobing was about to make a move, so she arrogantly uttered a sarcastic remark. Bai Xiaobing threw the things in her hand on the ground in frustration, feeling very deflated. Man was right. Even if you had a professional tool, you wouldn't be able to open this door, let alone with just a chair armrest in your hand. Just then, Yu Tianming let out a painful groan, which startled Bai Xiaobing. You're awake? That's great. I was worried you wouldn't wake up. Bai Xiaobing carefully helped Yu Tianming up as he struggled to get up. But the excruciating pain throughout his body forced him to lie down again. Where am I? Am I saved? Although Yu Tianming's tone was weak, there was a hint of excitement in his words. Bai Xiaobing gave an awkward, bitter laugh. I also hoped to be saved, but unfortunately I wasn't. So what's going on? Yu Tianming moved his neck with difficulty, as it was very difficult to turn his head because his neck was wrapped in many bandages. What came into his view was an intact cabin, and the flight attendant standing in front of him was wearing an exceptionally neat uniform. This doesn't look like being stranded on a desert island at all. Am I dreaming? But the wounds on my body feel so real and painful. Bai Xiaobing noticed the confusion in his eyes and pointed behind him. I'll help you up so you can see, and you'll understand. Yu Tianming's injuries were not serious, but he had lost too much blood and was now very weak. With Bai Xiaobing's help, he finally managed to stand up from the aisle and sit down in a chair. He glanced at it and finally understood. Less than 2 meters away from him, the fuselage of the plane broke off, with many wires and steel plates exposed, twisted, and tangled together. So they found the wreckage. Yu Tianming leaned back in his chair in disappointment and let out a long sigh. Oh, by the way, I was attacked earlier. Did you see the assailant? Are there any other people here? Yu Tianming finally remembered what happened before he fell into a coma. No, it's just an man and me here. When we found you, you were already unconscious, and there were a lot of coconuts lying around you. I guess you were knocked out by the coconuts. Coconut? Oh, Yu Tianming didn't notice what was happening behind him. He just felt like he had been hit hard, which now seems possible. Bai Xiaobing was relieved to see that he had no suspicions. Actually, Bai Xiaobing was relieving herself in the woods at the time, and she noticed Yu Tianming when he climbed ashore. However, Yu Tianming's wildman-like attire terrified her. Moreover, she was covered in injuries, some of which were still bleeding, and she dared not make a sound. She only secretly hit Yu Tianming with a stick after he was distracted by the shark. It was Yu Tianming's bad luck that his body had reached its limit. Otherwise, given his physique, he wouldn't have fainted at all. It's better for Bai Xiaobing to say that a coconut hit her than to admit that she hit it herself. Chapter 54. Man and Bai Xiaobing. Oh, by the way, I don't even know your name yet. Thank you for saving me. Yu Tianming smiled gratefully at Bai Xiaobing, who, on the contrary, felt a little embarrassed. My name is Bai Xiaobing, and I'm a flight attendant on this flight. The one inside is called Man, just like me. Bai Xiaobing felt very uncomfortable thinking about the heartless Man. Inside, Yu Tianming glanced towards the driver's cab. I was sitting in a first-class seat, just a few steps away from the cockpit. Never mind her for now. How did you survive? Bai Xiaobing didn't want to talk about Man. Me? Oh right, Yin Xiaoxiao is still waiting for me. Yu Tianming struggled to get up, then slumped back into his seat. Yin Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaobing exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoxiao is still alive? Where is she? Sigh, it's a long story. Yu Tianming was just about to recount his experience when he unexpectedly heard Man's voice coming from the driver's seat. Have you finished talking? Now that you're awake, make a decision quickly. Are you going to leave together or stay? Huh. Yu Tianming was a little confused and didn't quite understand what this meant. Bai Xiaobing knew this question was directed at her and sneered. This plane isn't yours. We'll just sit here. Is that not allowed? If you're so capable, then stay in the cockpit and don't come out. What is this? Yu Tianming asked weakly. That woman inside wouldn't let me save you. And she even said she'd kick us off the plane. Look, she's taken some food and drinks and gone into the cockpit by herself, Bai Xiaobing said disdainfully. Oh, then I've caused you trouble. I'd better go. Xiao is still waiting for me. Yu Tianming struggled to get up, his expression one of extreme pain. Sit down. What kind of hero are you trying to be? How far can you go looking like this? Tell me right now where Xiao is. Bai Xiaobing has a very strong personality and directly pressed him into the seat. Smile at her. Yu Tianming glanced out the window. The glass was already shattered, covered with a network of cracks, and it was completely dark outside. Inside the cabin, only a few emergency lights were still working, making it exceptionally bright. Xiao must be crying right now, right? She's terrified of the dark, and since I haven't been back for so long, she must think I'm dead. With a mournful face, Yu Tianming recounted his and Yin Xiaoxiao's ordeal. Although it was explained very simply, Bai Xiaobing was still shocked when she heard it. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Yu Tianming single-handedly challenged the giant lizard in the cave was enough to earn her utmost admiration. So Xiao should be alright for now. Don't worry, the most important thing right now is to recover. Once you're able to move around freely, at worst, I'll go back with you to find Xiao. Bai Xiaobing and Yin Xiaoxiao usually have a good relationship because everyone likes Yin Xiaoxiao's easygoing and unassuming personality. Aside from that big mouth and eye hiding inside, who's acting like she's afraid someone will steal her rich boyfriend, she's wary of everyone else. Who can blame her when Yin Xiaoxiao is prettier and cuter than her? And what about you? How did you spend these 4 days? Yu Tianming asked. He was also puzzled. He and Yin Xiaoxiao lived a primitive life, but Bai Xiaobing in front of him had clean clothes and her hair was neatly styled. How could she look like she had suffered? We are a bit luckier than you and Xiao. Bai Xiaobing gave a wry smile before introducing her side of the situation. When the plane crashed, Bai Xiaobing was sitting in the seat next to Yin Xiaoxiao. Perhaps she was lucky, but her seatbelt remained on until the plane disintegrated and crashed into the sea, where she was washed ashore with the small section of the plane's nose. She still clearly remembers that Yin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting next to her, kept shouting, while passengers in the first class were constantly being thrown out, until Yin Xiaoxiao was also thrown out of the cabin. She then lost consciousness. When she woke up, the cockpit door was open. The captain had completed his final emergency landing mission and died in the cockpit. She found Man and the co-pilot in the bathroom. The two were disheveled and clearly hadn't done anything right. It was the co-pilot who shielded Man with his own body, allowing her to escape unharmed, but at the cost of his own life. There was plenty of food and drinks in the front cabin of the plane, and it was these things that kept the two of them going until now. At this point, Bai Xia gave a cold snort and pointed to the packaged food and bottled water scattered on the ground. Look, this is the supplies that An Man gave us. She took most of it for herself. After saying that, Bai Xiaobing opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Yu Tianming. You must be thirsty too, drink up. Yu Tianming was indeed extremely thirsty. He whispered a thank you, tilted his head back, and gulped down the entire bottle of water. Eat something else and try to recover as soon as possible. Let's go rescue Xiao Xiao together. I can't be bothered to stay with this damned old hag. No sooner had Bai Xiaobing finished speaking than An Man's voice rang out. Who are you calling a damn old hag? I think you're trying to rebel. When we get back, I'll write a report and kick you out of this aviation group. You'll be flying your domestic routes. Did you see that? Bai Xiaobing smiled indifferently. Even at a time like this, she's still thinking about using her power to threaten people. If it weren't for the high subsidies, high salaries, and the opportunity to travel around when flying international flights, I would have given up on this woman a long time ago. Yu Tianming briefly reviewed the current situation in his mind. The flight attendant named An Man seemed determined to stay on the plane and had taken most of the food and water. Bai Xiaobing seems to be a decent person so far. Not only did she save him, but she was also willing to go back and pick up Yin Xiao Xiao. As for Yin Xiao Xiao, all we can do is hope that God will bless her and that she will stay put for a few days, not wander off, and wait for me to go back and find her. So what do we do now? Yu Tianming felt a little embarrassed, as if he had taken over someone else's territory. Just focus on recovering. You won't starve or die of thirst these next few days. As long as you get better, go save Xiao Xiao, and the three of us can live together. I refuse to believe that a living person can be killed by holding their pee. This Bai Xiaobing is quite to my liking. She reminds me a bit of my younger sister, Yu Lingyin. She has a straightforward personality, doesn't take things to heart, and is positive and optimistic in the face of adversity. Before he knew it, Yu Tianming had become interested in this woman named Bai Xiaobing. Bai Xiaobing is indeed straightforward, but she also has her own plans. I've been with An Man these past few days, and I've had enough of her bossy attitude. We had to let her choose the food and drinks first. If we weren't worried about retaliation when we got back, we would have given up long ago. For days have passed, and there has been no news from the rescue team. What does that mean? It may take longer to search and rescue, or they may not be able to find themselves at all. The supplies on the plane will only last for 10 or 8 days at most. Then, he'll stay with An Man and survive on the deserted island. This is ridiculous. Do you think you have too much life to live? Fortunately, Yu Tianming appeared. As long as he wasn't lying, it was enough to prove that following this man meant there was hope of survival. Yin Xiao Xiao is a perfect example. She's a typical foodie who can't do anything else. Moreover, there are rumors that Yin Xiao Xiao became a flight attendant through family connections, without any screening or training, and had no experience whatsoever. However, Bai Xiaobing didn't take these rumors to heart. Yin Xiao Xiao had a good personality, was adorable, and never offended anyone. She was always smiling, so whether the rumors were true or false didn't matter at all. Right now, survival is the most important thing. Chapter 55. Yin Xiao Xiao is going crazy. How come you still have electricity here? Yu Tianming looked at Bai Xiaobing with a puzzled expression. They have food and drink here, electricity, and even a place to stay. This is infuriating. In comparison, my life and Yin Xiao Xiao's life were really miserable. Oh, you mean this? Bai Xiaobing smiled wryly. The front cabin of the aircraft has an independent power system, so the batteries should be undamaged and able to function normally. However, it won't last more than a few days. In Yu Tianming's eyes, the emergency lights were now exceptionally bright. However, Bai Xiaobing observed that the brightness had decreased significantly compared to the initial levels. Since there's electricity, will the communication equipment in the driver's cab still work? Yu Tianming suddenly realized this, and his expression instantly became excited, but he quickly understood the answer from Bai Xiaobing's disappointed expression. Bai Xiaobing's helpless laughter sounded very desolate. We've already tried. We have to try calling many times every day, but the radio equipment doesn't respond at all. It feels like this is a dead end in the world. Nobody knows where we are. Black box. Don't airplanes always have black boxes? I heard that they used to find crashed planes. Yu Tianming himself wasn't entirely sure. He just had a vague impression in his mind that he seemed to have actually heard such news before. Black box. We have no idea where that thing is. The location of the black box on a commercial airliner is classified. Only high-ranking officials know it. Who knows if it's been thrown into the sea? Besides, even if we have the black box's location data, what's the use? There's radio communication and satellite phone in the cockpit, and none of those work. You're still counting on the black box. As a professional flight attendant, Bai Xiaobing clearly knows far more than Yin Xiaoxiao, who is only a dabbler. It was precisely because of their expertise that even the last glimmer of hope for help was extinguished. Yu Tianming sighed in utter disappointment. So, we really are trapped on this island. In just 4 days, Yu Tianming experienced a great deal, encountering various perilous situations. After finally finding the plane wreckage, it turned out to be just a false alarm. Don't think too much about it. The important thing now is to recover. Xiao Xiao is still waiting for us on the other side of the island. Bai Xiaobing had also experienced great disappointment in the early stages, but now she was more open-minded. Yes, Xiao Xiao is still waiting for me. She's terrified of the dark. Yu Tianming tilted his head, looking out at the pitch-black darkness, and thought of Yin Xiaoxiao again. Let's turn our attention back to Yin Xiaoxiao. The flames inside the cave burned brightly, making the already small cave feel warm. Before leaving, Yu Tianming piled up a lot of firewood in the cave, worried that Yin Xiaoxiao might encounter danger if she went out to collect firewood alone. Yin Xiaoxiao huddled alone at the very back of the cave, occasionally letting out a few sobs. She couldn't remember how many times she had cried. Her eyes were red and swollen. She didn't know how long Yu Tianming had been gone. She just waited from dawn until dusk. This time, Yin Xiaoxiao was really obedient. Following Yu Tianming's instructions, she did a perfect and meticulous job of luring the wild boar king. It could be said that she exceeded expectations, because this spendthrift girl used a lot of roasted meat. As agreed, after Yin Xiaoxiao lured the wild boar king out, she hid on the tall reef where she had once stood, making sure the wild boar king wouldn't leave, and held out until Yu Tianming returned. She squatted alone on the huge reef, holding a lot of scraps of roasted meat in her hands, eagerly hoping that the wild boar king would come soon, and even more so hoping that Yu Tianming's figure would appear at the corner at the end of the beach. Unfortunately, neither of these wishes came true. The wild boar king did not appear, nor did Yu Tianming return. As she anxiously awaited her arrival, the sun dipped below the horizon. She's afraid of the dark, terribly afraid. But she was even more afraid that if Yu Tianming came back, he would be disappointed if he didn't see her waiting on the reef. So even though it was completely dark, she stubbornly stayed on the reef, hoping to hear Yu Tianming's voice at the end of the beach. Even if he scolds me for not doing things well, I'm willing to accept it. Countless times I eagerly awaited their return, only to be met with immense disappointment each time. The tide finally came in, and Yin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to abandon the reef and return to the cave. They deliberately added a lot of firewood to the bonfire, making it burn brightly. What if Yu Tianming comes back? We need to make sure he can see the location of the cave. But will he come back? Did something happen to him? Yin Xiaoxiao kept asking herself this question in her mind. She firmly believed that as long as Yu Tianming was still alive, he would never abandon her. But the more she believed this idea, the more uncertain she felt. Yu Tianming might really have gotten into trouble. Before leaving, Yu Tianming made arrangements for everything he could do. Looking back now, that annoying guy clearly thought he couldn't come back. Yu Tianming, you big fool. Why did you have to take such a risk? Can't you just stay home? What am I supposed to do all by myself now? Yin Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the fire, her mind a jumble of thoughts. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of grass being crushed was particularly clear in the quiet night. Yu Tianming, is that you? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise and rushed out of the cave. Hiss hiss hiss. The sounds from diagonally behind continued. Yu Tianming, don't scare me. If you're back, come out quickly, Yin Xiaoxiao asked in a trembling voice. Because the last time Yu Tianming escaped death, he scared her in the same way. But this time, the sound gradually grew closer, seemingly only 5 or 6 meters from the cave entrance, but it was pitch black there and nothing could be seen. Is it a wild boar? Thinking of this situation, Yin Xiaoxiao immediately ran back into the cave. Holding the broken fong tremblingly, his legs shaking uncontrollably, he stood guard at the crack of the cave entrance. That chilling sound continued. However, the sound remained about 5 or 6 meters away and did not come closer. Eat quickly. Finish eating and then leave. No, I can't leave. Yin Xiaoxiao kept praying silently, hoping that the sound would end soon, but she was also very conflicted. That sound lingered nearby for a very, very long time. Yu Tianming, I'm scared. Please come back. Wah! She cried as she spoke, guarding the crevice that led into and out of the cave. Yu Tianming always saved her, but today she can only pray for good luck. It's only the first half of the night now. It will be at least 8 or 9 hours before dawn. If the wild boar herd launched an attack, Yin Xiaoxiao had no confidence that she could withstand it. She didn't know how long the stone wall could hold. All she knew was that if things continued like this, she would go crazy. Chapter 56. Man is an industrial product. This night is destined to be sleepless. Yin Xiaoxiao guarded the cave entrance all night, her heart pounding with fear, until the sound finally disappeared just before dawn. As the first rays of sunlight shone on the cave entrance, Yin Xiaoxiao finally fell into a deep sleep, exhausted both physically and mentally. In the cabin on the other side, Yu Tianming was in so much pain all over his body that he couldn't sleep, and he was also constantly worried about Yin Xiaoxiao. I drifted in and out of sleep for a few short naps, constantly having nightmares. I dreamt that Yin Xiaoxiao was bitten by a snake, that she was chased by a wild boar, that she was crying and hungry, that she... When Yu Tianming woke up again, it was already past 10 a.m. Sometime later, he was covered with a small blanket, and Bai Xiaobing was no longer on the chair where she was sleeping. She had disappeared somewhere. Just as Yu Tianming was about to get up, the driver's side door suddenly opened. An man, whom I had never met before, finally appeared. However, seeing that Yu Tianming was also staring blankly at her, an man immediately locked the door again. An man noticed Yu Tianming's gaze seemingly sweeping over her chest and muttered a curse under her breath. You bumpkin, a toad trying to eat swan meat. An man originally wanted to take advantage of Yu Tianming's unconsciousness and Bai Xiaobing's absence to go out and relieve herself. But upon seeing Yu Tianming wake up, he immediately abandoned the idea. What if this guy sneaks in and steals food and drinks while I'm not around? The electronic lock on the driver's cab door has been broken for a long time. It can only be locked manually from the inside. This was Man's greatest asset in protecting herself. But I really need to pee right now, what should I do? Man cursed Yu Tianming in her heart, thinking, I was doing just fine, and you had to come and interfere. Now, not only do we have to share our food and drinks, but it's also making our own lives inconvenient. In desperation, she had no choice but to find an empty bottle to relieve herself and then throw it out the small window of the driver's cab. Yu Tianming sat in the chair and saw clearly the look of disgust on Man's face. He had seen that look in his eyes many times before. It was one of contempt and disdain for him. TCH, what's so great about you? Lots of people hate me. Who do you think you are? Yu Tianming muttered under his breath. Man is quite good-looking, but Yu Tianming dislikes her appearance the most. A pointed chin, like a lunatic, clearly an industrial product. Her chest heaved even more than Yin Xiaoxiao's. Needless to say, it was definitely artificial. My Xiaoxiao is the best, she's all natural. As Yu Tianming was talking to himself, Bai Xiaobing returned. She laboriously climbed up the broken section of the plane, smiling as she asked, What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? What do you mean by all natural? It's nothing. It's nothing. Yu Tianming quickly covered up his embarrassment. I mean, Xiaoxiao and I have been eating all-natural, pollution-free food these past few days. Oh, come and eat, wounded comrade. This is all-natural too. Bai Xiaobing didn't take it seriously and handed over a lot of fresh fruit. What is this? Yu Tianming looked at the brightly colored fruits with a puzzled expression. He didn't recognize any of them and was a little hesitant to take a bite. Don't worry, these are all edible. Bai Xiaobing smiled slightly, noticing Yu Tianming's doubt. Yu Tianming frowned. Holding these strangely shaped fruits, he really didn't dare to eat them. Ha! You dare to mess with monitor lizards. Are you afraid of poisonous fruit? Bai Xiaobing's laughter was particularly hearty, which, combined with her neat short hair and tidy flight attendant uniform, gave her a unique charm. Yu Tianming seemed a little flustered after his thoughts were exposed. Okay, let me introduce you. Bai Xiaobing smiled helplessly. This light green one is called a pandanus fruit, and the inside is orange-red. This kind of fruit is very nutritious. After saying that, Bai Xiaobing took the initiative to break open the pandanus fruit, revealing the fragrant flesh inside, which did indeed smell very tempting. This dark green fruit is called feijoa, also known as Gigi. It tastes a bit like guava, but it's rich in protein, which is very beneficial for you. Here, let me cut it open for you. Yu Tianming's dagger was stuck in his ankle, but Bai Xiaobing didn't hesitate to pull it out and cut the Fiji fruit for him. This girl is really generous. Before Yu Tianming could even say anything, she took matters into her own hands. This pink one is amazing. It's called argy fruit. It tastes amazing, but you can't eat too much of it because it's really poisonous. As Bai Xiaobing spoke, she broke open the pink aki fruit, revealing the creamy yellow flesh inside and the large black kernel. If it's poisonous, then let's not eat it. Yu Tianming grimaced upon hearing this. It really was poisonous. Yes, you absolutely cannot eat unripe argyres. They can kill you. But don't worry about these. These already split argyres have very low levels of toxins. You're still a little drowsy after eating. You need to rest well right now. You seem to have slept very poorly last night. which is quite detrimental to your recovery. Bai Xiaobing got up several times last night to take care of Yu Tianming. Knowing that he wasn't sleeping well, she specially picked these aji fruits in the hope that Yu Tianming could get better soon. How do you know so much? Did you learn it from books? Yu Tianming had been holding this question in for a long time, and finally had the chance to ask it. Hey, what's so special about that? Bai Xiaobing smiled slightly and continued. I originally graduated from a nursing school, but I didn't want to be a nurse. The work was too hard, and there was no time to go out and have fun, so I signed up to become a flight attendant. Do vocational nursing schools teach fruit identification? Yu Tianming stammered a question, wondering to himself, are the majors in vocational nursing schools really that good these days? Shouldn't they be teaching nursing knowledge? What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking yet. Bai Xiaobing glared at him speechlessly. Eat your fruit quickly. I'll talk to you while you eat, so we can do both at the same time. Bai Xiaobing has a boyish personality. Seeing that Yu Tianming's hand was injured and he couldn't help, he directly started feeding Yu Tianming fruit. Yu Tianming had never received such treatment before and felt embarrassed instead. I can do it myself. I can manage. Hey, you're being dramatic. If we were in the hospital, you'd have to listen to me. Eat up. Don't touch it. The wound will bleed again. Bai Xiaobing held up the fruit and brought it to Yu Tianming's lips. He had no choice but to open his mouth and take a bite. It smells so sweet. Yu Tianming's eyes lit up as he ate, thinking to himself, if Yin Xiaoxiao were here, she would definitely be drooling over this. Seeing that he had started eating fruit, Bai Xiaobing began to introduce herself. After I became a flight attendant, I first flew domestic flights and later switched to international flights. I met a man once and was deeply attracted by his scholarly demeanor. We started dating very smoothly. He taught me all this knowledge about identifying fruits back then because he was a botanist. Do you understand now? Bai Xiaobing spoke candidly about her past relationships without any hesitation. Chapter 57. Bai Xiaobing, with her independent personality. Yu Tianming nodded after listening, his mouth full of sweet fruit, and asked, wow, your boyfriend is amazing, and you're amazing too. Does that mean that as long as you're with us from now on, we'll be able to identify all kinds of edible things? Yu Tianming admired these learned people the most because his own knowledge level was extremely poor. It's not that exaggerated. Bai Xiaobing was a little embarrassed by the praise. I'm actually not interested in plants at all. I just occasionally hear him talk about how delicious this or that is and how to eat it. After hearing it so many times, I've remembered it. Also, where is your boyfriend now? The plane crashed. He must be really worried, right? Yu Tianming asked while eating. Bai Xiaobing's mood suddenly plummeted when he asked her that question. We broke up a long time ago. Huh? Why break up with someone so good? Yu Tianming asked. Our relationship is indeed very good, but he is American. He hopes that after we get married, I will go to live with him in the United States, quit my job, and take care of the family. Bai Xiaobing recalled the past, and a look of regret appeared on her face. Go to the US? That's great. Men are in charge of external affairs, and women are in charge of internal affairs. It's normal. Men should earn money to support their families, and wives should be responsible for being beautiful. Yu Tianming didn't understand Bai Xiaobing's thoughts. Wow, so your boyfriend is a foreigner? I didn't know that. TCH, your thinking is so outdated. What era are we living in? Still thinking about men being the breadwinners and women staying at home. Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes, strongly disagreeing with his argument. I don't want to be a housewife. I want to travel the world. Ideally, I wouldn't have any children, so as not to drag down my quality of life. That's a dangerous idea. If everyone thought like you, humanity would go extinct sooner or later. Yu Tianming's thinking was very traditional, and he really couldn't accept such a cutting-edge idea. Come on, a lot of people think like this now. It's not like I'm the only one who thinks this way. Hurry up and eat. Bai Xiaobing didn't intend to continue discussing this topic. She always believed in taking charge of her own life. However, after their conversation, the two got to know each other quite well and became much closer. Master Yu, in particular, thoroughly enjoyed Bai Xiaobing's meticulous care. It felt wonderful. Furthermore, Bai Xiaobing is naturally very beautiful to be able to become a flight attendant on an international flight. Combined with Bai Xiaobing's cheerful personality, it's easy for people to like her. This guy actually started comparing Yin Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaobing without any thought. In terms of appearance, both women were excellent, each with their own strengths, and neither was better than the other. Yin Xiaoxiao has an adorable chubby face, two sweet dimples when she smiles, and big, bright eyes that flutter gently, making her incredibly charming. Bai Xiaobing has an oval face, two curved willow leaf eyebrows, long eyelashes, fair and flawless skin with a pinkish tinge, and thin red lips that are also charming and beautiful. In terms of figure, Master Yu still thinks Yin Xiaoxiao is better. Yin Xiaoxiao has a bit of baby fat. She's naturally chubby, but doesn't look fat. She's just right, neither too fat nor too thin. Bai Xiaobing has lost a little weight, and her size isn't as big as Yin Xiaoxiao's. As he was thinking, his eyes darted over the other person's chest. As for the artificially created An Man, she is not even worth comparing. Putting aside her looks and figure, Yu Tianming wouldn't even approve of her character. What are you thinking about? Eat up. Bai Xiaobing noticed that Yu Tianming was a bit dazed, and he didn't even open his mouth when she fed him the fruit. Nothing. Yu Tianming quickly snapped out of his daze, and seeing that Bai Xiaobing hadn't noticed him glancing at his embarrassing area, he quickly changed the subject. I was just thinking, is that flight attendant inside planning to spend the rest of her time alone? Ignore her. People like her are the most despicable. Once you can walk again, we'll go find Xiao Xiao and let her live happily here by herself. Bai Xiaobing felt a surge of anger at the mention of An Man, leaving aside her previous arrogance and domineering behavior at work. She was now behaving so selfishly in this new environment. Shouldn't we work together to overcome this difficult time? Hey, if you're going to your deaths, don't drag me down with you. I'll stay here and wait for rescue. Don't die before I do, or I won't call the rescue team to come find you, An Man said in a shrill voice from inside the driver's seat. The plane wasn't very big, and she could hear the two people talking outside clearly. I'd love for you to leave sooner rather than later, and preferably never come back. This food and water is enough to last me for many days, and there's so much fruit outside. Let's see who survives to the end. She seemed to have forgotten that it was Bai Xiaobing who introduced her to those edible fruits. Without Bai Xiaobing, she wouldn't dare eat a fart. How could she be like this? If Yu Tianming weren't currently unable to move around easily, he would have really wanted to go and kick the door down. What's going on here? Are there really people like this? Is her brain filled with shit? Stop talking about her. I feel bad for even mentioning her, Bai Xiaobing said with disgust. She still vividly remembers the moment she opened the bathroom door. To describe it as disheveled is to be polite. At that time, the co-driver's pants were pulled down to his ankles, and he was lying on top of An Man, whose lower body was also completely bare. It was obvious that the two were doing something illicit in the bathroom, and An Man had a boyfriend. Moreover, according to An Man herself, she is already engaged to that rich second generation, and she flaunts that big diamond ring in front of everyone all day long. An Man relies on her body to seduce this person and that person all day long. Everyone in the airline knows about it. But some people just like this kind of thing, otherwise why would they let An Man become the flight attendant team leader? Bai Xiaobing, you just wait. When we get back, you're going to get on another flight. An Man retorted when she heard Bai Xiaobing mocking her. TCH, what's the big deal? You think too highly of yourself. Besides, we're not even sure if we can go back yet, so don't come begging me then. Bai Xiaobing was no pushover either. Fine. We'll see. We'll see who has the last laugh. After saying that, there was silence. In fact, An Man herself was not sure either, but at least the supplies were sufficient, so she didn't need to worry in the short term. As for whether we can wait for the rescue team, let's talk about that later. In any case, we can't treat ourselves badly. This deserted island is so huge that you can often hear the cries of various wild animals at night. Should we go out into the wild to explore and find food and water? An Man doesn't want to live like a caveman. She climbed so hard, even resorting to underhanded methods, just to become someone superior to others. As long as the rescue team arrives, my life can return to normal. Her rich second-generation fiancé is still waiting for her. She absolutely cannot die here. Chapter 58. How can I get back? The two people outside had no idea what An Man was thinking. They had their own plans for the future. Do you know which cave I came from? Yu Tianming asked. I know, but I've never been inside. I've only seen it from afar once. What's wrong? Bai Xiaobing replied. What are those blackbirds? They were the ones who drove the bats away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Oh, you mean those? They're black-backed albatrosses, the largest seabirds. They should be nesting on the cliff above the cave, so this must be their breeding and habitat. Bai Xiaobing casually mentioned another piece of knowledge. You know this too? Did your boyfriend tell you this? Yu Tianming felt that Bai Xiaobing knew too much. To correct you, it's my ex-boyfriend. Bai Xiaobing sighed slightly, speechless, and continued. He's a botanist who travels all over the world, so it's not surprising that he knows a lot of animals. Every time he came back from a trip, he would tell me about his experiences, describing them in all sorts of vivid details. After hearing it so many times, I naturally remembered some of it. Oh, I see. Yu Tianming frowned and fell into deep thought. He wasn't thinking about Bai Xiaobing, but rather about how to go back and save Yin Xiaoxiao. It now seems the only way back is to go through that cave again. But the monitor lizards and bats inside were a real headache. It seems that albatrosses can deal with swarms of bats, so we'll have to find a way to lure the bats out again. As for the monitor lizard problem, Yu Tianming was also at a loss. As he pondered, Yu Tianming actually fell asleep. It seemed that the effects of the Ikigo were beginning to take hold. The messy armor that Yu Tianming used to wear is long gone. When Bai Xiaobing was bandaging him, she threw all of them out of the plane because the wild boar skin smelled terrible. Now, Yu Tianming is only wearing his underwear and bandages. Bai Xiaobing gently covered him with a small blanket, and with nothing else to do, she began to carefully examine Yu Tianming. To be honest, Yu Tianming isn't exactly handsome. However, he has distinct facial features, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a handsome appearance. His muscles bulged in various parts of his body, making him look particularly masculine. The hairstyle is a bit off. Some parts are long, some are short, and there are even bald patches. Bai Xiaobing couldn't help but laugh a few times. She already knew that this was done to start a fire. In terms of physique alone, Yu Tianming is definitely comparable to her ex-boyfriend. Of course, their appearances are quite different. The ex-boyfriend has brown hair, blue eyes, and a hooked nose, while this guy has alopecia areata. But thinking about how Yin Xiaoxiao, who is so delicate, is actually lucky to have this guy with her. Unlike me, although I escaped death and wasn't seriously injured, I'm still unlucky enough to have someone like an I-man. The sun was already directly overhead. Yin Xiaoxiao curled up her legs and remained sitting on the large rock, gazing towards the end of the beach. I was so scared by those strange noises yesterday that I didn't dare to sleep all night. He fell into a deep sleep as dawn broke. When he woke up, he found that the fire in the cave had been extinguished. She fiddled with it for a long time, but couldn't get a new flame going. He could only sit helplessly on the rocks, recalling all the good things Yu Tianming had done for him. Yu Tianming did not return home all night, shattering Yin Xiaoxiao's last shred of hope. Something must have happened to him. Could he have already been eaten by the monitor lizard? Yin Xiaoxiao became more and more heartbroken and helpless. She could only keep crying. After crying for a long time, I felt extremely thirsty, so I got up to pick raspberries. Now, these raspberries are the only water source left. When Yu Tianming left, he told her to eat sparingly, but she really couldn't take it anymore, so she came to pick the fruit. But when she got close to the raspberry bushes, she was shocked. Where are the raspberries? They're all gone. The raspberry bushes are still there, but the mini green or half-red raspberries that used to hang on them are all gone. What should we do? Yin Xiaoxiao panicked. There's no water left. What are we going to do? She frantically parted the grass and carefully searched the ground, wondering if the raspberries had ripened and fallen to the ground. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. How could raspberries ripen overnight? A few bitten green raspberries lay scattered on the ground, covered with ants. The other raspberries have disappeared. Was it eaten by wild boars? Are they retaliating against me? Are they that smart? Yin Xiaoxiao thought of the strange events of last night. She was so scared that she didn't dare to go out at all, and she didn't know if it was a wild boar or some other animal. Dew, right? Yu Tianming said that you can drink dew. Unable to contain her thirst, Yin Xiaoxiao casually shook a nearby tree trunk. There wasn't a single drop of dew left. It was already noon. Yu Tianming also told her that if she wanted to drink dew, she had to get up early. Before she could even see the dew, a whole bunch of caterpillars suddenly fell from the branches. One of them landed right on her neck. Ah! Yin Xiaoxiao screamed in terror. He kept patting his body with his hands, but as soon as his palms touched the caterpillar, he was pricked by the caterpillar's bristles and let out a strange cry. The caterpillar was finally swatted off, but when I looked at my palm, it was covered in red welts and had several noticeable bristles stuck in it. A sharp pain shot through her palm as Yin Xiaoxiao sobbed as she slowly pulled out the splinter. Then he quickly ran to the beach and never dared to go back into the woods. This is terrifying. Even caterpillars are bullying me. She licked her lips with a pitiful expression, but fear overcame her thirst, and she decided to go back first. There was still quite a bit of dried meat left in the cave, but she had no appetite at all. Looking at the fragrant dried meat, she began to miss the days when Yu Tianming was around. Although the two of them haven't been living together for long, thinking about it carefully, Yu Tianming is really a good person. He never gets angry whenever I misunderstand him. Every time I cause him trouble, he always tries to find a different way to solve it. As she thought about it, she began to regret it. If she had given him her clothes to use as a torch, perhaps he could have come back alive. Why should I care about this tattered garment and needlessly risk Yu Tianming's life? I was so selfish. My tears have all dried up. My swollen eyes are starting to hurt. However, an even more intense pain came from her palm, and Yin Xiaoxiao was frightened when she took a look. His entire right hand was red and swollen, looking like a pig's trotter, and it was bulging up really high. She tried to move her fingers, and a chill ran through her. That's it. I'm unconscious. My hand. Seawater. Yu Tianming once said that seawater can disinfect. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly ran to the beach and repeatedly scrubbed her swollen right hand. But the toxins have already entered the bloodstream, so how could they possibly be effective? Moreover, in just a short while, it was visibly observed that the red and swollen area had spread from the wrist to the forearm. What's wrong with me? Feeling completely lost and making mistakes in the rush perfectly describes Yin Xiaoxiao's current state. She stood up in a panic, preparing to return to the cave. But his bare feet stepped on a sharp rock, and he cried out in pain. He lost his balance and fell backward, his head hitting the rocks behind him. Chapter 59, Tomboy. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming was leisurely lying under the shade of a tree, enjoying the tropical fruit that the beautiful Bai Xiaobing had peeled for him. He felt stifled after being on the plane for so long, so he insisted on getting out for a walk. Bai Xiaobing couldn't resist his stubbornness, so she had no choice but to help him out. It must be said that Yu Tianming has a good constitution. He was bitten by a swarm of bats yesterday and looked terrible, but his complexion is much better today. In addition, the emergency medications left on the plane, as well as the various nutritious fruits that Bai Xiaobing found, all came in handy. Now, he has too many wounds on his body, and walking easily aggravates them, causing him to grimace in pain. Before long, some of the larger wounds began to bleed. It's strange that there weren't many bandages on the plane, while this guy's wounds were numerous and connected. Bai Xiaobing could only apply bandages to the severely injured areas. As for the other minor bites, Yu Tianming had to heal on his own. I wonder how Xiao Xiao is doing. Yu Tianming pondered for most of the day, but he was still at a loss as to how to get through the cave guarded by the giant lizard. He told Bai Xiaobing his thoughts, and Bai Xiaobing had no choice but to offer words of comfort. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao has enough food and water to last her for 7 or 8 days. We will definitely find a way. Sigh, I was too impulsive. I provoked the monitor lizard without thinking it through. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left her there alone. Yu Tianming felt extremely guilty. There are sharks in the waters around here. Swimming back is definitely not an option. Shipbuilding? Yu Tianming shook his head at the thought. Without even an axe, how are we supposed to cut down trees? Using this little dagger to chop wood? By the time the boat is finished, Yin Xiaoxiao will be starving to death. The thought of Yin Xiaoxiao being alone over there made him anxious and worried, and he would sigh repeatedly. In other words, his current physical condition doesn't allow it. If he could start running, he would definitely rush back to save Yin Xiaoxiao. If there's no other way, then we shouldn't try to find a way. Since we made it through alive, we can always try again and make it through. But now, looking at his own body, looking at the small wounds that were starting to scab over, and the areas that were still bleeding, he was almost frantic with worry. Looking at Yu Tianming like this, Bai Xiaobing felt both touched and puzzled. Could this guy have fallen for Yin Xiaoxiao? Otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry and working so hard? For some reason, Bai Xiaobing started to feel a little jealous of Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao is really lucky. Her family must be quite wealthy, and many men like her. All the flight attendants, pilots, and ground staff at the airline greet Yin Xiaoxiao with smiles. Now there's another person, Yu Tianming, who's willing to risk his life for her. Despite her meticulous care for Yu Tianming, all he could think about was Yin Xiaoxiao. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaobing angrily shoved the fruit into Yu Tianming's hands and got up to leave. Huh? Why did you leave? Yu Tianming finally reacted. Bai Xiaobing retorted angrily, then walked into the depths of the woods. Only someone with Bai Xiaobing's tomboyish personality would dare to talk about urinating so confidently and forcefully. If it were Yin Xiaoxiao, she would have already started to blush. Then go a little further away, so as not to spoil my appetite for fruit. Get lost, Bai Xiaobing retorted irritably. After spending a day and a half together, Yu Tianming was able to relax a bit. In his eyes, Bai Xiaobing had a very masculine personality. They're all brothers, there's no need to worry about these details. That's how he sees Bai Xiaobing. Bai Xiaobing walked to a place where Yu Tianming could not see her before angrily squatting down. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Logically speaking, she wasn't the type to be infatuated with guys, so there was no reason for her to be jealous. She wouldn't do something like stealing someone else's boyfriend. Perhaps it's because Yu Tianming's personality is somewhat similar to her ex-boyfriend's. That was the only way she could comfort herself. My boyfriend and I had reached the point of discussing marriage, but we broke up because of huge disagreements about our future life together. Neither of us was willing to compromise. In the past few years, Bai Xiaobing hasn't had a boyfriend. Because every time a guy pursues her, she can't help but compare him to her ex-boyfriend. The result of the comparison is that these people are not as good as her ex-boyfriend. In this unusual situation, Encountering someone like Yu Tianming, whose personality is so similar to her ex-boyfriend, has inexplicably stirred her once calm heart. Yu Tianming was still at the edge of the woods, calmly eating fruit and resting with his eyes closed. Although he was anxious, Bai Xiaobing was right. He couldn't go anywhere until his injury healed. I needed help to get off the plane. This is also because the plane was too high and there was no suspension ladder. People could only get in and out using a makeshift ladder made of a pile of junk and broken seats. As for the air cushion slides used in emergencies, they've long since been lost somewhere. Just then, a startled cry came from the woods. Ah, what's that? Bai Xiaobing's shout startled Yu Tianming so much that the piece of fruit he was holding got stuck in his throat. Ah, Yu Tianming choked, pounding his chest in frustration, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaobing's exclamations continued from the woods. Damn it. Worried that Bai Xiaobing might be in trouble, Yu Tianming disregarded the fruit stuck in his throat, struggled to his feet while holding onto a tree, and rushed towards the direction of the sound. It was probably only a distance of 20 or 30 meters, but Yu Tianming made it feel like he had walked a long march of 10,000 miles. My body aches terribly, and my throat feels blocked and uncomfortable. Yu Tianming was still thinking to himself. Looks like I'm destined to be a busybody. I have to take care of people wherever I go. Despite the complaints, we still had to muster our spirits and go save people. He grabbed a tree branch and used it as a makeshift cane, staggering as he walked towards the woods. By the time he arrived, everything was already over. Bai Xiaobing was seen stomping her leather shoes hard on the ground repeatedly. A large puddle of thick pus was left on the ground, along with a caterpillar that was flattened to the extreme. It was just bad luck for this caterpillar. Of all people to mess with, it had to provoke Bai Xiaobing, who was already in a bad mood. Now they've been reduced to a state of utter devastation, with no trace of their remains. Holy crap, this woman is incredibly fierce. Yu Tianming only had time to process this thought. Bai Xiaobing stomped her feet furiously until she heard Yu Tianming break a tree branch. Then she turned around. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Bai Xiaobing roared fiercely, then naturally let down the flight attendant skirt that was wrapped around her waist. Forehead. What? You're speechless now. Bai Xiaobing only realized that Yu Tianming's gaze was fixed on her thighs when she noticed it. Her skirt had just been lifted up to her waist. She had been so focused on venting her anger on the caterpillar that she forgot to adjust her skirt. Forehead. Yu Tianming did take a look, but that's not the key issue. He couldn't speak, his mouth was open, and he kept pointing to his throat, making ah sounds. What? If you want fruit, get it yourself. I'm not serving you anymore. Oh dear. Yu Tianming was so anxious. He thought to himself, Big sister, I admit you're but as white and round, and your black lace panties are pretty good too, but I'm really not in the mood right now. Chapter 60. How selfish can people be? Yu Tianming looked conflicted and distressed, anxious to speak, but unable to utter a word. Bai Xiaobing finally noticed that something was wrong with Yu Tianming. What's wrong? Is your voice hoarse? Yu Tianming shook his head vigorously and pointed again at the wide-open mouth. Oh, now Bai Xiaobing understands. She must have gotten stuck on something. Bai Xiaobing walked behind Yu Tianming, hugged him, and pressed the knuckle of one thumb against the soft part directly below Yu Tianming's sternum, applying continuous pressure. Hey, 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 puff. Ah, that felt so good. Yu Tianming let out a long, comfortable breath, and the piece of fruit he spat out flew far away. Look at you. You can't even eat properly without getting choked. Who's going to take it from you? Bai Xiaobing clapped her hands and said disdainfully, Hey lady, you've got some serious strength in your hand. My chest hurts right now, Yu Tianming said, wincing in pain. Nonsense, if you don't have some strength, how can you be a nurse? Haven't you seen how much those injured patients struggle on TV? They all need nurses to hold them down. As Bai Xiaobing spoke, she cracked her knuckles. Wow. Yu Tianming thought that Bai Xiaobing was wasting her good looks by being a woman. She was practically a man. It's a pity, but they've already saved me twice. It's truly a cycle of cause and effect. He acted all high and mighty in front of Yin Xiaoxiao, but when it came to this side, he was like a docile little lamb, completely at her mercy. Can you still walk? Do you need me to help you? Bai Xiaobing appears carefree and tomboyish on the surface, but she is actually quite bothered by the moment she accidentally exposed herself. However, she doesn't show it and uses her cheerful demeanor to mask her inner embarrassment. Never mind, I can support myself, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Yu Tianming was usually fearless, but he was actually a little intimidated by Bai Xiaobing. The guy limped along, groaning with every step, but insisted on walking back by himself. Bai Xiaobing found his struggle amusing. You're so stubborn, you're just making yourself suffer. Fine, you can wander off by yourself. I'm not going to keep you company. She walked briskly alone and soon emerged from the woods, leaving behind Master Yu, who was on a long march. But before Yu Tianming could even leave the woods, he heard Bai Xiaobing yell, "And I man, you bitch, what are you doing? Huh, what's going on here?" Yu Tianming's headache started again. Yin Xiaoxiao would often scream in alarm, scaring him so much that he would rush to the scene immediately. Bai Xiaobing would shout out loud every now and then, which made him so anxious that he had to accelerate the reopening of his wounds. He only saw the situation clearly after he walked out of the woods. On the small section of the plain, an eye man stood at the broken section, trying to remove the makeshift ladder made of various debris. She painstakingly dragged all sorts of broken seats into the cabin. Bai Xiaobing was struggling to climb the makeshift ladder, but it was too late to stop an eye man. Hee. An eye man's face twitched a few times. Her smile was very awkward. "Since you like staying outside so much, then stay here. Everything on this plane is mine." An eye man. "This is indirect murder. Aren't you afraid of facing legal consequences when you get back?" Bai Xiaobing was furious. She never expected an eye man to be so selfish. It should be noted that the only portion of food and water allocated to Bai Xiaobing was still in the cabin. Sanctions? Ha ha ha. An eye man seemed to have heard a huge joke, laughing extremely smugly. "Even if we could go back, only I could hold out until the end. As for you, you have no chance to go back, so give up on that idea. You're shameless. You're a piece of trash." This was the most vicious curse Bai Xiaobing could think of. "Go ahead and curse me. Once you're all dead, I'll be the only one living happily. The rescue team will find me sooner or later, and then who will care about a few dead people like you?" An eye man has no regrets about her decision. The food reserves that were originally for 2 people are now all in her possession, which will allow her to last longer. 20 days. That should be enough time until the rescue team arrives. Bai Xiaobing was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Yu Tianming stopped her. "Forget it. Don't bother arguing with this kind of person. If she feels safer on her own, then let her stay. Why are you still defending her? Our food and water are still on the plane. Why should she have them all to herself?" Bai Xiaobing's eyes widened in fury. She was extremely angry. He was about to continue arguing, but Yu Tianming shook his head in anguish. "What's wrong? Did you aggravate your wound again? Sit down quickly." Bai Xiaobing quickly helped Yu Tianming lean against the pile of waste. "We can survive without those things, as long as I get better soon. I can hunt, and you can identify plants. We won't starve together." But Bai Xiaobing understood this principle and wasn't too worried about survival, but she was really angry about an eye man's behavior. Yu Tianming waved his hand, clearly not wanting to continue arguing. Given Master Yu's consistent character, how could he not be angry? Absolutely not. However, Yu Tianming had his own ideas. He had no choice but to bow his head when he was under someone else's roof, and now he was injured and unable to move around easily. In his heart, he had already cursed an eye man's ancestors for 18 generations. "Damn it, you're trying to pull this on me, huh? Fine. You wait until I get better, then we'll see who has the last laugh. With that lousy airplane head, you really think I can't do anything to you?" Yu Tianming was no pushover to begin with, and he had even planned out how to take revenge on an eye man. Once he recovers from his injuries and brings Yin Xiaoxiao over, he will naturally treat an eye man well. Yu Tianming's long-term experience in street fighting gave him a resolute character, but also taught him when to be patient. His consistent approach is to fight if he can win, run if he can't, and back down if he can't escape. Life is the most important thing. Seeing that the two of them had finally given up on going back into the cabin, an eye man felt relieved and boldly carried all the food scattered in the cabin into her private cockpit, then locked the door behind her. Actually, this was not part of her plan. "I originally thought that if I gave Bai Xiaobing less supplies, she would definitely apologize and back down." Bai Xiaobing's resolute character caused an eye man to miscalculate. Yu Tianming's injuries initially appeared to be very serious, and he probably wouldn't last long in this environment. As long as Yu Tianming died sooner, Bai Xiaobing would still come back to save him. To everyone's surprise, only one day had passed, and Yu Tianming was already able to walk slowly on his own. Yu Tianming's tenacious recovery ability caused an eye man to miscalculate once again. Later, she overheard Yu Tianming and Bai Xiaobing's conversation and discovered that the two of them, one skilled in hunting and the other able to identify plants, would never starve. "Add Yin Xiaoxiao to the mix, and they'll definitely last longer than I have. If the rescue team arrives, everything I've done before will have to be made public." Especially after Bai Xiaobing caught her having an affair with the co-pilot. How could she face people in public? How could she marry a rich second-generation heir? And how could she still be a flight attendant? This series of problems finally led her to make the most ruthless decision. "I might as well go all the way. As long as you all die here, the rescue team will only find me, and then everything will be perfect. Even if you don't starve to death in a short time, you still need to go back to save Yin Xiao Xiao, and it would be best if you died in the mouth of a lizard. And I Man kept uttering all sorts of vicious curses in her mind. Chapter 61. Two Graves. What do we do now? Bai Xiaobing glanced helplessly at Yu Tianming beside her. We can't stay overnight in the lower deck of this plane. It will be flooded when the tide comes in. It's been 4 or 5 days already. Haven't you checked the surrounding area? Is there any suitable cave? Yu Tianming asked in return. Bai Xiaobing gave a wry smile. We've never been there before. The furthest we've gone is to that big cave you came from, but there was no way out, so we gave up. Besides, there's food and drink readily available on the plane, and we can spend the night safely. Why would we want to go on an adventure? Just as Bai Xiaobing said, she and N.I. Man hadn't dared to go far away these past few days. Firstly, there was the worry that if they went too far and encountered danger, and if the rescue team arrived but couldn't find them, they would have missed their chance. Secondly, they worried that if other survivors discovered the supplies on the plane while they were away and took them all, then they would be truly doomed. Of course, this concern was raised by N.I. Man, and Bai Xiaobing initially agreed with it. After all, N.I. Man was his colleague, and he couldn't judge what the others were like. But who would have thought that N.I. Man would do such a heinous thing? Yu Tianming looked around and saw that the grove of trees opposite him was much denser than the one he had been in before. Although you can pick a lot of fruit without going too deep, the dense forest also means more danger. Let's forget about it. We can't go too deep into it. Could you please help me up? Let's look in another direction. We need to find a place to spend the night. Yu Tianming struggled to stand up, but the pain all over his body was unbearable. He didn't cry out in pain, which was already a testament to his great endurance. Sigh, I wonder when the rescue team will find us. Bai Xiaobing sighed and helped Yu Tianming to his feet. The two walked along the beach in another direction. N.I. Man listened quietly in the driver's seat until she saw the two walk away. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. She was terrified that the two of them would sabotage the plane, and she didn't know if she could even hold the cockpit. Bai Xiaobing helped Yu Tianming walk 100 meters away, and the wreckage of the plane behind them could no longer be seen. After walking for so long, the two of them had found nothing but some fruit. However, 2 large piles of stones at the edge of the woods were particularly conspicuous. This is their temporary grave. Bai Xiaobing glanced at it, her mood somewhat downcast. The dutiful captain and the co-pilot who was having an affair with N.I. Man are now lying under the pile of rocks. They should thank you. At least they weren't left to rot in the wilderness and become food for wild animals. Yu Tianming was also a little tired, so he sat down next to one of the piles of stones. He had no taboos about dead people at all. After a person dies, all that's left is a lump of rotten flesh. What's there to be afraid of? He had heard Bai Xiaobing say that it had taken a lot of effort to move the 2 men out of the cabin. Moreover, N.I. Man even suggested that they just be thrown into the sea. Bai Xiaobing really couldn't understand what N.I. Man was thinking. When the air disaster occurred, the captain remained at his post, making a final effort to make an emergency landing. Without the captain, the plane would have sunk into the sea long ago. Would Bai Xiaobing and N.I. Man still be safe and sound? Shouldn't this captain have his own grave? In case the rescue team arrives, the captain's body should be taken back with him, because he was a hero. As for the co-pilot, although he had a dirty secret with N.I. Man, he shielded her with his body in the final moments of the plane crash, which saved her life. Now you want to throw someone's body into the sea? Is this something a human being would do? Anyway, Bai Xiaobing wouldn't do such a thing. She dragged the body and moved stones by herself to build this temporary grave for them. Oh, what a pity. Yu Tianming patted the pile of stones, looking regretful. It's a real pity. Captain Zhao was a good man, kind and approachable, and always very polite to everyone. Everyone liked him. Bai Xiaobing felt saddened when she thought about her past interactions with Captain Zhao, but it seemed she misunderstood Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming then added a sentence that nearly made Bai Xiaobing spit out a mouthful of blood. What I mean is, it's a pity about their clothes. I wish I had them, so I wouldn't be naked all the time. You. Bai Xiaobing was so angry that she stammered, not knowing how to respond. How can you talk like that? The person is dead, and you're still thinking about the clothes on their body. Don't get agitated. Anyway, the person is dead. It's not unreasonable for me to take a piece of clothing. Fine. You really have the guts to do it. Go ahead and do it. I can't be bothered with you anymore. Enraged, Bai Xiaobing stood up and threw the fruit she was holding at Yu Tianming. Hey, can't you change your behavior? Let's talk this out. Don't resort to violence. Ouch, that hurts like hell. Yu Tianming kept grumbling and whining, while Bai Xiaobing didn't even turn her head and walked forward by herself. He looked at the pile of stones beside him, scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then gave up. Forget it. It's been buried for days. It might already stink. I'll just leave it naked for now. He shakily got up, leaned on a long tree branch, and hurried after Bai Xiaobing. Bai Xiaobing walked very quickly, while Yu Tianming was injured. In a short while, Bai Xiaobing had already disappeared from Yu Tianming's sight. This tomboy is even more impulsive than me. I don't know what her boyfriend likes about her. She's quite good-looking. It's just her personality. Yu Tianming moved slowly behind, muttering to himself. The image of the black lace had just reappeared in his mind, and he was about to offer his opinion when he heard a sudden scream from ahead. Ah, holy crap, something's happened. Why were you running so fast? As if I could walk really fast. Sigh, I'm just destined to be a workaholic. Let's hurry to the scene. He could only endure the excruciating pain and barely quicken his pace to rush over. What's going on? If it's too dangerous, just run back. Yu Tianming shouted as he sped up, but Bai Xiaobing only let out a scream and then fell silent. Oh no, this is really bad. Yu Tianming ignored the pain and started running with difficulty, disregarding the reopening of his wounds. After he rounded the small corner ahead and saw Bai Xiaobing squatting safely next to a big tree, his heart finally settled down. Hey Sister Bai, can you stop making such a fuss? Why do all you flight attendants have the same problem? Yu Tianming thought of Yan Xiaoxiao again, remembering all the previous exclamations and how he had rushed to the scene. Bai Xiaobing didn't answer, but when she turned around, her eyes were red, and there seemed to be tears welling up in her eyes, about to fall. No, no, no. I'm most afraid of women crying. What's wrong with you? I didn't really try to take off the captain's clothes. Bai Xiaobing's mood did not improve at all because of his apology. She slowly stood up, pointed to the ground, and said with great pain, I deserve to die. Why didn't I take a few more steps that day? Otherwise, this person would definitely have survived. People? Where are their people? Chapter 62, Death Abandons Debts, New Graves Stand. Only then did Yu Tianming notice that a leg was sticking out from behind the big tree where Bai Xiaobing had just been standing. The man's body was hidden by a large tree, so Yu Tianming didn't see him. He walked over and took a look, then grinned. Damn, it's already dead. What are you still sad about? The dead man leaned against a big tree, his head tilted to one side, his face pale. Most importantly, this guy only has one leg left. The other leg is missing, severed at the knee. A belt was tied above the knee, indicating that he had attempted self-rescue. However, the wound was a bloody mess, with broken bone clearly visible, and it had already begun to turn black and rot, making it a disgusting sight. Several smashed coconuts were scattered around, suggesting that this person survived for a while on coconuts. This person had been dead for no more than 12 hours. If I had walked a few more steps this way when I buried the captain that day, I would have found him and he wouldn't be dead. Bai Xiaobing had attended a nursing school and wasn't afraid of the dead, but she felt extremely guilty now. Perhaps that's just the nature of someone who studies medicine. Okay, well, you're so knowledgeable, I can't argue with that. But when someone dies, they die. It's fate. Aren't you tired of taking on everything? Yu Tianming felt nothing about the unfamiliar dead bodies that had appeared here. Just like with Captain Zhao, although Yu Tianming admired his integrity, he was more concerned about his clothes. Sigh, Bai Xiaobing just sighed and didn't say anything more. She is someone who can take things in stride and let them go easily. It's just that a chance encounter resulted in the loss of a life, and she still feels a pang of reluctance. Yu Tianming looked indifferent and took a few steps closer because he had his eye on the other person's clothes again. But when he squatted down, preparing to take off the other person's clothes, he himself gasped in surprise. Hey, what a coincidence. It turns out it's you, my grandson. This is truly karma coming full circle. Yu Tianming, if you continue to show such disrespect for the deceased, we're parting ways. Bai Xiaobing watched helplessly as Yu Tianming prepared to undress the man. She couldn't say anything about it, since this was a deserted island, and things useful to the living should be the priority. But she couldn't accept that Yu Tianming addressed her that way. Oh my god, I forgot to tell you, this guy was sitting right next to me. When the plane crashed, I don't know how, but he somehow managed to knock my submariner off. When I woke up, all I had was this broken digital watch. What's wrong with me saying something to someone with that kind of character? Yu Tianming was still unhappy, his face full of disdain. Bai Xiaobing was unaware of this inside story, and her complexion eased slightly. All right, hurry up and grab your clothes. Let's go, I don't want to stay here. Realizing she had misunderstood him, Bai Xiaobing had no choice but to find an excuse and walk aside to wait for Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming examined the deceased more closely. He didn't care about the appearance. He focused on the person's build and nodded slightly. Okay, you did a good thing. This size of clothing is practically tailor-made for me. It's a pity that one shoe is missing. Yu Tianming stripped the other person of all their clothes, pants, and the only shoe they owned, compared them to his own size, and was quite satisfied. Hey, Sister Bai, could you please take my clothes and pants to the sea and wash them off for me? I smell terrible. It doesn't suit my image at all. Do you even have an image to maintain? When I dragged you back that day, your pigskin was stinking to high heaven. If I hadn't cleaned you up little by little, you would have fermented by now, wouldn't you? So much trouble. Although Bai Xiaobing was unhappy, she didn't hesitate in her actions. She took the clothes and went to the beach to carefully wash them for him. It seems that people who have worked as nurses are all germaphobes, and Bai Xiaobing began to scrub with unusual seriousness. But she suddenly noticed something hard in the front pocket of her clothes. When I took it out and looked at it, I was shocked. A military officer's ID? He's a soldier. She hurriedly ran back and showed it to Yu Tianming, saying, "Look what this is." Yu Tianming was examining the only leather shoes on his feet, and he was very satisfied. He glanced at the item Bai Xiaobing handed him and was taken aback. "Oh, this guy is a soldier. Sorry, buddy. I took my words too harshly. I take them back." Yu Tianming apologized to the deceased with unusual sincerity, admitting that what he had said was really too much. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be a problem, but Yu Tianming has always had great respect for soldiers and felt that he had just been abrupt. "Oh, what a pity. It's been soaked in water for too long, and the writing on it is all blurred. I don't even know what his name is." Bai Xiaobing flipped through the officer's ID card and examined it, but found nothing. There was only one photo left, a young and resolute man in military uniform, which evoked a feeling of admiration. "Give it to me." Yu Tianming reached out and took the document, looked at it, and then gently placed it in the deceased's hand. "Brother, it's fate that we're on the same plane. You took my submariner, and I took your clothes, so we're even." After saying that, he stood up, walked to the side, and began looking around for something. "What are you looking for?" Bai Xiaobing asked. "I wouldn't care about anyone else, but not a soldier. I'm going to bury him," Yu Tianming replied. "I'll help you." Yu Tianming's words greatly increased Bai Xiaobing's goodwill towards him. It seems this guy isn't entirely useless. Besides being willing to risk his life for Yin Xiaoxiao, which is commendable, he also has a heart that respects soldiers. Huh, why am I thinking of Yin Xiaoxiao again? I wonder how she's doing. Without realizing it, whenever Yu Tianming showed some good qualities, she would always think of Yin Xiaoxiao. Waves crashed against the rocks, and several seabirds circled in the sky. Yin Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes and looked around blankly. This sigh contained a lot of helplessness. She was unconscious for several hours before finally waking up. She was lucky. No wild animals had ever come to this beach, and the wild boar king had disappeared without a trace. Otherwise, she would have been dead long ago. A sharp pain came from the back of her head, making her frown. He touched his back and found that the bloodstains had already been washed away by the sea, leaving only a wound that was excruciatingly painful. Looking around, a wave of immense disappointment washed over me once again. In her dream, she saw Yu Tianming, who was guarding her side. I also dreamed of my father, with his stern and demanding expression and his concerned gaze. Also appearing in her dreams was Lin Jiahao, whom she disliked, who was always nagging and talking incessantly in her ear. The gap between her dreams and reality finally made her realize the true state of affairs. Her stomach started growling with hunger, so she got up and headed towards the cave. But after just one glance, my heart sank. "Where's my barbecue?" She looked around, but the cave wasn't very big, so there was no need to search for it. The roasted meat that was originally hanging on the tree branches has disappeared, leaving only a few bare branches stuck above the cave. These roasted meats were her last hope, but now they're gone. Has someone been here? Or was it carried away by a wild animal? Yin Xiaoxiao walked out of the cave and looked around. On the nearby beach, apart from her own footprints, there was no sign that anyone else had been there. But this? That means a wild animal came by. Was it the king of wild boars? Why didn't it attack me? That shouldn't be the case. She thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come to a conclusion. Helplessly, he could only slump at the cave entrance, staring longingly in the direction Yu Tianming had left. "Yu Tianming, are you really dead? Why haven't you come back yet, Wah?" Chapter 63. A new place to spend the night. Looking at the new grave made of stones and leaves, Yu Tianming nodded slightly. He solemnly gave a half-hearted military salute to the grave. "Let's go, brother. If we can be saved, I'll definitely bring you back." "You're not a soldier. Why are you giving a military salute?" Bai Xiaobing couldn't understand why he was doing that. "Hey, I'm not ashamed to say this," Yu Tianming said with a wry smile. "Once, I was eating at a restaurant when I was ambushed by a group of enemies. There were 7 or 8 of them, and I was all alone. But we weren't scared, and we took down 3 of them on the spot. What about the remaining few? Bai Xiaobing was secretly pleased. She understood immediately and deliberately embarrassed him. The rest, of course, is beating me up. Yu Tianming was a little embarrassed. You've got the key points pretty right, woman. It's not that I'm incapable. It's just that the restaurant isn't very big, and people are blocking the door, so I can't get out. Yu Tianming tried to find an excuse for himself. Get to the point. Bai Xiaobing glared at him. After spending a day and a half together, Bai Xiaobing had basically figured out Yu Tianming's character and didn't intend to give him any more opportunities to brag. Otherwise, once this guy starts talking, he'll ramble on and on without ever getting to the point. Yu Tianming also felt embarrassed. The point is, there was another customer in the store at the time. He couldn't stand them bullying people, so he took action and quickly took them all down. I was stunned. I took his hand warmly and thanked him from the bottom of my heart, insisting that I treat him to a meal. Yu Tianming spoke with great enthusiasm, using all sorts of words to glorify himself, which earned him a glare from Bai Xiaobing. Can you stop rambling? Bai Xiaobing interrupted him directly. Hey, you women have absolutely no sense of romance, Yu Tianming said, quite displeased. In comparison, my daughter Xiao Xiao is much cuter. She listens quietly to whatever I say. Aside from occasionally hitting me, which needs to be corrected, she has no other problems. I invited him to dinner, but he refused. I tried to leave, but he wouldn't let me. Then he called the police. When we got to the police station, we found out he was a soldier on leave. And then, that was it. Humph. Yu Tianming snorted in frustration, expressing his dissatisfaction. This time, he spoke simply and clearly. In any case, Bai Xiaobing wasn't a good listener, and Yu Tianming had no desire to embellish the story. So, you were saved by soldiers. Okay, at least you have a conscience. Bai Xiaobing nodded slightly. Let's go? We still need to find a place to sleep. Yu Tianming was wearing only one leather shoe, so he walked with a limp, which drew another round of laughter from Bai Xiaobing. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and it would be dark in less than 2 hours. The two had already walked quite a distance, but had not found a suitable place to spend the night. As you walk to the end of the beach, another cliff promontory jutting out into the sea blocks your way. Hey, what kind of place is this? There are cliffs and precipices everywhere. It's forcing us into the woods. Yu Tianming stood in front of the abrupt boulder and began to complain. Bai Xiaobing had been walking for so long that she was exhausted, but Yu Tianming, who was injured, didn't ask her to stop, so she gritted her teeth and persevered. Yu Tianming is in really good health, and Bai Xiaobing also noticed that Yu Tianming is walking faster and faster. It seems that he should be able to recover to about 70 to 80% in less than 2 days. It was originally just some superficial wounds, but the bat teeth left many tiny holes on his body, which have now scabbed over. That is, the thighs and neck. These 2 places will have larger wounds. Those were injuries he sustained when he violently pulled and tugged at the bat. He didn't feel anything about these things. Getting injured was a common occurrence in his life. Now I stand in front of the giant rock cliff, looking around helplessly. Looking up, this abrupt and steep stone wall, with its strangely shaped rocks, is over 100 meters high. There really isn't a suitable place to climb over. It's impossible unless you go around through the woods or swim across into the sea. A flock of white seabirds circled in the sky, some of them flying down from the sea. Damn it, this is really bad luck. Yu Tianming slumped to the ground in frustration. It was already quite an achievement that he had endured the pain to get this far. Splat! Yu Tianming reached up and touched his head, immediately becoming furious. Damn it! You guys dare to bully me? Do you think I haven't been unlucky enough already? A small clump of fresh bird droppings landed right on his head. He stood up, picked up a stone, and threw it into the air. Unfortunately, the stone missed the seabirds completely. Instead, it struck the rock face and suddenly triggered another burst of bird calls. Several seabirds suddenly flew out of the nest, looking around to see who the attackers were. Huh? There's a bird's nest up there. Yu Tianming's gaze followed the bird's movements, and then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a treasure. Come here quickly. Yu Tianming waved to Bai Xiaobing in the distance. What's wrong? Bai Xiaobing was also feeling frustrated. They had been walking for so long, without finding a suitable place to stay overnight. What were they going to do tonight? Up there, a bird's nest. Yu Tianming pointed to the rock wall, his eyebrows twitching a few times. So what? You can still fly up there. Bai Xiaobing knew that Yu Tianming must be hungry. She herself was also very hungry. She had only eaten some fruit along the way, which was not enough to keep her full. See that over there? Yu Tianming pointed to the side of the rock wall, near the edge of the forest. Bai Xiaobing turned her head and frowned, not understanding what he meant. We can climb up there. We'll spend the night on this cliff. What do you think? Maybe we can even find a few bird eggs to eat. Yu Tianming had a great vantage point here. There was a narrow gap between the trees and the rock wall, and looking inside, he could see some huge rocks scattered around, leaning against the rock wall and blocking his way. Judging from its appearance, it must have been exposed to wind, sun, and rain for a long time, and the rock face weathered and broke off. The piles of rocks, arranged at an angle, formed a rather steep and chaotic slope that led all the way to the top of the cliff. Will this work? Bai Xiaobing had also noticed the situation at this moment. The slope is very steep, with all sorts of sharp rocks protruding. If you fall, you'll definitely get injured. We have to make do. We can't spend the night in the woods. Look at the ground. It's all damp, which means it will flood this place when the tide comes in. Yu Tianming casually dug a hole in the sand with his foot, and sure enough, underneath the thin layer of dry sand, it was all damp. All right then. Bai Xiaobing had no other good ideas, so she could only nod in resignation. It's all that bitch and I man's fault. If she hadn't been so selfish, Yu Tianming and I wouldn't have ended up like this. Bai Xiaobing mentally greeted I Man once again. Go over there and get some big leaves to block the wind. I think it'll be quite windy at the top of the cliff, and it might get cold at night. I'll go up and scout ahead first. Be careful yourself. Yu Tianming already had several days of wilderness survival experience, so he thought things through relatively thoroughly. Yu Tianming is a man of action. He doesn't wait for Bai Xiaobing to speak before he begins to try climbing the fallen rocks. The stones were scattered without any discernible pattern, causing great trouble for Yu Tianming's climb. Be careful. Bai Xiaobing stood below, watching him climb the mountain, her heart pounding with fear. Fortunately, this guy was quite skilled, and after some effort, he finally climbed to the top. As he stood atop the cliff and looked to the side, he let out an incredulous gasp. Chapter 64. The Giant Stone Statues and Stone Houses. What the hell is this? Yu Tianming roared. Because the cliff was very high, Bai Xiaobing couldn't hear what he said or see what he was seeing. She only noticed that Yu Tianming suddenly roared and then froze. Yu Tianming. Bai Xiaobing shouted from below, but Yu Tianming did not hear her. Because he had already taken a few steps forward and left the edge of the cliff, Bai Xiaobing's voice was blocked by the stone wall. Yu Tianming? Bai Xiaobing didn't know what had happened. No matter how she called out, there was no response from above. In her anxiety, she had no choice but to start climbing the fallen rocks as well, and she couldn't bring along the fruit she had picked along the way. She worked tirelessly, using both her hands and feet, and then she discovered a problem. Wearing a flight attendant's uniform, I had no way to climb the mountain. How can I climb if I can't even move my legs? Where has that bastard Yu Tianming gone? Doesn't he know to wait for me? Bai Xiaobing cursed inwardly a few times and called out to Yu Tianming again, but there was still no response. Could something have happened to him? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaobing became anxious again. If they hadn't seen anyone for so long, something must have happened. She glanced down at her flight attendant's skirt, hardened her heart, and gritted her teeth. She found a sharp, thin piece of gravel, and with a sudden burst of force, slashed it down onto the skirt. A few moments later, a tear appeared at the edge of the skirt. Bai Xiaobing pulled hard, and with a rip, a long tear was ripped in her skirt, reaching all the way to her waist. Now that the skirt is no longer an obstacle, Bai Xiaobing can finally climb the rock wall with ease. Without the protection of clothing, some sharp stones scratched her fair thighs, leaving bloody marks. She gritted her teeth, remained silent, and struggled to climb upwards. With only a dozen meters or so left to reach the summit, her little leather shoes suddenly slipped. Ah, came a gasp. Her body began to slide down the slope of the falling rocks. In a moment of desperation, she quickly grabbed a protruding rock, which stopped her from falling. However, she slipped at a bad angle and landed on the side of the boulder. The rock on this side was almost vertical at a 90-degree angle, and she could only barely put one foot on a protruding part. He gripped the rock above him tightly with one hand, his body practically pressed against it. It tried desperately to reach back onto the rocky slope, but failed several times. Yu Tianming, where are you? Come here quickly. Bai Xiaobing shouted desperately. Finally, there was a response. It's here. Soon Yu Tianming poked his head out and was terrified when he saw what was happening. Hey, what's the rush? I already told you I was just coming up to scout things out first. Nonsense. Hurry up and save me. Bai Xiaobing is safe for now, but how can she be in a good mood while hanging on the side of the rock? Wait. Yu Tianming quickly pressed himself against the boulder and slowly moved down. This steep slope was easy for him to climb, but going down it was nerve-wracking. He finally moved close to Bai Xiaobing, reached out his big hand, grabbed Bai Xiaobing's small hand, and pulled hard. Despite weighing just over 100 pounds, Bai Xiaobing was lifted up by him and then landed heavily on Yu Tianming. Ouch, that hurts. Yu Tianming cried out a few times, not forgetting to use his own body to cushion Bai Xiaobing from being injured by the boulder. Bai Xiaobing quickly got up and squatted down to the side. She herself felt uncomfortable just now, let alone Yu Tianming who was lying underneath her. "Where have you been, you bastard? Are you all right?" Bai Xiaobing asked, both angry and concerned. "Ouch." Yu Tianming rubbed his chest, and it took him a long time to sit up. He asked with a bitter face, "I said there's armor in here. How come it's so hard? It almost killed me." Bai Xiaobing was stunned at first after hearing this, and then her face turned red. "I just bumped into him face to face, chest to chest, and we almost kissed. Those are steel rims." Bai Xiaobing shouted irritably. "Underwire? For self-defense." Yu Tianming didn't realize that women's bras had underwires. Was that so amazing? If I had known there was a steel ring, I would have let Yin Xiaoxiao hand it over. Maybe we could have used it for fishing. Why did we have to provoke the wild boar? "Are you an idiot?" Bai Xiaobing was speechless at his answer. Could a boy be this ignorant? "Don't you, Yu Tianming, have a girlfriend? Haven't you ever seen women's underwear?" "But I'm really too embarrassed to ask that." "Huh, this guy can't possibly still be a virgin, can he? He's over 20 years old, no way." Bai Xiaobing suddenly had this thought, and then began to scrutinize Yu Tianming with an unusual look in her eyes. That kind of gaze fell on Yu Tianming, making him feel uneasy. It was as if Bai Xiaobing had discovered a strange creature and was particularly interested in it. Forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you anymore. Let's hurry up and go up. There's a major discovery." Yu Tianming waved his hand, frowned, and rubbed his chest, indicating he didn't want to discuss it with her anymore. "What major discovery?" Bai Xiaobing became interested upon hearing this. "You'll see when you get up there." Yu Tianming led the way, and the dozen or so meters were easy to climb. But he kept wondering, what are those steel rims for? Where are they kept? Yu Tianming has dated many girlfriends, but none of them lasted long. As for reaching the point of physical intimacy and in-depth discussions about the philosophy of life, that was certainly not the case. So he really is a petty person. When the two reached the top of the cliff again, the enormous object before them stunned Bai Xiaobing. Standing at the bottom of the cliff, this spot was invisible, but now it suddenly appears before our eyes, which is truly awe-inspiring. A long, narrow boulder, about 7 or 8 meters high, stands on the edge of the cliff. Simple, rustic lines outline a half-length female figure, facing the mountains, with her hands raised towards the sky. On the other side is a statue of a man facing the sea, with his hands also raised high. A giant rock, with 2 human figures carved on the front and back, perfectly combined. Does this mean there are other people living here? Does that mean we can find a way out? Bai Xiaobing asked in surprise after a long pause. Yu Tianming sighed. "Don't think too much about it. Come and take a look this way." Then he pulled her around and pointed straight ahead. Just a dozen meters away, at the edge of the woods, there was a stone house. "Wow, a house, that's great." Bai Xiaobing was so happy, she almost jumped up, but then she felt a chill between her legs and embarrassedly covered her skirt with her hands. "Hey, what's wrong with your skirt?" Yu Tianming only noticed the strange thing now. Although Bai Xiaobing tried her best to pull her skirt, the slit was already close to her waist, and her fair thighs still shamelessly peeked out from the gap. "It's all your fault," Bai Xiaobing retorted, pulling her skirt as she walked directly towards the stone house. The stone house was small, only about 10 square meters, and it was completely empty inside. Where the original doorway was, there were some rotten wood chips remaining on it, which were not visible unless you looked closely. "Do you understand now?" Yu Tianming's voice came from behind her. "Even if there are people here, it's probably from ancient times. Look how thick the moss on this stone wall is, enough to cook a dish." Chapter 65, An Accidental Earthquake.